Chapter 633. Li Chenglong felt that when Zhui gave him the meat, he did not say that it was cooked. Instead he gave him raw meat directly. What did this mean? Did this mean that this meat had to be eaten raw for it to be effective? That should be the understanding, right? Besides, this was usually the case. Li Chenglong also thought of roasting it before eating it, but he thought that if he roasted it, the spiritual energy inside would be gone. Not to mention roasting it even if the spiritual energy was consumed. Li Chenglong felt that he would cry until he fainted. This was a great opportunity. Roasted it all away? What a joke. Looking at the white and translucent meat, it looked like prawn meat and there was basically no fishy smell. But with this appearance the taste should not be too bad. He would just treat it as sashimi. Li Chenglong only hesitated for a few seconds before he opened his mouth and took a big bite. Sure enough, other than a slight fishy smell, there was no other feeling. After chewing a few times, there was a faint sweetness. Fearing that he did not chew enough and could not use the spiritual energy, he closed his mouth tightly and chewed slowly in his mouth. He chewed the raw meat over and over for 5 minutes, savoring the aftertaste for a long time before he stretched his neck and swallowed it. He carefully put the rest of the meat away and began to circulate his energy to digest it. A few minutes later, Li Chenglong subconsciously screamed. He only felt that there was a sudden explosion of spiritual energy in his stomach. Countless spiritual energy suddenly emerged and rushed towards the meridians all over his body with an explosive force. That the spiritual energy in his dantian that had just been compressed was rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed. Fearing for his life. It can't be, right? Only one bite? Li Chenglong didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly circulated his martial arts with all his strength to digest the abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his dantian grew denser and denser. Even though his dantian rotated faster and faster until it reached its limit, the spiritual energy rushing up from his stomach was still endless. Zhui Xiaoduo did not know, and neither did Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong's idea was correct. Although Zhui Xiaoduo ate a lot, the amount he ate was dozens or even hundreds of times more than swollen, and a piece of meat was worth several kilograms. However, masters were roasted the meat and ate it. Naturally, a lot of spiritual energy would be wasted during the roasting process. Although Zhui Xiaoduo benefited a lot before, it was only because of the large amount. It could be said that it was a real luxury, a waste, a reckless waste of a treasure. Zhui Xiaoduo did not think that Feifei would be so stupid as to eat it raw. However, Li Chenglong did indeed eat it raw, and the result of doing so was that the spiritual energy was not wasted at all. So the effect this time was simply explosive. Well, it was not just explosive, it was almost bursting. He was sweating profusely. He calmed himself down and did his best to compress his quintessence. Even if the timing was not right, he could not care. Rumble. Where? Zhui Xiaoduo was filling it with the Astral Soul's jade powder. But Li Chenglong did not have time to see where the sound was coming from. He had to compress it as soon as possible. Start. However, with this compression, a heart-piercing pain arose spontaneously and surged crazily. Li Chenglong's 7 orifices were full of spiritual energy. He was crazily absorbing and compressing while screaming crazily. This went on for a whole 2 hours before he lay on the ground like a pile of mud, trembling all over. The second round of compression was finally done. As for the spiritual aura in his dantian, it was still nearly half filled by the spiritual aura that entered his dantian. This is too close. What kind of meat is this? Why is it so strange? Li Chenglong took out the centipede meat and looked at it over and over in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Although there was still some lingering fear, it did not stop him from liking it. So good. This thing. It's a pity that I don't dare to eat any more. If I eat again, my meridians won't be able to eat any more. At the very least, I'll need to rest for at least 3 hours before I can continue. Haste makes waste, haste makes waste. Li Chenglong looked as if he had found a treasure. His eyes were full of gratitude. He knew very well how rare this kind of spiritual energy that could increase one's cultivation was. It was priceless and priceless. It was a blasphemy to the spiritual energy. Anyone who obtained it would hide it well and leave it for themselves to enjoy. But Zhui Xiaoduo threw it to him like a rag. Did Zhui Xiaoduo not know the use of this meat? That was a joke. He threw it to him from the beginning and told him not to eat too much. How could he not know the terrifying effect of this thing? He knew and returned it. That was a huge favor. No, it could not be described as a favor. This was a deep brotherhood. Swollen and swollen, he conquered himself. His eyes were red and his heart was surging. He was really touched. What more can I ask for in this life to have such a brother? Li Chenglong took a deep breath. He was filled with excitement. From now on, Li Chenglong will achieve great things with Zhua. Li Chenglong. When he reached the climax of his self-conquering, Zhua Xiaoduo came back. Seeing Li Chenglong in a sorry state, with bulging meridians and blood spots on his body, Zhua Xiaoduo couldn't help but jump in fright. Why did he have such a big reaction? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Boss. Li Chenglong rushed forward and hugged Zhua Xiaoduo. He said sincerely, "Thank you. Thank you." Zhua Xiaoduo raised his eyebrows and said deeply, "You don't have to thank me. We are brothers." "Yes, we are brothers." Li Chenglong was about to cry again. He patted Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulder heavily and sniffed. Everything is said without words. Ah. Suddenly he felt refreshed and laughed loudly. Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned again. After thinking for a while, he realized that Swollen had suddenly improved a lot and was a little too excited. Zhua Xiaoduo did not feel much because he still had tens of thousands of kilograms of such meat. He only gave away 2 kilograms in total. How could he feel? "How is it?" Zhua Xiaoduo asked. The second compression was completed directly. Li Chenglong was pleasantly surprised. "I only took 1 bite. Only 1 bite. The spiritual energy there could not be contained. Not only did I complete the second compression, but the remaining spiritual energy also accumulated more than half of the spiritual energy in my dantian." Zhua Xiaoduo was so surprised that his eyeballs almost popped out. "No way. The effect is so good? 1 bite. Is it because Li Chenglong's dantian is too small? But that shouldn't be the case. I often cultivate with Zong Zong. No one knows him better than me. Although his dantian can't be compared with mine, it's still much stronger than the average person's. Zong Zong's dantian can't be compared with Zong Zong's. Fortunately, boss reminded me not to eat too much early." Li Chenglong was still scared. He took out the meat and pointed at it. "Look, I only took a small bite from here." Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned. "You ate it raw?" Li Chenglong was stunned with the meat in his hand. He paused for a while before he came back to his senses. "It tastes good raw. It's not inferior to raw fish. Don't you eat it raw?" Zhua Xiaoduo looked strange. "It's not sashimi. Of course it's roasted and stewed." The expression on Li Chenglong's face immediately turned extremely strange. After a while he said fiercely, "I like to eat it raw. This meat tastes fresh and sweet. It's delicious. It's your loss that you didn't eat it raw." Ha 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 ha. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect this guy to be so reckless. Did he really think it was sashimi? What? What are you laughing at? Not only will I eat it raw now, I will eat the whole piece raw. Li Chenglong was angry out of humiliation. I know that you eat it after roasting it. Even if it tastes better after roasting it, it will inevitably lose most of its spiritual energy. Li Chenglong said with a pained expression, "I know you're laughing at me, but I really can't bear to roast and eat such a precious treasure." Zhua Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. "You think too much. I'm not laughing at you. You should eat it raw. You're doing the right thing." Ha 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 ha. Li Chenglong was furious. The two of them started to wrestle. After a long time the two of them calmed down. Li Chenglong went out of the Tower of Annihilation to rest. He really needed to rest now. After he went out he fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up he found that it was dawn. He washed up and went to school. When he arrived at school he went to class. When he entered the gravity room to set the time, he found that his phone was broken. It's only 9 o'clock but it's already afternoon. The quality of this phone is really bad. Unscrupulous merchants. I will never buy Fruit brand in the future. He quickly adjusted his phone, put it into the space ring and began to cultivate. After Li Chenglong left, Zhua Xiaoduo also sat down and seriously considered this problem. He had harvested tens of thousands of pounds of meat this time. Li Chenglong could improve so much with just 1 bite. However, he didn't feel anything after eating for a few days. Did this mean that there was a limit to the effect of this thing? When the body adapted to this energy, no matter how much he ate, there wouldn't be any growth. In other words, no matter how much he ate, it would only satisfy a little of his appetite. It wouldn't have any more effect. Even if he left the portions for his parents, Missing Cat, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, Teacher Hu, and the others, it wouldn't consume too much. Based on Li Chenglong's weight, 200 to 300 pounds would be enough for everyone. No matter how much he used, he would be able to withstand 1,000 pounds. But there was still a lot of surplus left. He couldn't waste it, right? How should he deal with it? Sell it? Sell it to a first-grade firmament like before? No, this time was different from the past. This was the meat of the Star Beast Demon King, the essence of it. If he sold it rashly, it might benefit someone. Should he discuss it with Principal Yi tomorrow? No, Principal Yi was a selfless person. With his character, he would probably persuade him to donate it. Moreover, there was a high chance that he would take action. Why not just sell it? So he should discuss it with Teacher Wen tomorrow. Teacher Wen, this person. In terms of closeness, Zhuo Xiaoduo was more inclined towards Wen Xingtian. If only Teacher Qin Fangyang was here. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Suddenly his eyes flashed. Why was he so stupid? Teacher Qin wasn't here, but he could use the phone to contact Teacher Qin. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription. Thank you. Cough, no double monthly votes this month. Chapter 634. He was not at the Starlight Mountain Range now, so he could contact him by phone. It seemed that he had not contacted Teacher Qin for a long time, and he missed him quite a bit. Since he wanted to do it, he took out his phone. However, when he came out of the Tower of Annihilation, he looked up. Damn, it was already the latter half of the night. It was better to fight in the morning. While Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing Qin Fangyang was still in the Starlight Mountain Range, still fighting. He was bathed in blood. He had only joined the battle at the Starlight Mountain Range in the latter half of the battle. The moment he arrived, he showed a murderous aura. With Qin Fangyang's character, he did not have any scruples. In his opinion, everyone who came here was here to kill his student. They all had bad intentions and were all enemies. He might not be able to find his student, but he knew how to kill. Every time he killed one, he would be in less danger. Therefore, during this period, Qin Fangyang was really more of a killer than a killer. The others had a specific target. However, Qin Fangyang did not. Whoever he met, he killed. As long as he could defeat them, he would kill without mercy. Of course, if he met those he could not defeat, he would turn and run. He would not linger. He was in the last 4 days of this game. However, in these 4 days, the number of people who died in his hands had exceeded the 500 mark. Although his battle achievements were remarkable, he had also caused himself to be riddled with scars. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left. However, Qin Fangyang did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had left and was safe. In fact, most of the bounty hunters did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left the Starlight Mountain Range. They continued to hide. As a result, Qin Fangyang was still in a constant battle atmosphere. At this time, the Starlight Mountain Range had become a natural hunting battlefield. 2 of the 3 monster kings guarding this area were gone. The remaining Tiger King was also scared out of its wits. Even if the battle was on top of its head, the Tiger King did not care. Originally, there were countless people hunting Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, now it was Qin Fangyang who was hunting the remaining people. How could some masters not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left and returned to the martial arts Hidden Dragon High School after noticing that all the members had left? This time the bounty was destined to be a failure, so they all went back. Some of them even went to Fenghai City to try their luck. Those who didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had left were still waiting in the Starlight Mountains. Qin Fangyang was elusive in his hunting, but he was also elusive in his escape. This wait lasted until the wee hours of the morning. Pluto Palace issued a notice. Explanation of the bounty on Zhuo Xiaoduo. Everyone clicked on it and was dumbfounded. I don't know why, but the person who put up the bounty withdrew the bounty and even killed the supervisor of the King of Hell Palace. Now, the King of Hell Palace has started to hunt down the few families that have put up the bounty. With this announcement, the reward was gone. Furthermore, the Hell King Palace didn't bear any responsibility. They were even the victims. There were a lot of excuses. For a moment, the entire underground world was filled with curses. Wasn't this a joke? There were more than 100,000 people playing the bounty with you. Many of them had just finished their own business and were rushing here. They were really on their way, but you canceled the bounty? Was this a joke? Was this a joke? Furthermore, the underground world's bounty had never been allowed to be cancelled. Whoever dared to cancel it would inevitably face the anger of the world's assassins. The moment the bounty was released, the wealth and treasures needed for the bounty would be taken over by the people of the King of Hell Palace. Who was so bold that they even dared to kill the people of the King of Hell Palace? Suddenly, there were discussions everywhere. After about 10 minutes, the King of Hell Palace released the hunting progress chart. About 2 hours later, the first hunting progress chart suddenly turned black and ended, turning into a string of ellipses. All the assassins who were paying attention to the information were in an uproar. This meant that the gold medal assassin sent by the King of Hell Palace was killed. The King of Hell Palace immediately issued a new notice. The other party's current identity is fake. The third palace master of the King of Hell Palace will personally lead the troops to arrest the culprit. After the investigation, the entire family will be under the King of Hell Palace. The King of Hell Palace will offer a bounty of the same price to this family. Note: the original bounty for Zuoxiao Duo is cancelled. All the assassins were filled with righteous indignation. Not anger towards the King of Hell Palace, but anger towards the person who issued the bounty. After so many days, it had caused an unusually heavy number of casualties. It's time, but you ran away. What a fucking thing this was. The entire underground world was in complete chaos. No one suspected that the King of Hell Palace was faking it, because this kind of faking was an irreparable loss for the King of Hell Palace. The loss of reputation alone was unbearable. All the assassins left messages one after another. Find them, count me in on the hunt. You must find them and join the hunt. I can't get that bounty, so I'll take this one. The crowd was agitated. At this time, Qin Fangyang also knew that Zuoxiao Duo had returned to Fenghai City. Since he knew that Zuoxiao Duo was safe, he instantly lost interest in hunting these people. He, who was riddled with wounds, found a secret place and began to heal his wounds. He was going to go to the Hidden Dragon High School to check on Zuoxiao Duo at dawn. After making sure that Zuoxiao Duo was fine, he was going to leave. However, when the sun rose in the morning, he took out his phone to check the time and found a message from Zuoxiao Duo. Teacher Qin, where are you? Qin Fangyang immediately replied, I'll call you in 2 hours. Zuoxiao Duo replied, okay. Qin Fangyang immediately came out of his hiding place and left the Starlight Mountains as fast as lightning. He didn't even turn his head. After receiving Qin Fangyang's reply, Zuoxiao Duo immediately felt relieved. He felt that he had a backbone to support him. Then he would wait for Teacher Qin's news. Zuoxiao Duo's trust in Qin Fangyang not only exceeded when Xingtian, but also almost caught up with Hu Ruoyun. When Xingtian was still likely to consider problems from the perspective of the academy and the overall situation. However, Zuoxiao Duo firmly believed that Teacher Qin would only consider problems from his own standpoint. This was the fundamental difference between the two of them. The reason why he trusted Teacher Hu was also the same. While Zuoxiao Duo was waiting for Qin Fangyang, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Xiaolong was panting heavily as he moved an earth vein back to the cave. He was just chased out to work yesterday. In less than a day and a night he actually came back with a ley line. Wasn't his efficiency too high? How can you be so fast? Zuoxiao Duo was a little in disbelief. Xiaolong was so tired that he was out of breath. While panting he gestured and explained. It turned out that this guy had divided a ley line into 5 parts and then took out 1/5 of it. Every day he would move about the same amount. One ley line would be taken out for 4 days, leaving 1/5 behind to maintain the original landscape. It was not a big deal. In this way, it wouldn't cause any big changes when he took out the other ley lines. This way he could deal with it faster. Zuoxiao Duo agreed that this idea was very correct. A small stream flowed slowly was the absolute truth. It was much more reliable than building a tall building all at once. Xiaolong saw the Jade Astral Souls powder that was like a small mountain at a glance. He was immediately energized. He started to work again and he was in high spirits. This time, the amount of Jade Astral Souls powder collected was almost twice as much as the total amount of Jade Astral Souls powder collected before. It was really worth being happy about. Overnight, the space in the Tower of Annihilation changed greatly. The ley line was originally very short. But now, the highest point was already dozens of meters high. It was long and winding and it seemed to have a bit of an atmosphere. However, the matter of changing the ley line in the space was not as simple as Zuoxiao Duo thought. Xiaolong had been busy since he came back. He was busy until Qin Fangyang called, but he was still busy. He was so busy that he was overjoyed. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialist. Zuoxiao Duo would not accompany him. After all, Zuoxiao Duo knew nothing about how to do these things. He could only let Xiaolong do it on his own. It was fine as long as he couldn't swallow the thing inside. Xiaolong repeatedly said that he couldn't do it. It was just a virtual shadow. He couldn't swallow it even if he wanted to. At this moment, Qin Fangyang called. His voice was as calm as ever. What's the matter? His voice was calm and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. However, Zuoxiao Duo could still hear the hidden happiness and relief in Qin Fangyang's voice. I miss you, Teacher Qin. Zuoxiao Duo hurriedly laughed. Nonsense. Why do you miss an old man like me? Qin Fangyang rebuked angrily. However, he couldn't hide the indescribable comfort in his heart. In order to hide his emotions, Qin Fangyang coughed and said angrily, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Is your skin too tight and you need to be taught a lesson? Zuoxiao Duo chuckled. Teacher Qin, your voice is so light. It seems like you're really itching for a beating? Qin Fangyang was impatient. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. All right. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly said, don't hang up, please don't hang up. The thing is, there's something I can't make up my mind about. Other than you, I really don't feel at ease asking anyone else. Qin Fangyang snorted. The cold tone he tried to put on melted instantly. He asked with concern, what's the matter? Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated. Where are you now? It's best to talk about it in person. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. It was naturally better to talk about this matter in person. It could also force Qin Fangyang to eat some of it. With such good meat and such a great bargain, it was naturally best to take care of his own people first. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment, then said, I'm almost at Fenghai. Almost at Fenghai? Zhou Xiaoduo, who heard the news on the other side of the phone, immediately shouted excitedly. Then he heard this brat roaring and shouting as if he was doing somersaults on the other side of the phone. He was extremely excited? Teacher Qin, you must have been at the Starlight Mountain Range before, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said happily, I knew it. I was wanted and I was being hunted down. You definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. Qin Fangyang felt that his heart was getting warmer and warmer. However, he said coldly, before your old principal died, he told me to keep an eye on you bastards. If it were me, I wouldn't even bother to move. Tsundra. Teacher Qin was Tsundra again. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes happily. Chapter 635. Zhou Xiaoduo cursed in his heart, but he still felt like his heart was about to explode from happiness. Come quickly, I'll send you the location. I'll prepare the food and wine. I have the best food and wine waiting for you. I'll call Li Chenglong to come back. Qin Fangyang only felt the thick ice in his heart melting layer by layer. For a moment he felt a sense of loss. He couldn't help but smile and say, okay. Teacher Qin put down his phone and looked at the sky. And it was 8:30 in the morning. Lunch would be a good time. Qin Fangyang found a lakeside and looked at his face and the wounds on his body while facing the quiet lake water. He calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the lake to clean himself up. Then he went ashore and carefully treated all the wounds on his body. He tried his best to make it as inconspicuous as possible. He drank 4 bottles of the life origin water that he was reluctant to drink before. He wasn't stingy with the pills that could restore his cultivation and blood. He swallowed several of them. After another round of meditation, he was full of energy again. Then he found a clean set of clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. He even changed his boots. Then he took out a pair of razors and carefully shaved off the messy beard that he hadn't shaved for several months, revealing his handsome face. He even trimmed his hair in front of the water. His whole person looked like a brand new person with extraordinary vigor. A snow-white shirt and a neat outer garment. This kind of formality made Qin Fangyang feel a little uncomfortable and flustered. But he still held it in. After all, he was going to Hidden Dragon High School to visit his own student. She had to give the child face, so she had to do it. This time he was Zhou Xiaoduo's martial arts teacher. He came to Hidden Dragon High School. He represented not only himself, but the entire Phoenix City's second high school. Yuanyue Li Changjiang Hu Ruoyun Luo Lai Jiangzhangbin and Phoenix City. He represented everyone's face. Qin Fangyang realized that his mentality was a little abnormal. He was a little excited and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Then he covered his chest and said softly, "Are you happy? I'll go see the children. I'll tell you the details after you've finished reading. The child hasn't forgotten us." He stood there quietly for a moment before taking a step forward. He flew towards Fenghai City at lightning speed. His figure was like a wisp of smoke, moving faster and faster. Qin Fangyang forced himself to calm down, but he couldn't control the fact that his speed was getting faster and faster. He also couldn't control the urgency and even the burning feeling in his heart. My child. The child I raised with all my heart. Although it has only been 6 or 7 months, how much have you all grown? Zhou Xiaoduo was also overjoyed. He felt like his heart was about to explode. He ran back and forth in the courtyard twice and even ran to Granny Shi's courtyard. He jumped twice and announced, "Granny Shi, my teacher Qin is coming to see me." Grandma Shi was in the middle of sorting vegetables. Hearing this, she straightened her back and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Teacher Qin? Looking at how excited you are, you must be my teacher, right? Be careful not to make your teacher Wen jealous." Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and scratched his head. "Since your teacher is coming to see you, you have to tell your teacher Wen." Grandma Shi reminded him, This kind of communication between teachers is the best thing to do. Your teacher one will definitely come. Zuo Duo suddenly understood and said, "Okay. Prepare more food and wine tonight. There will probably be a lot of people for tonight's meal." Grandma Sure reminded him. Okay. Zuo Duo nodded. Then he skipped all the way back to his room and called Wen Xingtian to inform him of this matter. Then Zuo Duo excitedly went out to buy vegetables. Although there were many good things in the ring, Zuo Duo still felt that it wasn't enough. Especially there weren't enough vegetables that were qualified. Zuo Duo left a trail of dust and went to first-grade firmament. Yes, he was going there to buy vegetables. Now that he had a mountain of gold, of course he could be willful with money. Compared to Zuo Duo's joy, Wen Xingtian immediately became serious. Wen Xingtian had heard the name Qin Fangyang so many times that his ears grew calluses. He didn't know how many times he had heard it from Zuo Duo and Li Chenglong. In Wen Xingtian's opinion, at least one point was worth affirming and there was no doubt about it. Although he was very confident and he had done his best to teach students, at least in Zuo Duo and Li Chenglong's hearts, Qin Fangyang's position was still unshakable. He could never replace Qin Fangyang's position in the hearts of these two geniuses. To put it bluntly, if he and Qin Fangyang were to meet with death at the same time, Zuo Duo and Li Chenglong would only save Qin Fangyang first. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level, it was because of their deep friendship. It was this understanding that made Wen Xingtian very curious. This Qin Fangyang, what kind of person was he? How could his charisma be so great? Therefore he had already checked Qin Fangyang's information many times. Qin Fangyang probably couldn't remember many small things, but Wen Xingtian knew. The more he checked, the more he admired him. The more he checked, the more he appreciated him. An absolute man, an absolute man, an absolute warrior, an absolute lover, and an absolute good teacher. A teacher who could burn his own legacy for the sake of his students. It would be strange if such a teacher couldn't obtain the sincerity of his own students. Now that Qin Fangyang was here, Wen Xingtian thought more than Zuo Duo. Wasn't this a test for him? Wasn't this a test for the Hidden Dragon Realm? This matter could be said to be very small, but it could also be said to be very big. If the Hidden Dragon Realm didn't pay much attention to it, after Qin Fangyang left, Zuo Duo and Li Chenglong would at least hold a grudge against him even if they didn't cause any trouble. Wen Xingtian immediately informed Yi Changqing about this matter. Yi Changqing also felt that the Hidden Dragon Realm couldn't be weak. Then he told Xiang Quangren about this matter. Xiang Quangren felt that this was an opportunity. He straightforwardly said that he would bring Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to attend the ceremony. Then Vice Principal Gao also said that he was about to be transferred away. He had already handed over all his work. At this last moment, if he could strengthen the Hidden Dragon Realm's reputation, he wouldn't pass on his responsibility. Vice Principal Cheng had already returned to the Hidden Dragon Realm. Although he hadn't returned to his original position, he had already started to participate in the school's management. He also said that he wanted to drink a few cups of wine. Zuo Duo and Li Chenglong had helped a lot in the Cheng family's affairs. Vice Principal Cheng had long wanted to thank them in person, so he wanted to take this opportunity to thank Qin Fangyang face to face. After all, they were his students. As for the other vice principals, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and Vice Principal Lu had already been relieved of their duties. They were even locked up. The people from Shangjing were on their way here. When they arrived, they would be escorted back. These three wouldn't come. However, the other vice principal, the already disabled Vice Principal Lu, was given a strict order by Yi Changqing. He must come. In Yi Changqing's opinion, Vice Principal Lu was the glory of the Hidden Dragon Realm. In order to protect his students, he had become disabled for life. It was to show the spirit of the Hidden Dragon Realm. Although Vice Principal Lu was disabled, if he didn't come, Yi Changqing would feel a little weak when facing Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was willing to burn his soul for his students. Who in the Hidden Dragon Realm could do that? Vice Principal Zhan, the father of teacher Zhan Xiaofei, said that he had to drink this wine. There were also 3 vice principals who didn't have much of a presence. One was in charge of logistics, one was in charge of cultural theory, and the last one was in charge of miscellaneous affairs. They had also received Yi Changqing's notice. However, the 3 of them were used to not having much of a presence. They politely declined and said that they wouldn't join in the fun. We're in the Hidden Dragon Realm for our retirement. If we go, we'll only lose face. We won't go and embarrass ourselves. Yi Changqing said that he understood. The 3 of them had long been focused on their retirement. They weren't young anymore. There was no room for improvement in their cultivation. They were only a few decades away from the end of their lifespans. Even if they didn't have any desires, they were close. Zhang Xiaofei strongly expressed that he had to go this time. He had to go. No matter what, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were brought to the Hidden Dragon Realm by him. He had to drink this wine. He had to go even if he didn't want to. Vice Principal Zhan directly scolded him away. You're going to drink too? We're going to share the same table? You want to be on equal footing with me? Teacher Zhang Xiaofei covered his face and left. He was still unwilling. In short. In total, those who were prepared to attend the banquet from the Hidden Dragon Realm were Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Lu, Vice Principal Xiang, Vice Principal Cheng, Vice Principal Zhan, Vice Principal Gao. There were also 2 juniors, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. In addition, Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo. Of course, there was one person who couldn't be ignored. That was Grandma Shi. However, Grandma Shi wasn't someone who was invited by Yi Changqing. She had long been listed as the top guest of Zhou Xiaoduo's banquet. Her position was even higher than Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. It could be said that if all the people at the Hidden Dragon Realm were to be caught in one fell swoop, the Hidden Dragon Realm would never be able to recover from this setback. There would be no future to speak of. It was also very possible that the Hidden Dragon Realm would collapse like ice. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing were both preparing themselves. Especially Wen Xingtian, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Zhou Xiaoduo rarely treated people. He didn't understand at all what Qin Fangyang's visit meant. Perhaps after knowing the considerations of both sides, he would laugh in his heart and think that Qin Fangyang was making a big fuss over nothing. But these matters, whether it was Qin Fangyang, Yi Changqing or Wen Xingtian, they all knew about it. Moreover, they paid attention to it and cared about it very much. In the end, it was just one word. Shame. The good children that I painstakingly trained have come to your side. How have you taught them? These 2 children in my hands are the seeds of peerless geniuses. Under my education, they didn't let down their aptitude at all. In my hands, they already have the potential to soar into the sky. Now that they're in your hands, what have you done? What are the abilities of you bunch of teachers? Can I rest assured and hand my children over to you? The Hidden Dragon Realm, from top to bottom, is ready for battle. Chapter 636. In this meeting. Even if Qin Fangyang casually said something bad or showed the slightest dissatisfaction, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist would feel embarrassed and lose face for the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist. Being despised by the student's first teacher, everyone would feel a burning sensation on their faces and it would not feel good. How could Yi Changqing and the others not be cautious? If it were the other 2 students, perhaps they would not take it so seriously. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were different. Yi Changqing and the others firmly believed that if these 2 children did not die prematurely due to bad luck, as long as they grew up, they would definitely be recorded in the textbooks in the future. They would definitely be immortal legends in the future. At that time, whether it was Qin Fangyang, He Yuanyue, Yi Changqing or Wen Xingtian, they would all be recorded in the history books together. This was something that could be expected. If they were recorded in the history books, Yi Changqing felt that even if he died at that time, he would not be able to rest in peace. The image in the history books. Therefore this was a big matter, 11 o'clock in the morning. Qin Fangyang's tall and straight figure appeared at the entrance of the villa. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been waiting for so long, cheered and rushed forward. He did not care about Qin Fangyang's strict, "Be more steady. What are you doing?" reprimanded him and directly rushed forward to hug him, laughing and jumping. "Ah! Teacher Qin, when you left, I thought you wouldn't care about us anymore." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed loudly at first, then his eyes turned red. The words that followed actually sounded a little aggrieved. Thinking back to when Qin Fangyang decided to leave, he felt sad. Qin Fangyang's heart was surging with emotions. "I won't care about you anymore. How can I not care? These are the children that I poured my heart and soul into. How can I not care about them? After being away for so long, the ones that I can't let go of the most are you little ones. Especially this frisky monkey in front of him who was kicked by him like a shuttlecock in Phoenix City Second High School." Qin Fangyang's eyes instantly turned red. She gently stroked Zhou Xiaoduo's head and said softly, All right, let's go in first." Countless memories of the past flooded his mind. Many things of the past suddenly surged into his mind, rising and falling. The peaches and plums of the spring breeze under the heavens are carved with a jade brush for 10,000 years. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's comment to He Yuanyue. Now Chanshan. The child was still safe. Did you see that? Li Chenglong, who had already taken a leave of absence because of this matter, also rushed up like a tiger. Teacher Qin woo woo woo. Swollen was so happy that he shed tears. It's so good to see you again. What are you crying for? What a good for nothing. Qin Fangyang frowned. Go in. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, one on the left and one on the right, pulled Qin Fangyang into the villa. I've already brewed your favorite tea. The three of them disappeared at the entrance of the villa. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Grandma Sher had a rare smile on her face. She recognized Qin Fangyang. I didn't expect Qin Fangyang, one of the top 10 desperados, to be so loved and respected by the students. Not bad. Yi Changqing and the others could not come now. They had to leave some time for them to meet and greet the students. If they came too early now, it would only appear that they were too deliberate. Principal Yi and the others still had a good grasp of this. Not bad, you can actually live in a standalone villa. Qin Fangyang was very surprised by this. He did not hide it and directly asked. Teacher Qin, you're so handsome today. Qin Fangyang felt uncomfortable under the gaze of Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. He said angrily with a fierce face, what are you looking at? What? Can't I wear good clothes as a teacher? That's not it. The main thing is that Teacher Qin is really handsome today. You're a proper middle-aged handsome man. And also unprecedentedly formal. Even when he was working as a teacher, Qin Fangyang did not dress so formally. It was unprecedented. His hair was neat and tidy and his face was clean. Then he wore a snow-white shirt with the kind of wrinkles that had just been opened, paired with a well-ironed blue gown, and a pair of brand-new black, shiny high-end leather shoes that could almost be used as a mirror. Everything showed Qin Fangyang's seriousness. And TSK. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong sniffed around Qin Fangyang. When they saw Qin Fangyang just now, they smelled a faint fragrance. Qin Fangyang actually used perfume. Yes, it should be a men's perfume. Teacher Qin's perfume is so high-end. Li Chenglong praised. A man's perfume should be so faint. It's useless if it's a little light, but it's a little thick, it's a little tacky. Teacher Qin is indeed knowledgeable and has good taste. Go away. You two brats, do you know what a man's taste is? Qin Fangyang's face turned red. He slapped Li Chenglong 3 meters away. Teacher Qin was really a little embarrassed now. Fuck, if I didn't do it for the two of you, would I have to dress so formally and seriously? If I dress so formally, I'm afraid that the last time I dressed like this was decades ago when I was with Qian. After fooling around for a while, the three of them sat down to drink tea. Many years have passed since we parted in Feng City, we've worn away in the mortal world. Today we meet again and you're fine, and they talked about the past in detail. Qin Fangyang's face was full of rare smiles. He quietly listened to Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong talk about what happened after they parted. They started from the Central Plains Longhu list. They talked about everything big and small all the way. At this moment, Qin Fangyang played the role of the most qualified listener. From time to time he would ask, what happened after that? To help the two of them talk. They talked from 11:10 to 12 o'clock. Then the three of them had a simple meal. Well, actually, they were still talking. They talked as they ate. After they finished eating, they continued to talk. They talked all the way until 1:30. Finally, they came to an end. Qin Fangyang listened with a smile. He listened to the two of them talk about the mountain and the dust, but he didn't expose them. Li Chenglong went to class reluctantly. The reason was that when Qin Fangyang heard the last sentence, he said with a smile, Xiaoduo, I have something to talk to you about in a while. Li Chenglong had always been an understanding person. Teacher Qin must have something important to say this time. Since he didn't say it in front of him, then he shouldn't ask. Seeing Li Chenglong leave, Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, actually, there's no need to hide this matter from Swollen. It's just that the benefits are too great. If it's not necessary, I don't want to get him involved. Qin Fangyang said clearly, your consideration isn't wrong at all. Young people are hot-blooded and loyal. They are often willing to share any secret with their friends. Even if they think that they are hiding something from their brothers, they would feel guilty. But what I want to tell you is, the loyalty of young people is unreliable. They are too hot-blooded and too impulsive. Especially when huge benefits are involved, it's too easy for them to lose their composure. So, before we go through life and death together, before our friendship is verified by life and death and benefits, don't share all your secrets. If you fall out with each other, it will be a lifetime of pain. There was pain in Qin Fangyang's eyes that he didn't want to recall. Back then, when he went out with Qian and those three classmates, did he not treat them as brothers and friends because he was young? But when huge benefits were involved, the young and inexperienced at that time couldn't hold back. There are too many regrets in my life, all because I trusted too easily. Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. Xiaoduo, let me tell you something. You must remember it. Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully, please tell me. Sometimes, when it's appropriate to hide something, it's not because you let your friends down but because you don't want to lose them. Everyone has secrets that they can't let others know. That's a normal life and a normal relationship with friends. Zhou Xiaoduo listened thoughtfully. That sentence really made him think about it for a long time. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, I know that you are close and close. Then do you have any secrets that you can't let Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing and the others know? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned and said, there is. Qin Fangyang continued to ask, do they have secrets that they can't tell you? Zhou Xiaoduo was startled once again and said, of course there are. Qin Fangyang said meaningfully, then are you close? Zhou Xiaoduo understood. Yes. Qin Fangyang patted him on the shoulder. That's why it's normal. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Those words had a big impact on him. Because just now, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that if he talked to Teacher Qin like that and asked Li Chenglong to leave, wouldn't he be letting his brother down? This kind of thought really made him feel uncomfortable. And Qin Fangyang obviously saw this, so he deliberately said those words to dispel the negative feelings in his heart. Because Qin Fangyang knew that children of this age were very easy to conquer. They would have the thought, am I letting my brother down by doing this? And once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Especially when their brother showed some dissatisfaction at a certain time, they would have the thought of making up for what happened before. Once this thought arose, they would often do something like, brother, do you know I didn't let you know about what happened last time? How could I? After saying that, they would feel happy, thinking that they had opened their hearts to their brother. But they didn't expect that this was an extremely childish behavior. Because often after doing this they would lose this friend. At least, the friendship they had accumulated in the past would be difficult to continue. And all secrets could not be kept. Young people were new to the world. They lacked the basic experience and had not gone through many tests. Friendship at this time was the best and purest state, but it was also the most vulnerable and dangerous state. Qin Fangyang felt that he needed to teach them this lesson. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo's thoughtful and enlightened look, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but smile amiably. If all the young people in the world could understand this, then the tragedy of Chanshan and I might not happen again. Now, can you tell me what you can't make up your mind about? Qin Fangyang chuckled. Chapter 637. Here's the thing. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I got some things by accident and there are a lot of them. These things are extremely beneficial to martial artists' cultivation. But I can't make up my mind on how to deal with these things. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoduo took out a large piece of meat. Teacher Qin, this is for you. Qin Fangyang was a martial arts expert. Regardless of cultivation or experience, he was an experienced martial artist. Although he had just entered the God-reigning realm, he had experienced hundreds of battles. His insight and experience were far beyond that of ordinary God-reigning cultivators. As soon as he touched this piece of king-level demon beast meat, he could feel the vigorous and pure spiritual energy within it. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. This is too valuable. Qin Fangyang's expression changed. The large piece of meat in his hand was at least 200 kilograms. How could he accept it? Accepting such a large gift rashly was beyond the scope of teacher-student friendship. What was Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation level? How did he get such a high-end item? Teacher Qin, I have to tell you this seriously. This thing. I have tens of thousands of kilograms. Tens of thousands of kilograms? Qin Fangyang was stunned. It's a coincidence. Someone else killed it and didn't want it, so I picked up a bargain. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed mischievously. He looked around and said sneakily, picked up a bargain. Qin Fangyang sighed. You really dared to pick up such a bargain? Looks like this person knows you, and your friendship is not ordinary, right? If it's a stranger, why don't you try picking up this bargain? Believe it or not, this person can easily take your life. But this kid's luck is really good. Zhou Xiaoduo said in distress. The reason why I gave you these is because after a person eats about 100 kilograms or after eating a few times, the body will get used to it, or it will develop a resistance to it, and it can no longer increase its cultivation level. Otherwise, I would have given you a few thousand kilograms. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned. He deeply felt that he had given too little. Hearing this, Qin Fangyang pondered for a while. Looking at the meat in front of him, he said, The meat of demonic beasts does have this characteristic. The fundamental reason is that demonic beasts are fundamentally different from human beings because of their meridians and cultivation system. After they absorb the energy of heaven and earth, they don't have the systematic digestion and cultivation like human beings. No matter how many treasures they eat or how many other demonic beasts they eat, they store all the energy in their own bodies. This is also the fundamental reason why the bodies of demonic beasts are much stronger than those of human cultivators of the same level. If you still don't understand, let's make another example. A cloud transformation realm demonic beast usually hunts nascent soul transformation realm and primal core realm star beast. And this cloud transformation realm demonic beast has to eat a few meals a day. It has to eat a lot of star beasts a day. And according to the human understanding of spiritual energy, all the star beasts that it ate contained a large amount of spiritual energy in their bodies. Am I right? Zuoxiao Duo nodded. Yes, you are right. And this cloud transformation realm demonic beast needs dozens of years before it can reach the God reigning realm. The longer it takes, the more it needs to train. During this period of time, the food it eats are those star beasts. If the energy in its body is gathered together, it will be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more than this cloud transformation realm demonic beast. Do you understand? Of course I do. But this cloud transformation realm demonic beast didn't explode after eating so much energy, and its body couldn't absorb so much energy at all. So where did all the energy go? A considerable part of it is excreted by the movement of feces, and the most essential part is hidden in the blood, flesh, and bones of the cloud transformation realm demonic beast. So where many star beasts live, treasures of heaven and earth are easy to grow. People say that treasures of heaven and earth must be guarded by powerful star beasts, but it is wrong. The order should be reversed. First, there are powerful star beasts and then there are treasures of heaven and earth. Because this place is full of energy. Qin Fangyang said, do you understand now? Yes. For ordinary people, one bite of this meat that contains such a large amount of spiritual energy will make their body explode. It will be like eating a bomb or even more powerful than a bomb. A bomb can blow up the human body but it can't blow up the meridians. But this meat targets the blood vessels and meridians of the whole body first. If the body can't bear it, it will collapse and explode. Qin Fangyang said, and this kind of meat is a rare tonic for warriors who have reached a certain level. However, just like how cloud transformation realm demonic beasts eat those star beasts as food, their cultivation base may increase rapidly when they eat the star beast for the first or second time, but as they eat more and more of this kind of demonic beast meat, their body composition will naturally increase with the addition of this kind of spiritual energy. When its body is saturated with this kind of spiritual energy, this kind of meat will no longer have any effect on it. This is the most basic principle. Qin Fangyang looked at the 200 kilograms of king centipede meat in front of him and said with a smile, since you said you have a lot, then I have no reason to refuse if you give it to me. But I have hunted demonic beasts for so many years and have eaten a lot of demonic beast meat. So, although I haven't eaten this kind of king-level demonic beast meat, the most I can bear is 70 to 80 kilograms at most, and that's when I reach the saturation point. So, I will take half of your 200 kilograms. 100 kilograms is the most I am willing to accept. He cut the meat into two halves, put one half into his space ring, and handed the other half back to Zuoxiao Duo. Zuoxiao Duo hesitated and didn't take it. Qin Fangyang smiled, I won't let go of this kind of opportunity to increase my strength. You said you have a lot. If I don't accept it, then I will be unreasonable. Zuoxiao Duo secretly curled his lips. You are talking as if you are not unreasonable. Qin Fangyang continued, but accepting it is one thing, but eating more is a waste. This kind of spiritual meat can make a martial artist grow quickly. If we eat it after we have enough energy, it will really be a waste of God's gift. Zuoxiao Duo took it back with relief and said, but this meat is my headache now. Qin Fangyang frowned. What do you mean? Zuoxiao's eyes were a little conflicted. I have about 80 kilograms of this kind of king-level spiritual meat. Zuoxiao Duo took out a few more pieces, each weighing 100 kilograms and said, Mr. Qin, please help me pass these to Mr. Mu, Mr. Luo Lai, Mr. Hu Ruoyun, Principal Li Changjiang, Mr. Qiu Yunshang, Sister Lan, Director Jiang Zhangbin, General Sun Baijiang, Sun Fengho, and others. Zuoxiao Duo took out 1,000 kilograms in one breath. Everyone who had helped him in the past had a share. Back then, everyone had sacrificed a lot for him and Yen Mao's soul-washing phoenix vein. Now that he had the ability, of course he had to repay them. And those seniors who sacrificed themselves in the phoenix pulse spirit. I've prepared some money, a total of 100 million. When you go back you can share it with them. Also, thank them for me. If there are any martial artists or children in the family who have good aptitude and can withstand the spiritual energy, I've prepared 2,000 kilograms of meat. You can also share it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, I really want to do more, but with my current ability this is all I can do. I hope that in the future I can continue to repay their kindness in the battle to the death. The corner of Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched when he saw this. Are you treating me as a delivery man? This kid was so generous this time. He did not let down everyone's painstaking efforts. Just this act of repaying a debt of gratitude was enough to make him feel gratified. Especially when he still remembered that those who sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse spirit could compensate their families at all times. It made Qin Fangyang feel a boiling heat in his heart. Because this was his conscience. Other than that, Qin Fangyang felt helpless. Since he had left that place he did not want to feel sad because of the scenery. That city where Chanshan spent her whole life. Almost every place had Chanshan's footprints and her breath, but this guy just had to give him such a job as a delivery man that he could not refuse. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? However, on the surface, it was just 1,000 kilograms of meat, but in fact, it was sending those people's martial arts future into his hands. This was really... He had to go. Qin Fangyang could only sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo sneakily looked at Qin Fangyang's expression. When he saw that he had agreed, he actually rolled his eyes and took out another 500 kilograms. Since Teacher Qin has promised to make this trip, then a guest should not bother two hosts. Give this 200 kilograms to my sister. She's at Shangjing's Nine Heavens Pavilion now. I'll give you her number later. Cough cough. Since you're going to Shangjing, then Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu are also there. Give this 200 kilograms to them. With their cultivation, I reckon that each of them can only take 100 kilograms. There will still be a lot left, just treat it as a sumptuous meal. If I give more, I'm afraid that those two will be stuffed to death. You don't know, those two even drink bath water. Qin Fangyang took it with a speechless face. He did not even have time to sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo said, there's also Li Zhangming from Dragon Soul High School and Yu Moyan. Teacher Qin, since you have nothing to do, aren't you here to visit us? You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let's go over and take a look. You don't have to work now and travel all over the world, but traveling everywhere is still traveling. While we're at it, 50 kilograms each. Qin Fangyang's forehead was filled with black lines and he was speechless. After calculating it himself he said dejectedly, Hu Ruoyun and the rest are in Phoenix City, Long Yuxing is in Shangjing, Sun Bai is in Sun Moon Pass, Mu Yanyan is in Kunlun Taoism, Qiu Yunshang is in Zizai Taoism, Yu Moyan is in Guangdong, Li Zhangming is in Dragon Soul. Students with Xiaoduo. How big is the Astral Souls continent? How big is the work that you've arranged for me? You plan to let me travel around the entire continent. Zhou Xiaoduo said carefully, how about I give you travel expenses? I'm very convenient now, 2 sleeves of gold. Get lost. Qin Fangyang scolded angrily but finally agreed. After calculating the next itinerary, he could not help but sigh. According to the route, he drew a circle on the map and marked each point. It was exactly a circle. It was really fucking round. Even a compass could not draw such a circle. Moreover, the people that he wanted to avoid, this kid did not leave out a single one. They were all included. If he walked this circle, he would not be able to finish it in a month. All right. Qin Fangyang sighed. I have a hard life. I came to see my student, and then my student arranged for me to do the delivery work for millions of miles. This was really a delivery. Because even if he had a spatial ring, even if it was the meat of a king-level demonic beast, the effect would inevitably be greatly reduced if it was stored for too long. Qin Fangyang could already foresee the hard work he would have to do in the coming month. I really owe you. Qin Fangyang knocked on Zhou Xiaoduo's head 3 times in a row. 3 meat bumps could be seen with the naked eye. On the bald head, it was especially eye-catching, just like a 3-headed dragon. Zhou Xiaoduo almost burst into tears. It was too painful. Now I know what your problem is. Qin Fangyang's expression became serious. He said, you have tens of thousands of pounds of this meat in your hands. It can be used to upgrade martial artists. At the very least, it can help lower-level martial artists to upgrade a lot. You won't be able to use it all and the follow-up will be a problem. Even if you consume it with your close friends, you still won't be able to consume so much. If you don't take it out, it will only be a waste to keep it in your hands. But if you give it out for free, you can't bear to do it. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that I can't bear to do it, but I should say that you feel like you're losing out, right? Zhou Xiaoduo drooped his head and said, "Yes, don't you think my thinking is very selfish? Requesting votes. Seems like I can't finish it." Chapter 638. Not selfish at all. Qin Fangyang corrected. This is what any normal person would think. You Zhou Xiaoduo are not a savior. You are not an emperor or a prince. You are not a heavenly king or a marshal. You are not a teacher or a principal. You are just an individual. You don't have so many responsibilities to bear. So, you are absolutely right to think this way. Qin Fangyang said with certainty. Do you understand? If you can have such troubles, it proves that we didn't teach you for nothing. Because you have no obligation to take these things out. Even if others pay a price to exchange with you, you have no reason to do so. This is not selfishness. It is because you are not in a certain position. Saint bitches all hope that others will donate all their property to help the poor. But saint bitches rarely take out a single cent, because saint bitches don't deserve to have wealth. They only need to look at other people's wealth, drool and say strange things. Qin Fangyang chuckled. Now, you have tens of thousands of kilograms of spiritual meat. You don't want to donate it, but it is a waste to keep it. It is a pity to let it spoil for nothing. Under such circumstances, there are a few choices. Qin Fangyang considered. One of the choices is to use it to develop your own team. Well, in other words, who do you think will be your team in the future in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School? Or who do you think will be your team in the future? Or your future comrades? Make a small investment. This is not a free gift. They have to use things or wealth to exchange for it. But this is still a huge favor. I believe it will be of great benefit to you. As for how to choose and how to trade, you have to consider it yourself. I won't say more. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered. The other choice is that you can take out a part of it and give it to the soldiers in the Sun Moon Pass. But to be honest, the people in the Sun Moon Pass don't lack this thing. It is useless to them. So this choice is dispensable. The reason why I gave you this option is because you have a relationship with the Southern Chief. This matter can be handled through him, and there won't be any future troubles for you. The third option is to look for your headmaster and ask the Hidden Dragon High School to handle this matter in the name of the school. This meat will be used as a reward for students with outstanding results. But the school has to give some compensation. Regardless of wealth, status, or honor, there must be some form of compensation. It must not be given without compensation. This is essential. Zhou Xiaoduo listened quietly and did not respond for a long time. At this moment he was a little confused. Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo had never been a great person, let alone a selfless person. 50,000 kilograms of spiritual meat could be used to increase one's cultivation base. Furthermore, it had been obtained from a rare king-grade astral beast. This was his own wealth. Regardless of where it had come from, it was now Zhou Xiaoduo's private property. There was no doubt about it. Of course, if he took it out, many people would benefit. This was the truth. But why should I take it out? If I were the marshal and the soldiers fought for me, of course I would take it out. If I were a general, my brothers would accompany me in building a career. For the sake of our camaraderie, I would be willing to take it out. If I were an emperor, I would gladly take it out in order to let my generals and soldiers protect the country and strengthen the country. But I'm not the emperor. I don't have any of the above identities. I'm just a student of the Hidden Dragon High School. Then, if I take it out, it will only be for people to say, "Good boy." I think this phrase is too expensive and too cheap at the same time. Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo had such a mentality. But his rationality told him that if he kept it in his hands, he would not be able to use up so many high-quality resources no matter what. In the end, it would only cause most of them to be destroyed and wasted for nothing. Zhou Xiaoduo understood what Qin Fangyang had said. However, there was always some resistance and reluctance in his heart. Team. What team do I have? Do I have to use this to tempt my classmates? As long as you become my subordinate, I will increase your skills and cultivation? Zhou Xiaoduo knew that he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's hesitation. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes, but he was also full of emotion. That's right. Everyone started from this step slowly. From being a young student, to growing up, to graduating, to entering society, to the martial arts world, to the front line. Every step and every stage, one would have a realization of the current situation, the realization of life and the passage of time. But in the student years, in this still simple era, it was the foundation of everything. In this era, the more you gave, the more you would get in the future. Whether it was wealth, resources, or hard work, it was all the same. He knew very well what Zhou Xiaoduo was conflicted about. He also had countless reasons to persuade him. But after thinking for a long time, he came up with a very ordinary and simple reason. Team doesn't mean that you are a subordinate. You have to understand this. Qin Fangyang put one hand on Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and said softly, "Team is a team that will accompany you to conquer the world, to explore the world together, to face dangers together, to face temptations together." I wanted to say brothers, but now you are too far away from that, so I can only say that you are a team. Do you understand this? Zhou Xiaoduo's somewhat confused eyes slowly became clear. He bit his lips and said, "Yes, I understand." "Well, now that this is clear, let's talk about what are resources?" Qin Fangyang was very earnest. It had been a long time since he was a good teacher. Resources, what are resources? Do you think that only 100,000 pounds of meat is a resource? Or only pills, treasures of heaven and earth, jade of astral souls, are resources? Qin Fangyang said softly, "Wrong. Very wrong. Whether it is martial arts, business or politics, the most important resource will always be connections." Connections. Zhou Xiaoduo read slowly, his eyes shining. "You may think that you're giving it away for free, but how many people in this world are really fools? How can they not see the benefits? How can they take it with a clear conscience without any burden?" Qin Fangyang patted his shoulder. "On the path of martial arts, gratitude and hatred are clearly distinguished, and karma is proof. Where there is gain, there must be retribution. This is the most basic way to have peace of mind and a clear mind. The further you go, the higher your cultivation, the less you will owe others karma. Any bit of karma is also a tie. So, you give away some meat that you don't need. It may seem like you are giving it away for free now, but in the future you will reap the karma of the strong. Is it worth it? As for those who are ungrateful, they are destined not to go far. Giving those people benefits. Just treat it as feeding dogs, what's the harm? In any case, when your meat is eventually useless, even if you feed it to the dogs won't care. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses in investment, right? Why can't those narrow-minded and ungrateful people go far? Because there is a sky above your head and a heart in your chest. On the path of martial arts, there is a heart demon. Core, nascent soul, cloud control, and spirit return to mystery. Perhaps these are not very serious, but once you reach the sky soar realm, it is a moat that most martial artists can't cross. Because of the heart demon. Because you owe too much in this life. Only by transcending the mortal world can you talk about sky soar. But if you owe so much karma, how can you transcend? How can you sky soar? Every year, countless experts fly back and forth from all over the world to repay their past karma. Do you know why? They say it is for peace of mind, but in reality, they are seeking a path to sky soar without being troubled by the heart demon. Why are there always some experts who choose to hide all their cultivation before they reach the sky soar realm, mingling with the mortal world and turning into an ordinary person to gain experience? It is all because their state of mind is lacking. On the continent, if 100 returnance experts all stop at the sky soar realm, then only 1 or 2 will be able to pass this tribulation. The others will stop at the sky soar realm for hundreds or thousands of years, and even until their deaths they still can't pass this final hurdle. The first reason is that they owe too much and can't repay it. Do you understand? Qin Fangyang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes that had turned from confusion to clarity, and he couldn't help but smile. I understand. Perfect cultivation, don't let your state of mind be lacking. The so-called, don't get involved in karma, is never just a saying. Qin Fangyang gently stroked Zhou Xiaoduo's head and said in a deep voice, from another perspective, this is also for your own sake. If you let this meat rot and don't take it out, I think in the future it will cause your state of mind to be lacking. You will always be thinking about this matter and won't be able to let it go. And this lack will be a regret that can't be made up for. Because of your selfishness when you were young, you caused tens of thousands of people to lose the opportunity to take a step forward. When you understand more, every time one of these people dies on the battlefield, you will think about it once. If I had given him the king beast meat back then, maybe he would have been stronger today and wouldn't have died. Zhou Xiaoduo's hair stood on end. Because this was a very likely thing. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. When he was explaining these things to Zhou Xiaoduo, Qin Fangyang even felt that his own spirit was also undergoing a transformation with Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. I understand. After I set aside the necessary portion, I will give the rest to Principal Yi and Teacher Wen, and let them distribute and operate it. Qin Fangyang reminded him, remember, it is not free. This is also important, do you understand? If you can take it in name, you must not let it go. At this point, Qin Fangyang suddenly laughed involuntarily and said, if the hidden dragon expert can't even do this, how can he be qualified to be listed as one of the top 3 experts? I'm worrying too much and thinking too much. Zhou Xiaoduo also laughed. However, he felt that Qin Fangyang's laughter was very meaningful and he couldn't understand it at the moment. He didn't know why Qin Fangyang suddenly laughed so wretchedly. However, he didn't know that Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's spiritual power had already been paying attention to this place. Both of them heard every word that Qin Fangyang taught Zhou Xiaoduo and couldn't help but smile bitterly at each other. The title of this chapter has been my motto for so many years. Chapter 639. When Xingtian sighed endlessly. Qin Fangyang has grasped Zhou Xiaoduo's character too accurately, too precisely. This ideological work is simply brainwashing. I'm really ashamed of my inferiority. I don't dare to compare myself to him anymore. Yi Changqing chuckled and said, Teacher Qin's last sentence was clearly meant for us to hear. He's using words to instruct us. If we can't earn some benefits for Zhou Xiaoduo this time, Hidden Dragon High School can be considered done for. This Teacher Qin is really not simple. The so-called not simple. Both Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's cultivation was higher than Qin Fangyang's, and it wasn't just a level higher. This also meant that Qin Fangyang definitely wouldn't notice their arrival. But Qin Fangyang had already guessed. I'm here, Hidden Dragon High School definitely won't remain indifferent. It would be strange if no one was paying attention to this place right now. Of course I'm teaching my students the principles of life, but don't think that I don't know you're here and can eavesdrop without any restraint. If you dare to take my students' things, I'll let your reputation hit the ground the same way you did it. Actually, there's something else. Zhou Xiaoduo said somewhat embarrassedly, this time I've also seized a lot of spatial rings. Qin Fangyang let out a carefree laugh. You can keep the spatial rings you obtained for yourself. The implication was that a little embryonic breath ant like you actually dared to say the word seized. Just you, in a place like the Starlight Mountain Range where experts were as numerous as clouds, even if you were allowed to seize, how many could you seize? Even I didn't manage to seize many, let alone you? There's more than 1,000. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Qin Fangyang was silent. The corner of his mouth twitched for a long time before he said, do as you see fit. The only feeling he had now was that his heart was tired, inexplicably tired. Am I too old? Can't keep up with the times? More than 1,000. What he didn't know was that Zhou Xiaoduo. Well, Li Qinglong hadn't finished cleaning up yet. Once all 1,000 rings were opened and sorted out, there would probably be a few hundred more. Most of the people who had come to the Starlight Mountain Range were extremely vicious characters. Killing and robbing was nothing more than a common occurrence. The number of spatial rings they had snatched from the space rings of these vicious people was definitely not a small number. Qin Fangyang was speechless for a long time. He took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes as he looked at the decorations of the villa. Motherfucker, where was I? I forgot that. It was too shocking. In Yi Changqing's villa. When Xingtian spat out a mouthful of tea, feeling an indescribable sense of schadenfreude in his heart. It felt so good. The dumbfounded look on Qin Haodong's face really makes me happy. If Qin Fangyang hadn't come, he would have been the one to be stunned. After a long while, Qin Fangyang suddenly remembered. Oh right, I have another suggestion for you. What suggestion? With so much king-level demon beast meat, even if it was supplied to the entire Hidden Dragon High School, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough. Do you still remember when you were in the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition? Those teachers who took care of you? That Ancestral Dragon High School Ding Xiulan? That Huayang High School Ma Zhangxi? That Jade Sun High School teacher Luo Yanling? And that Water City High School principal Gu Qianfan who helped you this time? These people all spread the word in this Netherworld King Palace's bounty. Whoever dares to deal with you will suffer their endless pursuit. These are also huge favors. You can't be indifferent. Rather than returning this karmic favor in the future when you're strong enough, it's better to use the king-level demon beast meat now to repay it. This way they can owe you a favor. Karmic reversal. Qin Fangyang said, this is a real network of connections all over the world. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then I'll write a letter to each person later to express my gratitude. I'll still ask Teacher Qin to deliver it. How much do you think is suitable for each family? Qin Fangyang pondered for a moment and said, 3,000 caddies per family. They won't be able to handle it. Zhou Xiaoduo counted with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 15,000 caddies? Yes. Qin Fangyang nodded. Teacher Qin, do you think I should send some to Phoenix City's second high school? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly became generous. Since he decided to send, he might as well send them all. Qin Fangyang was shocked. Please don't. Don't think about it too much. What's the cultivation level of the children in second high school? How can they withstand a king-level spirit beast? If you send the meat over, you will only send them all to the Western Paradise with a mouthful of meat each. Oh, okay. Zhou Xiaoduo readily accepted. Then he asked, Teacher Qin, do you think my parents can eat this kind of meat? Qin Fangyang scratched his head. This you have to be careful too. Anyway, you can leave some for yourself. When you go home you can try it. Didn't you say that barbecuing will consume most of the spirit energy? It should be fine if you eat a little. But please don't eat too much. I understand. Zhou Xiaoduo became very cautious. This matter had to be taken seriously. Although his parents might have been almighty in the past, they had no power now. He couldn't let his 2 pieces of meat eat anything wrong. If that happened, he would never forgive himself. He would use cooking methods to greatly reduce the spirit meat's efficacy. In this way, the large amount of spirit meat was finally distributed. Qin Fangyang took 1,500 caddies and sent them to the families of the martyrs. Huayang High School, Yuesun High School, Ancestral Dragon High School, and Yunduan High School. Water City First High School took 3,000 caddies each, so 20,000 caddies were reduced in an instant. On the other side, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were breathing rapidly. Their hearts ached so much that they couldn't speak. The veins on their foreheads were popping. So much meat was given away by this guy. And it was given to other high school martial artists. This Qin guy is too hateful. He wants the world to be in chaos, and he especially can't stand us Hidden Dragon High School. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing clutched their chests, feeling waves of pain in their hearts. Who said we Hidden Dragon High School can't consume so much? How much is this? Yi Changqing clutched his chest and gasped. We don't need 50,000 to 60,000 caddies. We can consume 50,000 to 600,000 caddies. We're just school students and there are 5,000 of us. 10 caddies per person is 50,000 caddies. 20 caddies per person is 100,000 caddies. This isn't enough. This Qin Fangyang is clearly doing it on purpose. When Xingtian was fuming. Of course, Qin Fangyang was doing it on purpose. On one hand, it was for the good of Zhou Xiaoduo. If he gave it away like this, these principals and teachers would probably owe Zhou Xiaoduo a favor for the rest of their lives. This kind of karma was too great. In this way, it was equivalent to paving the way for Zhou Xiaoduo to a certain extent. Yes, as long as Zhou Xiaoduo didn't make too much of a fuss with this action, he could basically move unimpeded in the Jianghu Emperor country. On the other hand, when Zhou Xiaoduo said that there were more than 1,000 rings, Qin Fangyang felt that he had lost his composure at that moment, and it was even more embarrassing. Although Qin Fangyang couldn't be sure if anyone was eavesdropping, but putting himself in their shoes, if he was a Hidden Dragon High School student, he would definitely come to eavesdrop. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean that they've heard everything about my humiliation and know about it? Yes, if I didn't give you some trouble, would I still keep you around? There was no other reason than to have a clear mind. In this way, when he thought about how the eavesdroppers were furious and heartbroken, he felt an inexplicable feeling. I feel a little good in my heart now. Ha 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 ha. The rings can also be dealt with in this way. The smile on Qin Fangyang's face grew even wider. The spatial rings you obtain from those bounty hunters should all be top-notch goods. Just based on this, if you were to exchange all the things in your hands for cultivation resources, then I'm afraid you'd be able to completely empty out the entire Hidden Dragon High School, turning all the students into paupers. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said guiltily, I didn't think of that. Ah. Qin Fangyang laughed mockingly. He thought to himself, you're like a hungry ghost when you see money. Back then, in order to save some tuition fees, you even made the genius sister into having cerebral palsy. You tricked me so much that I almost took out my salary to help you out. That I really want to believe what you said, but it's a pity that I can't do it. But in the end, he didn't expose him. He only said, the Hidden Dragon High School will definitely deal with this matter properly and beautifully. These words actually touched the hearts of Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. This matter had to be done beautifully. Currently, there were 5,000 students in the Hidden Dragon High School, and not everyone had a spatial ring. Even if they did, the majority of them had spatial rings with extremely small contents. They were only able to store their own weapons and some necessities for cultivation and healing. Their spatial rings were already filled to the brim and there was no excess. It must be known that the rings that Zhou Xiaoduo snatched Not to mention others, which one of the people who once had these rings weren't ruthless people who wanted to rob others at any time? How could a small storage space be used? Therefore, each and every one of them had an extremely large storage space. If Zhuo was willing to contribute it, it would be a huge windfall, a dazzling number. Yi Changqing even thought, if we add the loot from the Hidden Dragon High School this time in the Starry Mountain Range, it should be enough for the students to use. However, this still couldn't be done for free. Whether it was the student involved or the school, they had to pay a certain price. But as for what method to use, this still needed to be considered. It was absolutely impossible to give it away for free, and it couldn't be done. This is a matter for later. At the very least, I have to take out the things in the rings and get rid of them first. Zhuo coughed. Speaking of getting rid of these things, you also need a considerable amount of channels, and you also need time. And you also need a considerable amount of experience. Qin Fangyang knocked on Zhuo's head again and said, I see that you have become stupid after coming to the Hidden Dragon High School. You only need to count the things and keep the things you need. If you don't need them, just give them to the people of the Hidden Dragon High School and let their professionals deal with it for you. You only need to be responsible for collecting the money, right? Chapter 640. The Hidden Dragon High School has received a huge benefit from you this time and owes you a huge favor. What if you don't even help out with this little bit of work? How stingy would you be? If you can't even handle this small matter properly, then I'll really look down on the so-called top 3 in the world. Qin Fangyang was exasperated at his student's failure to live up to his expectations. He was very anxious for his student's IQ. In Yi Changqing's villa, when Xingtian and Yi Changqing were eavesdropping with their divine senses from afar, they felt somewhat restless. You, Qin Fangyang, aren't here to look at your student. You're completely here to trample on the Hidden Dragon High School, right? You throw all the dirty and tiring work to the Hidden Dragon High School, and then you command your own student to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Take the biggest share. Get the biggest benefit. Have the best reputation. Moreover, you don't suffer a single loss. You're really drunk. Yet, the Hidden Dragon High School still had to gladly endure the hardship, enjoy it, and even be proud of it, grateful to the point of shedding tears and engraving it in their hearts. This. What the hell is this? What is this? This is a great thing, a windfall from the heavens that you can't even ask for, an unparalleled opportunity. Where do you go to reason with this? No wonder Zhuo has this kind of character. Yi Changqing sighed somewhat. He looked at Wen Xingtian and sighed, with such a teacher to enlighten him and with a teacher like you to continue his studies, it's hard not to become a miser. Wen Xingtian's face darkened. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Changqing, extremely speechless. Why did you bring me along? Maybe Zhuo's nature is like this, or maybe it's because of his family's teachings. Yi Changqing chuckled. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Think back to when you were staring at the surging ground in the Starlight Mountains and shouting about heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Your 2 eyes were shining. How could he know that Zhuo's love for money and wealth really didn't come from his teacher's teachings? This was his true nature, in addition to his family's teachings. Let's go over early? When Xingtian's face darkened. He did not want to stay with Yi Changqing any longer. It's one thing for this old thing to talk about Qin Fangyang, but to think that he would put me in the same category as him. This is intolerable. If it wasn't for the fact that we're sworn brothers, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat you. Humph. Zhuo said, Mr. Qin, why don't you eat the demonic beast meat now and take the time to cultivate? Anyway, there was still plenty of time. It would probably start at 6 o'clock at night. It's only 2:30. Qin Fangyang hesitated for a moment and said, I just broke through to the royal god realm not long ago, and I do have a lot of space to accommodate it, but will there not be enough time? I'm fine. With a whoosh, Zhuo pulled Qin Fangyang into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. You can cultivate in peace here. Do whatever you need to do. Don't worry. As he spoke, he threw out a large pile of high-grade jade of astral souls. Qin Fangyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I may be poor, but I don't lack cultivation resources. Now that I have the king beast meat, I don't need these. You don't need these? Zhuo was puzzled. The more powerful you are, the less you need these things. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. Let's just talk about your spiritual meat. The effects are different for cultivators of different levels. That is to say, there are certain limitations. For example, if a profound Reem cultivator eats your king beast meat, he might not be able to benefit much. Only profound Reem cultivators who have never eaten astral beast meat before will be able to improve to a certain extent. But for profound understanding cultivators, whether they go out on missions or travel, who know how many of them have eaten astral beast meat? Do you understand now? Therefore, this spiritual flesh of yours is actually quite limited. I only need about 15 kilograms at most now to reach the limit of saturation. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. But it can still improve a lot and save me a lot of effort. It's just that after eating this spiritual meat, there won't be any improvement from eating king beast meat in the future. Unless it's of a higher level, for example, an emperor beast. But, Zhou Xiaoduo understood. So that's how it is. This kind of thing really varies from person to person. Some people will explode after eating it, while others will be indifferent after eating it. It all depends on one's foundation, and there are also limitations like drug resistance. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel disappointed. No wonder those bodyguards didn't fight with me. Motherfucker. It turns out that I really picked up trash. But if I can pick up trash like this every day, I'll still be very happy. Wow. I'm not disappointed. I'm not disappointed. Looking at this space, Qin Fangyang was deep in thought. He said, I've long heard that Principal Yi has one of the few remaining annihilation towers in this world, but I didn't expect him to give it to you so generously. Well, I don't know if it's a blessing or a misfortune that this tower suits you. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and giggled. He lent it to me temporarily. Qin Fangyang snorted and knocked on Zhou Xiaoduo's head a few more times as if he was addicted. He said, Why are you giggling? Anything good that falls into your hands will change. You brat. He saw the ley line as soon as he came in. Qin Fangyang knew clearly about the legend of the Annihilation Tower. After all, he was also a member of the military and had heard the whole story. But because he knew, he naturally felt that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the Annihilation Tower, but he didn't know the source of it. Was it Yi Changqing or Zhou Xiaoduo? It was probably Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo continued to giggle and touch his head. Don't let others know. After me, it's best not to bring anyone into the Annihilation Tower, especially strangers. Qin Fangyang's face became very serious. Teacher Qin, it's okay. Zhou Xiaoduo was still giggling. Qin Fangyang probably knew more about his secret than Li Chenglong or even Zhou Xiaoyan. Moreover, Qin Fangyang had always been tight-lipped. He had never revealed anything. In this world, in terms of trust, other than his parents and Yan Yan Cat, Qin Fangyang was second to none. He was irreplaceable. Zhou Xiaoduo was absolutely assured. No exceptions. Qin Fangyang reminded again. If you meet a supreme divine power that you can trust, remember to modify this tower to the type that can recognize its owner. Otherwise. Qin Fangyang looked at him meaningfully. Xiaoduo. Trust also depends on the specific value. He said this sentence very seriously. Qin Fangyang really had no desires in this world. But he felt that others might not be like him. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, although he was deceitful and had many tricks up his sleeve, it was undeniable that his heart was pure and kind. What Qin Fangyang was most worried about was that someone would pollute or tarnish this purity. And with Zhou Xiaoduo's character, once he was hit by a blow of trust, he would probably go to the extreme. This was what Qin Fangyang was most worried about. He had never forgotten about Zhou Xiaoduo's thorough evaluation of him. Heterodox heart. So this time he kept beating around the bush, reminding him in person and giving him a stern warning. In short, he used all kinds of methods and really put in a lot of effort. Because trust and true love, these two most beautiful emotions in the world, were the most vulnerable to blows. Once they were broken, they would no longer be there and would never be repaired. Qin Fangyang was left to cultivate inside. Zhou Xiaoduo left the Annihilation Tower alone. He held his chin and pondered. If he found someone to modify the Annihilation Tower into the type that recognized its owner. If he really wanted to do this, he had to ask for Principal Ye's permission. Because this was a gift from him to use, he still had the right to take it back. So Zhou Xiaoduo thought about a lot of things. He understood Yi Changqing's meaning. Although Yi Changqing said that he was temporarily letting him use it, in fact it was no different from giving it to him. If Yi Changqing wanted to take it back from Zhou Xiaoduo in the future, would the principal still have any face left? Therefore this point can be confirmed. Although this was the truth on the surface, it was still a temporary loan. He could use it, but if he wanted to make it recognize its owner and completely private, it was not appropriate. Zhou Xiaoduo still understood the ways of the world. Zhou Xiaoduo began to jump over to Grandma Sher's side to flatter her. After all, for tonight's banquet, Zhou Xiaoduo really did not have the experience to take care of everything by himself. But Grandma Sure was an expert in this aspect. Grandma Sure's face was cold as she minded her own business. She did not care about Duo licking her face and wagging his tail to please her. From the beginning, this old lady knew that this was the work that you, little monkey, found for me. But why didn't you say so earlier? You delayed until now to ask for it. What were you doing earlier? Later on, Duo began to beg. Looking at this wronged puppy's watery and cute pleading eyes, Grandma Sure was very merciful. I'll help you. Duo immediately became overjoyed. I knew Grandma Sure was the best. He quickly went forward to massage Grandma Sure's shoulders and helped the old lady to clean up the dishes for dinner. When the whole kitchen was in a mess, he was kicked out by Grandma Sure. Get out. You're causing trouble. Duo slipped out with his tail between his legs. He could not help but jump high. Today there were not many people. Right? Until 5 o'clock, Qin Fangyang still did not come out. But Vice Principal Gao was the first to come with his wife. They even brought a generous gift. Mrs. Gao hugged Duo and said a lot of affectionate words. As for words of gratitude, the couple did not say a word. For this kind of thing, any words of gratitude were so weak. Friendship was not about words, but about how to put it into action in the future. No matter how beautiful the words were, it was not enough to express it. But at this moment, Mrs. Gao looked at Duo as if she was looking at her own son. She could not wait to hug him in her arms and go home. It was really affectionate. In a few days our family will leave. Mrs. Gao held Duo's hand, her eyes red. Duo, you must remember Auntie. If you have time, come to Shui City First High School to visit us. Chapter 641. Vice Principal Gao Zhiyun was filled with emotions. He used to be a member of the Gao family in Shangjing. Today the Gao family in Shangjing no longer existed. Everyone in the family had been imprisoned. Even those who held positions outside were implicated and sent back to Shangjing. Currently, he was the only one left in the Gao family who had escaped the net. If Duo had not gone to his house to take a look at the feng shui and helped him find a way to break out of this predicament, he did not know what would have happened to him. The southern governor has ordered that my family is not allowed to return to Shangjing for 100 years. Vice Principal Gao said, however, I have already made up my mind. I will stay in Shui City for the rest of my life. I will do my best to atone for my mistakes and try my best to make up for it. In the future, other than paying respects to my ancestors, I do not want to return to Shangjing. Gao Zhiyun sighed as he spoke. Shangjing is a very strange place. As the core of the Yanwu Empire's power, there is a special atmosphere in itself. It is a kind of magic that makes one lose oneself and forget one's original intentions. Many clans and forces in Shangjing follow the same path as those in the past. That many families who were on good terms with each other in the beginning gradually became cold and hostile with each other as generations passed. They became competitors and used all means to target each other. This is the magic of power. Power can silently corrode a family until it is full of holes. Many times, it is simply passively pushed forward by others or a big force. It is completely out of one's control. It is very scary. But it is also very enchanting and intoxicating. I can't bear to part with it. So, I don't want to go back to the center of power. Gao Zhiyun said solemnly, I am afraid that after I go back, I will still change and repeat the same mistakes. As for the Gao family disciples who are already in the Hidden Dragon training camp, the previous decision will not change. We will wait for them to finish their training before we go to the battlefield. Gao Zhiyun and his wife looked at each other and saw the sigh in each other's eyes. 300 disciples. After going to the battlefield for 10 years, I'm afraid there won't be more than 50 of them who will be able to survive. However, they had to go. The Gao clan's ancestral home had already been destroyed. Whether or not the glory of their ancestors could be passed down depended on these people. Even if they were all killed on the battlefield, even if they were all wiped out, they wouldn't disgrace the name of the Gao family of generals. A moment later, Vice Principal Cheng also arrived, his murderous aura still lingering around him. Vice Principal Cheng, it seems that you went to serve those snakes again? Vice Principal Gao chuckled. Vice Principal Cheng's skinny face, which was full of scars, revealed a sinister smile. Of course, as long as I'm alive, none of them can die. I want to spend the rest of my life in this purgatory. I'll make them immortal, but I have to take care of myself. Otherwise, how would I be able to accompany them for so long? The deep resentment in his voice caused those who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines, causing them to shudder. But when he thought of what those people had done, he felt that even if the punishment was 10 times crueler, they deserved it. It would not be enough to atone for their past sins. Vice Principal Liu sat in a wheelchair, pushed over by his wife, who was the director of the finance department of Hidden Dragon High Martial School. The couple both had a warm smile on their faces. Swishaoduo looked at Vice Principal Liu's wife and thought of Grandma Shi's appearance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Vice Principal Liu's wife looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful, gentle, and pleasant. But Grandma Shi, who was of the same age, had wrinkled skin and white hair. Her face was full of vicissitudes. Back then, Yu Jiaren's stunning appearance was the best in Hidden Dragon High Martial School that he couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. In this world, things didn't go your way. Then Vice Principal Zhan arrived. Swishaoduo smiled as he brewed tea, busying himself as a competent waiter. He was polite, well-behaved, and cute. He had a simple, honest, and bashful smile on his face. These vice principals didn't have much contact with Swishaoduo in the past. Now that they were close to him, their first impression of him was really good. The vice principals looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Everyone felt that this student was really good. He had delicate features, well-behaved, and sensible. One look and they could tell that he was a good kid. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing hadn't arrived yet, and no one exposed this guy's true colors, they let him act to his heart's content. If Qin Fangyang, who knew him best, was here, he would naturally know that this guy was definitely harboring a bag of thoughts and was ready to take advantage of others. Swishaoduo was busy, attentive. He was all smiles from the beginning. His tea was always filled to the brim. He drank a mouthful and continued to pour more. He waited on the side respectfully and listened to the vice principal's chat. Although he had his own thoughts, Swishaoduo was still very attentive as he listened to the vice principal's chat. These people were all experienced in the martial world. Their words and actions were just right. Even if they were joking, they were full of knowledge. They definitely wouldn't speak carelessly like young people. The atmosphere of the entire conversation was controlled in a very harmonious and comfortable atmosphere. This atmosphere made everyone feel very comfortable. No one would feel that they were left out. If someone didn't say a few words, there would be a topic to talk about immediately. With that person as the center of the conversation, the topic would move on to the next topic without leaving a trace. Swishaoduo only listened. He didn't participate, but he still felt very comfortable. He didn't feel any hypocrisy. Naturally, he didn't feel awkward. It was very harmonious from the beginning to the end. Yes, it was very harmonious. Everyone was familiar with the topic. Swishaoduo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was experience, this was the way of the world. How long would it take for him to be like them, to be able to handle any situation with ease? But was this good or not? 5:40. Swishaoduo found an excuse to go to the bathroom. He went upstairs and entered the Tower of Destruction. He saw that Qin Fangyang had finished cultivating. In the strange space of the Tower of Destruction, Qin Fangyang ate 25 kilograms of Beast King meat in one go. Such a strong supply of spiritual energy had improved his cultivation from the early stage of the God Reigning Realm to the middle stage of the God Reigning Realm. But the Astral Beast meat, even the Beast King level Astral Beast meat, was only so effective for him in this life. As he said, even if he ate 10,000 kilograms of Beast King level Astral Beast meat in the future, it wouldn't be of any use. He would only be able to fill his stomach. However, this time he still managed to advance his cultivation by a large margin. Seeing Qin Fangyang come out, Vice Principal Gao, Vice Principal Cheng, and the others all stood up at once. I had an epiphany just now. I couldn't control the fluctuation of spiritual energy, so I cultivated for a while. I'm sorry. Qin Fangyang apologized right away. His attitude was very sincere. Everyone said that he didn't need to be so polite. Just make yourself at home. They clustered around Qin Fangyang and sat down. Everyone started chatting again. The conversation was even more lively than before. Qin Fangyang was in the position of being the moon surrounded by stars. But he was neither servile nor overbearing. He responded with ease and calmness. Everyone was brought into the conversation, and the atmosphere was harmonious to the extreme. 6 o'clock. When Li Chenglong came back from school, the main event had finally begun. Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and Yi Changqing, these three hidden dragon big shots, entered the door together. After another round of greetings, Swishaoduo's legs and stomach went numb. It was as if they were blowing each other to the heavens. What's more, even Swishaoduo could tell that Wen Xingtian's outfit today was very solemn. It was even more important than Qin Fangyang's outfit. Yi Changqing was in a formal suit. His hair was neatly combed and he looked very elegant. That kind of scholarly temperament was vividly displayed. When people saw him, they couldn't help but feel that Principal Yi was really a good person. This was probably the kind of impression they would get. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Cheng and Zhuoxiao Duo, these 4 juniors naturally became the glorious plate bearers. Yes, they were servants who specialized in carrying plates, pouring wine and pouring tea for the banquet. It was obvious that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were a little nervous. In Xiang Kuangren's words, "We're chatting together and you juniors still want to eat at the table? It's your fortune to be willing to be served by them." From this sentence, it was obvious that this old guy was old-fashioned. Mrs. Gao and Mrs. Liu went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes with Grandma Shi. The big round table was placed on the table. More than a dozen chairs were neatly arranged around it. Yi Changqing was naturally the main host, and Qin Fangyang was naturally the guest of honor. Vice Principal Gao was about to leave Hidden Dragon University to take up the position, so he sat in the position of the deputy guest of honor. Then Xiang Kuangren was the deputy host, and when Xingtian sat next to Qin Fangyang, coughed the third host. Yes, Zhuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong were together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. Vice Principal Cheng was the fourth host, and Vice Principal Liu was the last to sit. The dishes were served like flowing water, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Everyone took their seats and continued to sit upright, chatting and laughing merrily. It wasn't until the 6th dish was served that Yi Changqing laughed and invited Qin Fangyang to eat. Qin Fangyang agreed with a smile. Although his face was still expressionless, he felt honored in his heart. This was already the highest etiquette at the dining table. In formal dining occasions, 1, 2, or even 3 dishes were usually not touched. 1 dish was too lonely, 2 dishes were too few. 3 dishes were exclusive to worship, and they were called celestial dishes. Only when all 4 dishes were served could one move their chopsticks. This was also the so-called congratulations. When it came to the 5th dish, because it was an odd number, one could not move their chopsticks. But when it came to the 6th dish, it was really important. Eat together, brothers, eat together. Then it was time to drink. First, Yi Changqing gave a welcoming speech. Everyone drank a cup together and the 7th dish was served. Xiang Kuangren gave a speech, drank another cup and the 8th dish was served. Qin Fangyang returned the toast, and the 10th dish was served. When Xingtian took a cup and the 11th dish was served. The vice principals each took a cup. There were 16 dishes on the table. The kitchen temporarily stopped work, and all the dishes were cut and waiting to be put into the pot. This was the first round of dishes. For such a grand banquet, the dishes had to be served in 3 rounds. The atmosphere at the table became more and more lively, but it was still limited to the strange stories of the martial world, or the memories of the military, etc. This was to find a common topic among everyone. After a long while, after a burst of laughter, Yi Changqing changed the topic to the students. I have to say the results of the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition last time were very surprising. Phoenix City's second high school suddenly emerged and it was strong. It was outstanding and shocked the world and made us look at it in a new light. But when we really understood the teachers of Phoenix City's second high school, there was only admiration for such results and no longer surprise. Because if the students who were taught with such painstaking effort were still not successful, that would be a surprise. Teacher Qin and the teachers of Phoenix City's second high school. Everyone has worked hard. Yi Changqing sighed and raised his cup. If all the teachers in the continent could be like Phoenix City's second high school, a mere UMNO alliance would be nothing. Especially the old principal, He Yuanyue, who has students all over the world, and is worthy of all the teachers' respect. Qin Fangyang's expression froze for a moment, and a trace of extreme pain flashed in his eyes. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Zhuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong were puzzled. Yi Changqing obviously knew about Qin Fangyang's past, but why did he deliberately mention it now? Principal Yi was not the kind of person who would deliberately expose people's scars, so why did he deliberately mention the old principal now? Looking for monthly recommendation and subscription. Chapter 642. Everyone was puzzled. Yi Changqing changed the topic and talked about another matter, speaking of which there's something I've always felt strange. Back then. Who still remembers the legendary white-haired celestial immortal? When Xingtian was moved and said, "Is it the female general with the highest position in the East Army, the white-haired fairy Shan Xiaoru?" "That's right, it's her." Yi Changqing said, there are a lot of things that you don't know. It's a little disrespectful to talk about General Shan. But her story is worth talking about. Qin Fangyang frowned and said, I'd like to hear the details. Back then, the white-haired fairy was a flower in the army. She was beautiful and had a heavenly fragrance. Her hair hadn't turned white yet, and she was a couple with Qi Changxing, the #1 vanguard in the East Army. The two of them agreed that they would get married after defeating the great shaman of the Wind Emperor, and tie the knot forever. That battle was really earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The troops from the left and right advanced at the same time. The left was ambushed by the Umno alliance and was in danger. Qi Changxing immediately led his troops to help, but he met the Wind Emperor. Qi Changxing took the lead and fought Wind Monarch head-on. His corporeal body was shattered by Wind Monarch and his divine soul drifted away. If it wasn't for Deputy General Wei Zhongyuan who risked his life to snatch him back and handed him over to the army to retreat, his divine soul would have perished on the spot and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, after that, Wei Zhongyuan brought his 36 personal guards to stop Wind Monarch's great shamans and they all exploded and died. After Qi Changxing returned, although Commander Dongfang tried his best to save him, he still died. It was that battle that made Commander Dongfang furious and swore to take revenge. He set up layers of traps to kill the Wind Emperor. With 30,000 troops as bait, the two generals conspired and 400,000 elite troops ambushed. The king of Zhuolu held the fort and was determined to kill the Wind Emperor in one fell swoop. After this plan, the Wind Emperor was finally trapped in the formation. The army started to attack. It was also that time that we met the flood which who tore the space from tens of thousands of miles away to help the Wind Emperor. She sent us back to Hidden Dragon. Until today. Yi Changqing sighed faintly. The attack that day, the flood which was in a hurry to save the Wind Emperor. She didn't have the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, you and I would have been turned into dust. How could we have lived for so many days? That battle was ultimately a failure. The Wind Emperor was saved by the flood, but his weapon, the Wind Blade, was defeated. After Qi Changxing's death, Shan Xiaoru, her heart was and her hair turned white overnight. Marshal Dongfang and the king of Zhuolu felt her true feelings and joined hands to go to the Umno alliance when Qi Changxing was buried. They returned the Wind Emperor's weapon as the price and exchanged it for a 10,000-year-old red spider lily from the great witch Dan Kong. They took the red spider lily and buried it with the red spider lily. They also asked the masters of the Tao League to set up the Three Lives reincarnation formation to calm her down. At this point, everyone suddenly thought of something. They quivered and suddenly became alert. Even Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining. He faintly guessed the reason why Yi Changqing talked about this story, but he couldn't believe it. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. At that time we said to calm her down. Because of this, Heavenly King Zhua and Marshal Dongfang didn't have any confidence. They just had to leave some hope. Since then, Shan Xiaoru, with her white hair, fought in the battle for a long time and won the title of White Hair Fairy. Because that fairy-like figure with a head full of white hair has become the East Army's signature. After this, 18 years later, a young man who was only in the inner core realm, disregarded everything and crossed thousands of miles of mountains to find the East Army camp of the Sun Moon Pass. This youth claims to be Thousand-Edged Sword, Qi Changxing. Furthermore, he knows all the old brothers in the army and knows their names. He even knows many secrets that outsiders don't know. After being verified by Marshal Dongfang and the Heavenly King of the Left, as well as repeated investigations by white-haired celestial immortal Shan Xiaoru, we're certain that this person is the reincarnation of Thousand-Edged Sword, Qi Changxing. This sentence was not said by the principals, but by Xiang Chong, who was standing at the side and holding a plate. He blurted it out in shock. Xiang Quangren was furious. He thought that his great-grandson had embarrassed himself by swearing. However, he couldn't lose his temper in front of an important guest. He could only stare at his great-grandson like a knife and kill him over and over again. Fuck you. How dare you swear? You've really embarrassed me. Fuck you. Uneducated. Xiang Chong was as quiet as a cicada in winter. He shivered like a quail in the cold wind. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly shone with unprecedented brilliance. He really didn't know about this matter. This matter had happened too long ago. Although Qin Fangyang had been in the army for many years, he didn't know about this story. However, not knowing wasn't the main point. When Qin Fangyang heard about it, a sudden hope rose in his heart. The hope of meeting his lover again. If they could meet again, the person waiting for him wouldn't be He Yuanyue, but Lu Chanxian. And this young man is also gradually growing. His cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds because he has the complete cultivation memory of Qi Changsheng. Today he has already married the white-haired heavenly fairy Shan Xiaoru, and fulfilled the unfulfilled promise of the past. The husband and wife are working together in the Eastern Army. I believe all of you are familiar with his name. The #1 genius in the East Army. Yi Changqing looked at everyone with a smile. Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian and Qin Fangyang suddenly trembled and blurted out, "Young master of the invincible blade Tai Mingru?" Xiang Kuangren and Wen Xingtian said, "Young master of the invincible blade Tai Mingru?" Qin Fangyang said, "Invincible blade general Tai Mingru?" However, there was no doubt that they were talking about the same person. Yi Changqing smiled and said, "Yes, it's him. Because this matter is extremely secretive and involves the transaction with the Umno Alliance, not many people know about it. Commander Dongfang even issued a gag order. However, the marriage between the white-hair fairy Shan Xiaoru and the young master of the invincible blade Tai Mingru is a matter that is beyond doubt." Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. His face suddenly turned red. For a moment he even felt a little dizzy. He stuttered, "Principal. Principal Yi. What do you mean?" Yi Changqing smiled and said, "Teacher Qin, I heard that after Principal He passed away, there were experts who made arrangements. At least in my opinion. The day when you and your wife reunite is not hopeless." Qin Fangyang grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and his breathing became more rapid. His eyes were red and his Adam's apple moved up and down. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and picked up a glass of wine. He said softly but with extreme gratitude, "Principal Yi, I propose a toast to you." The real meaning of Yi Changqing's words was naturally to comfort Qin Fangyang. However, it also revealed that Yi Changqing had already understood every detail of what happened in Phoenix City back then. Yi Changqing stood up, clinked his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Then he said softly, "We all hope that this will happen. Although there are examples of this before, we can't be sure until it actually happens. But this hope is really big." Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "I understand. I won't give up." As he said that, he took a deep look at Zhou Xiaoduo. His eyes were full of gratitude. Zhou Xiaoduo was looking at Yi Changqing. His eyes were also full of gratitude. Although Qin Fangyang had dressed up for today's meeting, his aura couldn't lie. It was a kind of calm, so calm that it was like a dead silence. Determined to die. Nothing left to live for. However, Yi Changqing's words caused an obvious change in Qin Fangyang's aura. The so-called heart disease must be cured by heart medicine. It wasn't just a saying. If it was just the preparations that Zhou Xiaoduo had mentioned, Qin Fangyang might not have believed it. Even if there was hope, it was extremely slim. However, today Yi Changqing had thrown out a real-life example. He could see it and touch it. It was a real example that existed. The two people involved were still alive. They were in the Dongfang army. They could be found. This was an unparalleled encouragement for Qin Fangyang. For the first time he thought from the bottom of his heart, "I can't die. I have to wait for Qian to come to me. Before she comes to me, I can't die no matter what." This kind of thinking, this kind of willpower to live was a completely different concept from the muddle-headed life he had before. His whole person instantly became alive. To put it bluntly, he was full of vitality. Ever since the old principal passed away, Zhou Xiaoduo was most worried about Qin Fangyang's mentality. Now that he saw such a pitiful change, how could he not be overjoyed and ecstatic? The atmosphere at the dining table changed a lot after this conversation. It was much more harmonious. When Xingtian took the opportunity to speak, he pointed at Zhou Xiaoduo and chuckled. "Teacher Qin, this student of yours is not bad. He has good qualifications and is excellent in all aspects. However, I still want to ask you something. His stubbornness. How did you train him in the past?" When he heard this, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Alarm bells rang in his heart. In that instant he felt a strong sense of malice. Hence, before Qin Fangyang could speak, Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly interjected, "Speaking of Teacher Qin's teachings in the past, Sai, I'm so grateful that I haven't forgotten a single day." He sighed emotionally and said with infinite gratitude, "Teacher Qin treated me with emotion and reason. He never beat or scolded me. He was kind and amiable. He convinced people with reason. He was a model teacher and a role model. He could be a role model for other teachers. That's why I could grow up to be so outstanding. I'm a talent among people. I'm the best choice." As he spoke, he winked at Qin Fangyang. "Teacher Qin, you must cooperate." "Ugh. Li Chenglong couldn't hold it in. He turned around and vomited. All the principals had strange expressions on their faces. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. For a moment there was an awkward silence. Qin Fangyang laughed and said, "This child is smart, kind, honest, and has good qualifications. He can endure hardships and is willing to take risks. He's loyal. However, he has a lot of problems. As for how to train his stubbornness." When Xingqian's eyes shone. "What do you think?" Qin Fangyang coughed and couldn't help but laugh. "My experience is only one word." Chapter 643. When Xingqian understood and asked deliberately, "Which word?" Zhou Xiaoduo coughed repeatedly, his eyes darting everywhere. Qin Fangyang ignored Zhou Xiaoduo's behavior. He held back his laughter and said sternly, "Beat him up." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily again. Qin Fangyang added, "If there are 4 words to describe, it would be, beat him up. I used to beat him up 8 times a day. That seems to be the minimum." Qin Fangyang sighed. "Back in Phoenix City's number 2 high school, this guy was like a shuttlecock. When it was serious, I could kick him from morning till night without letting him touch the ground. After I discovered this, his improvement was especially great. He's almost become a scene in our number 2 high school." "Li Chenglong, is that what you said?" Li Chenglong sighed, "But every time Teacher Qin beat him up, his strength would increase by a notch. Then he would come and beat us up. Sometimes, a few of us even suspect that Zhou has a special physique that can increase his cultivation by taking a beating." Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter and the hall was filled with laughter. Zhou Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong fiercely, gnashing his teeth in exasperation. "Just you wait. Just you wait, just you wait. Let's not talk about whether I have such a physique, but I know you definitely do. Don't worry, swollen, I'll beat you until you fly into the sky." When Xingqian laughed so hard that he spat out his wine and coughed repeatedly, "So that's how it is. It seems that my method is not wrong. It's just that it's too conservative and the strength is still a little too weak." Zhou Xiaoduo's face contorted and he made a final effort. "Teacher Qin, I'm so obedient and cute. How can I be that kind of person? You're actually talking about Li Chenglong, right?" As he spoke, he desperately winked at Qin Fangyang. "Quickly change your words, quickly change your words. Quickly say that you're talking about Li Chenglong. It's him. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it. It's him. If when Xingqian uses the same method, I won't be able to live in the future. I'm going to be beaten to death. It was better to let Teacher Wen beat up Li Chenglong." Li Chenglong shook his head repeatedly. "It wasn't me. It's not me." Qin Fangyang took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Actually, these 2 guys have the same illness. They both feel uncomfortable if they don't get beaten up. But Li Chenglong's symptoms are slightly better. As for Zhou Xiaoduo." After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's the kind that is beyond cure. There's no harm in increasing the dose." When Xingqian laughed heartily, I understand everything now. Since that's the case, then I'll start implementing Teacher Qin's method from now on. Look at Xiaoduo's performance. It's proof that Teacher Qin's method is effective. It's still fresh in my memory. It's deeply engraved in my bones." As he said that, he glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was dumbstruck and looked as if he had lost his parents. His eyes revealed a message, "Kid, just you wait. We'll settle our accounts soon." Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. There was no way he could continue living like this. As the cups clinked, the atmosphere became more and more lively. The first round of dishes was taken away. The second round was served. Then, Grandma Sher and the other female guests began to take their seats. When the second round of dishes was served, Xiang Quangren laughed heartily and said, "Today is really enjoyable. I haven't had such a good drink in a long time. Xiao Chong, Xiao Bing, didn't you have something to discuss with Li Chenglong? Go, you 3 young people go and have fun." This sentence was very interesting. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Chenglong, the 3 young people went to have fun. However, they did not mention Zhou Xiaoduo. This designation was stronger and more conspicuous. Was Zhou Xiaoduo not a young person? This was clearly a differential treatment. Next, Vice Principal Gao ate a few more mouthfuls. After a toast, he was the first to say goodbye. He said that he had something to do and could not wait to leave. It would be too late if he did not leave. Before leaving, he toasted Qin Fangyang 3 more times before leaving with his wife. Everyone tried to persuade him to stay for a while, but Vice Principal Gao was very determined to leave. As for what he had to do, everyone knew in their hearts. Vice Principal Gao also knew in his heart. After all, he was still a suspect. Moreover, he was about to be transferred. After 2 rounds of dishes, he would be an outsider. Moreover, although Xiang Quangren's sentence was directed at Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, it was also a signal to him. Vice Principal Gao, who was no longer blinded by power, understood very well. As for why Vice Principal Xiang asked Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to come, the main purpose was that they would work for a while. Then, when the time was right, he would ask them to leave and act as a prop for them to leave. It was enough to give others a hint. This made Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, who had completely understood their own value, feel very tired. It turned out that the 2 of them were only of this use. 1 sentence and it was over. Little did they know that Xiang Quangren was also depressed in his heart. Ever since we became sworn brothers many years ago, I've always been the one to offend people, whether it's in the military or in school. I fucking became sworn brothers with you guys so that I could do bad things and offend people. What the fuck is this? Xiang Quangren squinted at these people very discontentedly. Although I look like a bandit, I can't be used like this. My heart is actually still very pure. This kind of dirty and tiring work, can't I get someone else next time? Do you really think I'm a tool? Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Lu Qingzhan, and the others did not change their expressions. They directly ignored his gaze and chatted enthusiastically with Qin Fangyang. We didn't see it. What the fuck? Xiang Quangren raised his bowl and drank a big bowl of wine. He frowned and pondered. When looking for wives in the next generation, he must find a few petite ones to improve the family's genes. Otherwise, in the future, his children would definitely be born with a scapegoat like him. But when he thought of the wife that he had just chosen for Xiang Chong, he could not help but drink another bowl of wine. That girl from the Zhan family seems to be even stronger than me. How can this genetic problem be fixed? Sigh. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing did not know what their great-grandfather was thinking. They only saw 2 big eyes rolling around and felt a chill in their hearts. Too fierce. They hurriedly stood up and called Li Chenglong out. At this time there were really no outsiders at the table. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, Vice Headmaster Lu, Vice Headmaster Cheng, Vice Headmaster Zhan, and Grandma Shi. Other than them, there was only Zhou Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was still full of smiles, but his heart was as clear as snow. This bunch of people really did eavesdrop. Vice Headmaster Yi, in your opinion, how should we deal with Zhou Xiaoduo's meat and ring? Qin Fangyang did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He did not ask how they knew. That's because you know. Everyone understood, so there was no need to explain anything about coincidence, cautiousness, or coincidence. What he meant was, you people from Hidden Dragon Academy eavesdropped on my conversation with my students. This was the truth. Cough, 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 cough. Xingtian, you heard this. You say it. Yi Changqing coughed dryly. He looked at Wen Xingtian from the corner of his eyes. You eavesdropped, I didn't. Your students, you say it. Wen Xingtian almost wanted to leave the banquet. I was fucking competing with others on how to be a teacher in charge. You fucking threw me into this shameful accusation of eavesdropping. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unrighteous. While everyone was holding back their laughter, Wen Xingtian cleared his throat and smiled. I'm ashamed to say that Vice Headmaster Yi was idle at home this afternoon. He did not intentionally eavesdrop on Brother Qin and Xiao Duo's conversation. However, he was really too close. His cultivation is too high and there are some things that need to be grasped. Brother Qin, you can understand. It wasn't me. I'm not taking the blame. It was Yi Changqing who eavesdropped. Qin Fangyang held back his laughter. Yes, yes. Vice Headmaster Ye's cultivation is profound. We can't catch up to you. Yi Changqing immediately choked on his anger. Wen Xingtian, you're really something. I let you take the blame, but you turned around and directly sold me out? So you didn't eavesdrop? This is equivalent to 2 armies fighting. I waved my hand at the vanguard and said, you go. Then the vanguard turned around and threw me, the commander, to the enemy. What's there to fight? Wen Xingtian, you're really something. You're really something. You're really something. You Qin Fangyang, I just untied the knot in your heart. You repay me, your great benefactor? You can't catch up? You can't catch up. Do you think we can't tell if you're praising or insulting us? Yi Changqing swore in his heart. Although his face was red, he still had to put on an apologetic expression. However, he still had to put on an expression that was somewhat apologetic. I'm suffocating. I've been framed for so many years, but I've never been so sullen. However, since the words had already been spoken, Wen Xingtian had no choice but to let the cat out of the bag. He no longer had any scruples. he had already offended him. Then he might as well continue. There was not much difference between offending him 10 times and offending him 100 times. After knowing about this, Principal Yi came to me specifically to discuss this matter. When Xingtian's face was not red nor was he out of breath. He ignored Yi Changqing's sharp gaze and said fearlessly, "Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Teacher Qin. I, Wen Xingtian, am not trying to show off." At that time, I told Principal Yi that the students have such intentions, but we must not let them down. At that time, Principal Yi was thinking. Cough cough, let's not talk about that. However, Teacher Qin, don't worry. Our Hidden Dragon High School will never do something as shameless as using the students' wealth as the school's welfare. With me, Wen Xingtian, that despicable Principal Yi. Cough cough cough, that's impossible. Xiang Quangren coughed and took a big gulp of wine. However, he choked and covered his mouth while coughing. Vice Principal Cheng lowered his head and seemed to be studying the drumstick in front of him. Why was it eaten so cleanly? Vice Principal Lu raised his head and looked at the chandelier. The chandelier was so colorful today. Why didn't he notice it before? Vice Principal Zhan looked at Wen Xingtian with eyes full of admiration. You're awesome, Wen Xingtian. Speaking of which, I've never been impressed by you in my life, but today I'm impressed. I'm sincerely impressed. Grandma Sher lowered her head, her shoulders twitching. Vice Principal Lu's and Vice Principal Cheng's wives were smiling, holding hands and studying each other's fingers. Yi Changqing panted and stared at Wen Xingtian murderously. He secretly circulated his luck in his heart. Wen Xingtian, when Qin Fangyang leaves, I'll let you celebrate the new year. Start cleaning and preparing for the meeting. Chapter 644. Yi Changqing was so angry that he became muddled. I was sold out by my little brother today, and I was fucking sold out thoroughly. Not only was I sold out, but I was also covered in shit before selling it. I still have to suffer in silence, suffer losses all the way to the end. There's no one else who can be a boss like me. But at this time he couldn't refute or teach him a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't Teacher Qin Fangyang see him as a joke? Since he had already said the most difficult thing to say, Wen Xingtian became more and more familiar with it, and spoke without thinking. Teacher Qin, what do you think of this plan I suggest? Wen Xingtian took all the credit for Yi Changqing's contribution to himself without holding back. As for what a boss is, isn't a boss used to take the blame? Do you think it's so easy to be a boss? If you don't take the blame for your brothers, why should your brothers recognize you as their boss? This principle is also said everywhere in the world. With this thought, Wen Xingtian suddenly felt that he was in the right. Let's think about it. We'll open all of these resources to the students at 1/10 of the market price. Therefore, we won't keep a single cent of the wealth obtained, and we'll give it all to Xiao Duo. Moreover, we'll publicize this matter in the school, saying that this is a treasure that Zhou Xiaoduo accidentally found in the Starlight Mountain range. Because he's selfless, noble and pure, we decided to sell it cheaply, just to raise everyone's cultivation. On the other hand, we'll try to create a student leader. Wen Xingtian's words made Qin Fangyang's eyes light up. The main reason why we set the price at 1/10 of the market price is not to amass wealth, but once something is obtained without sowing, it's hard to show its value. Therefore, students who are interested must use the corresponding wealth to exchange for it, and can also use credits to exchange. The school will also convert the credits into the corresponding wealth, resources and even money and give it back to Zhou Xiaoduo. Wen Xingtian said in one breath, as for everything else, if it's inconvenient for students Zhou Xiaoduo or if he doesn't have the means to deal with it, our Hidden Dragon High School will take care of it. In short, we won't let students Zhou Xiaoduo suffer. As for the higher tier ones, the school is planning to hold an auction, and the highest bidder will win. As for the rest, if anything unexpected happens, follow this plan. I was the one who proposed this plan. Principal Yi was convinced by me, and now we have reached a consensus. Wen Xingtian spoke frankly and with assurance, speaking with certainty. Especially that sentence, Principal Yi has been convinced by me, it really made people's imagination run wild. Yi Changqing choked on a meatball on the spot. Yi Changqing, who had originally planned to turn his grief and anger into appetite, glared at Wen Xingtian again. You're making it sound like I've done something extremely heinous? Are you done slandering me? Wen Xingtian said apologetically, I'm done slandering you. Principal, you can say whatever you want to say now. As long as you have the ability to slander me back, I absolutely have no objections. Yi Changqing expressed that he was mentally exhausted. You've already said so much. I've already been nailed to the pillar of shame. How can I slander you back? Don't you know that it's hard to take back what's spilled? The more you slander it, the dirtier it gets? When Xingtian, I'll remember you. You must also remember what happened today. In the future, don't blame it on things that don't happen for no reason. When Xingtian said, in addition, our Hidden Dragon High School will award students with Xiao Duo an additional 1 million credits. Teacher Qin, what do you think? Yi Changqing's eyes widened. 1 million credits? We didn't talk about this before. This isn't a small number. No, this is a huge number. However, to Yi Changqing's surprise, Qin Fangyang actually shook his head. Forget about the credit reward. This kid won't be lacking in credits. On the contrary, if possible, it's better to deduct his credits as much as possible. Otherwise, he'll be lying in bed like a salted fish. We need to give him a certain amount of motivation. Xiao Duo looked aggrieved. Teacher Qin, I'm listening right here. Besides, am I that kind of person? Qin Fangyang knew his bad temperament too well. He turned a blind eye to his aggrieved face. He said, if you let him practice by himself, he's indeed more hardworking. But that's because he's afraid of death. Whenever you let him go out to do a mission, you have to whip him out. This guy's personality is really a bit weird. When Xingtian held back his laughter. How weird? Can you be more specific and share it with everyone? Lazy, afraid of death, greedy, stingy. Let's put it this way. It's just that his family background isn't good. If this kid had a high-ranking official as his father, I reckon he would just lie in bed like a salted fish until he died. The most important thing is that this guy lies without blinking. He's good at making up excuses. He's good at acting. As long as it's something he doesn't want to do, he'll make up excuses. If he doesn't cultivate and become an actor, he might even be a best actor or something. The premise is that he's not so lazy. Xiao Duo shouted, Stop. Stop. Teacher Qin, please don't say any more. I still want to save face. Everyone burst into laughter again. However, they really had to look at him in a new light. Because in everyone's opinion, Xiao Duo practiced hard and seriously. Usually he was also full of tricks. Such a person shouldn't be afraid of death or danger, right? However, they neglected the fact that this kid was so hardworking because he was afraid of death and danger. He wanted to avoid these as much as possible. And the best way to avoid danger and death was to surpass it with tyrannical strength. However, no matter how strong his foundation was, no matter how strong he wanted it to be, no matter how strong his accumulation was, he would still be worried that he didn't have enough trump cards. He would only hate that his wallet wasn't thick enough. He would only feel that this world was full of danger. People like us should sleep at home wrapped in blankets. We should practice until we're invincible. Then we can sleep at home wrapped in blankets. This is the safest. When we need a sense of achievement, we can wear godly equipment and go to the newbie village to show off. Isn't that fun too? The simplest and most direct way is to send him out to do more missions. Qin Fangyang coughed and said, the more missions that others can't complete, such as elixirs that can't be found, resources that can't be found, and so on. This kid might be able to bring back a surprise for you. This kind of surprise has happened more than once or twice. Xiao Duo screamed miserably, Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang laughed and said, Okay, let's not talk about it. If we continue, this kid will get angry. I'm scared that he'll hate me. I'm really scared. Xiao Duo became more and more resentful. You've already said everything, okay? What else can I say if I continue? There's nothing wrong with it. If I continue, I guess there's nothing else to say other than praise me. Sure enough, teachers are all pig trotters. To think that I thought you'd be on my side unconditionally and spoil me for life. So it was an illusion. At this point, they had basically finished discussing everything. All that was left was to drink to their heart's content. However, Qin Fangyang remembered something and raised his glass to Yi Changqing. Principal Yi, speaking of which, your generosity is what I admire the most. Yi Changqing was confused. Me? Generosity? He thought about it in his mind. Where did this come from? Qin Fangyang said with a smile, I heard from Xiao Duo that you even lent him a divine item like the Void Extermination Pagoda. Qin Fangyang emphasized the word, lent. Yi Changqing blushed at once. He understood what Qin Fangyang was trying to say. Qin Fangyang had given them a top-grade Astral Soul Jade and made a great contribution to the school. He had even acted as bait for the school, risking his life. Now he had come back to give the school 2 Beast Kings a chance to soar. Then you gave him a useless Void Extermination Pagoda that could only be used as a storage ring. And you even borrowed it. Yi Changqing felt like he had been slapped in the face. For a moment he was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He said with a red face, "What do you mean borrowed? It's just a small toy. I gave it to Xiaoduo to play with. Isn't that right, Xiaoduo?" As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a pleading look in his eyes. "Don't talk about borrowing. I gave it to you. It's for you." Zhou Xiaoduo understood and said, "Principal Yi gave it to me." Qin Fangyang said, Oh, that's why I said Principal Yi is generous." Yi Changqing laughed awkwardly. Qin Fangyang turned to teach Zhou Xiaoduo a lesson. "The Void Extermination Pagoda is a good thing. Since Principal Yi gave it to you, you should hurry up and deal with it. Find an expert to make it recognize you as the owner of the pagoda. Otherwise everyone can go in now. How can I be at ease?" Zhou Xiaoduo nodded obediently. Yes, I'll think of a way." Qin Fangyang said, "That's right. Hurry up and deal with it. You must set it up well. You're such a worrisome child." Zhou Xiaoduo lowered his head and listened to the lecture. When Xingtian rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. Well, Boss Ye's Void Extermination Pagoda was gone from today onwards. Ever since Qin Fangyang knew about the Void Extermination Pagoda and cultivated in it, he immediately sensed the difference in time. Therefore he took advantage of this opportunity to be a thick-skinned fool and help Zhou Xiaoduo ask for it. If Zhou Xiaoduo asked for it himself, firstly he would be too embarrassed to do so. Secondly, he didn't know when he would get it. Since that was the case, he decided to be the bad guy. In fact, from Qin Fangyang's point of view, this was the most important thing for him to do this time. While the secret was still unknown to others, he would destroy it directly. Yi Changqing was of course not a bad person. But Qin Fangyang was determined to help Zhou Xiaoduo get it. If Yi Changqing had pretended to be confused and said that he wanted to lend it to Zhou Xiaoduo, Qin Fangyang would have taken the initiative to ask for it in another way. Zhou Xiaoduo had helped the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School so much. It was just a pagoda, why would he want to lend it to him? So what if he gave it to him? That would make Yi Changqing even more embarrassed. But Qin Fangyang didn't care. Now that he had obtained it so smoothly, Qin Fangyang could finally heave a sigh of relief. Well, it was me, Qin Fangyang, who was shameless. It had nothing to do with Zhou Xiaoduo. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have remembered something. He turned his head and said, "Vice President Liu, the three most important herbs for your recovery are the sun-setting flower, the phantom vine and the soul-tempering vermilion fruit, right?" Chapter 645. Vice Principal Liu sat in his wheelchair and said calmly, "Yes, it's rare for you to keep it in mind." However, Madame Liu became nervous all of a sudden. Women were more sensitive. Why did Zhou Xiaoduo ask about this all of a sudden? She thought about what Qin Fangyang said just now. For example, the elixirs and resources that couldn't be found. This kid might be able to bring back a surprise for her. Could it be? Suddenly she looked nervously at Zhou Xiaoduo's face. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, "What do you still lack?" Yi Changqing suddenly became agitated and said, "Xiaoduo, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Madame Liu's face was filled with grief as she said, "The necessary 17 main ingredients and 36 auxiliary ingredients have all been prepared long ago. However, the three most important ingredients are even more important than the main ingredients. Last year, Big Brother Yi found the Spectre's Vine. He found the sunsetting flower 10 years ago. Only the soul-tempering vermilion fruit is a dream item that can only be found by chance." Madame Liu sighed softly. She watched her husband grow old in a year. There was clearly hope to save him, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find the herbs. This kind of despair, this kind of torment. It wasn't easy for her to not break down after so many years. Soul-tempering vermilion fruit? Zhou Xiaoduo flipped his wrist and two fruits suddenly appeared in his palm. The two black and shiny fruits were shrouded in a layer of solid fog. In the middle, there were specks of starlight, as if there were stars twinkling in the boundless night sky. "Is this it?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked nervously. "This?" Madame Liu continued to speak sadly. "Our family has raised the reward again and again. It has been raised to 5 billion. What?" She suddenly screamed and stared at Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. What? Zhou Xiaoduo also screamed. Obviously, he was shocked when he heard the astronomical reward of 5 billion. "Madame Liu, you should have said so earlier. You only said so after I took it out." Zhou Xiaoduo was filled with resentment. Qin Fangyang and Wen Xingtian could be said to be the two people who knew him the best. At this moment, looking at this kid's lifeless appearance, the two of them couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Yi Changqing's eyes lit up. and he instantly snatched the soul-tempering vermilion fruit from Zhuxiaoduo's hand. This is it. This is it. Sister-in-law quickly put it away. We'll go after the banquet to help old Lu recover. This matter should not be delayed, this matter should not be delayed. Zhuxiaoduo stretched out his hand and was speechless. I've already taken it out. Is there a need to snatch it? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Yet, his heart was bleeding. With a wave of my hand I lost a total of 5 billion. Now 2,000 yuan is enough for an ordinary family to eat for a year, but I lost 5 billion in less than a second. A total of 5 billion. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore. The sadness in Zhuxiaoduo's heart turned into a river, no, an ocean, a vast sea, a sea of stars. In an instant he felt that life had lost its joy. Of course, finding the soul-tempering vermilion fruit would compensate him. This was a matter of course. No matter what, the group of people from Hidden Dragon High School would not do such a thing as robbing a junior. This was for sure. But now, looking at Zhuxiaoduo's expression was really too interesting. Everyone wanted to watch for a while more. They all held back their laughter and ignored him. They only surrounded Vice Principal Lu and asked about his well-being. Old Lu, this is great. Yeah, that's exactly what we're lacking. I have to say, old Lu's luck is really good. This is what it means for a blessed person to not have to worry. Madame Lu's eyes were filled with tears and she kept thanking him. After so many years of waiting, her wish finally came true. At this moment, Madame Lu even felt a little dizzy. Even with her high cultivation at this very moment, her 2 feet felt as if she was stepping on clouds. She felt indescribably weak and powerless. Even when she looked out, everything she saw was a double image. Her body swayed unsteadily. Grandma sure felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly helped Madame Lu, who was already speaking incoherently, to sit down and quickly mixed a bottle of life water to drink. She sat aside and sighed softly. No one understood Madame Lu's hardships better than her. Now the hardships were finally over and the future was bright and smooth. Zhuxiaoduo watched from the side and felt that his heartache was actually dissipating little by little. Heartache for what? Why did I take it out? When I took it out, did I want to use it to exchange for a lot of money and a lot of resources? Of course not. If that's the case, then why do I feel heartache? The expression on Zhuxiaoduo's face slowly relaxed, and there was a lot more smile in his eyes. This bunch of old things are all laughing at me, thinking that I can't tell. But I have to pretend that I've lost my soul. Let's see what you can do. Qin Fangyang, who had been watching him all this time, revealed a smile in his eyes. He was finally relieved. The current Xiao Duo, compared to when he was in Phoenix City, had indeed grown a lot. At that time, in order to save a little bit of tuition fees, he could lie to the heavens. Later, he was exposed and couldn't get off the stage, so he had to apologize at the conference. But now, with 5 billion in front of him, he was actually relieved very quickly. This wasn't because he didn't care about money anymore because he had money. But he had truly experienced that some things were really more important than money. Much more important. In this world, there wasn't only profit. Only when he realized this, could he be considered to have truly grown up. What's more, perhaps Xiao Duo himself didn't realize it, but in reality, he was already walking on a path that was completely different from his original mindset. This path, no matter how crooked it was, would ultimately end in a righteous and upright path. Finally, when Xingtian turned around and looked at Zhuxiao Duo mockingly. "Io Zhuxiao Duo. Look at your heartache. TSK. When Xingtian exclaimed in surprise. The current Zhuxiao Duo. Why was he acting so calm? Although he tried his best to pretend that he was heartbroken. In the eyes of these experienced people, there was no need to pretend. It was just a meaningless act. When Xingtian also felt a sense of relief when he came to a realization in an instant. He also figured out the process of Zhuxiao Duo going from heartache to relief. Yi Changqing and the others also smiled, feeling comforted in their hearts. Patting Zhuxiao's shoulder, Yi Changqing smiled. Not bad. Not bad at all. Life is actually a process of searching. So what are we searching for? We are searching for someone who is worthy of our sacrifice. Birth determines that in this life, we have to work hard for the safety and happiness of our parents. In order to protect them, in order to not let them down, in order to make them proud of us, this is the benchmark of life. If we can find this benchmark, we can't be too bad. That's why the saying goes, filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Yi Changqing said, when you grow up, you start to make friends. But at this point in time, your mind is still immature. There's no need to sacrifice. There's no talk of fighting. is just pure happiness. Until you find your other half in life, you'll have one more burden and one more guardian. People who do the above two things well can be called human. Then, as your cultivation gradually improves, you gradually realize that there are actually many people in this world who are worthy of your sacrifice. For example, friends, brothers, teachers. When you are willing to do something for these people. If you walk down this path, you can be called a master. Yi Changqing looked gratified. You are already doing very well. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head. He muttered, so now I am. Master Zhou? The originally joyous atmosphere in the room was instantly destroyed by this sentence. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this kid always have the ability to turn a serious atmosphere into a mess with just one sentence? Yi Changqing still wanted to give a long lecture, but in the end he choked on his words and rolled his eyes. Haha. When Xingqian then said, I'm sure you'll get your share of the rewards. There are many good things, and just one purifying jade lotus is enough to make up for the value of the soul-tempering vermilion fruit or even more. It's just that that thing is more suitable for girls. Zhou Xiaoduo's interest was immediately piqued. How good is it for girls? Can you tell me the specific effects? When Xingqian was speechless. Speaking of girls, your eyes are like light bulbs. What's going on? Everyone turned their heads, no longer looking at this face that suddenly became enthusiastic when he heard that a girl had a good meal. They continued to chat as if nothing had happened. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head, his eyes shining, but his mind was blank. If that purified jade lotus is eaten by Nian Nian cat. Qin Fangyang sighed. This kid is stupid. Is he really in love? I have to remind him about this, but there are too many people here. That night, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Yi Changqing made an invitation. In 1.5 months, the students of Hidden Dragon High School will go to the front lines. At that time, according to the school's tradition, a parent-teacher conference will be held every year. For Hidden Dragon High School, this is an annual event. If Teacher Qin is interested, you can come and watch the ceremony. Qin Fangyang hesitated for a moment, but still declined tactfully. He only said that it would depend on the situation and that he might not be able to come back. The parent-teacher conference was attended by the students' parents. As a teacher, it wasn't appropriate for him to attend. Hidden Dragon High School's annual parent-teacher conference was a tradition. At that time, all the students' parents would gather. Firstly, it was to encourage the students to go to war. Secondly, from a certain perspective, it was to let the parents accept something step by step. For example, going to war or being injured or being sacrificed. Living in a time of war, this kind of thing had to be accepted and mentally prepared. Although they were still students and the risk factor wasn't great, but this kind of concept had to be instilled. Otherwise, there would definitely be accidents and sacrifices at that time. If it happened abruptly, the parents might not be able to accept such a strong impact. And from now on, Hidden Dragon High School was already seriously preparing for this matter. This was a major event. The annual parent-teacher conference had a name, World's Parents' Hearts. Most of the students' parents had already received the notice. Even those who had a longer journey had already started to move. Zhou Xiaoduo's parents were naturally also invited. Moreover, they were the first to bear the brunt. When Xingqian and Yi Changqing both felt that it was very magical. Such an ordinary couple could actually nurture two geniuses. It was really a miracle. She really wanted to see how this magical couple did it. Chapter 646. Qin Fangyang's arrival and today's meeting made Zhou Xiaoduo's heart calm down a lot. He had always been most worried about Qin Fangyang. And through this meeting, Zhou Xiaoduo was relieved. So he deliberately kept Qin Fangyang for one more day. On the second night, when Qin Fangyang was about to leave, Zhou Xiaoduo gave him a dragon soul ginseng despite Qin Fangyang's refusal. I don't know when I'll be able to see you again, Teacher Qin. I'm just afraid it won't be a good time. You can try to compress a few more times when you're at the peak of the divine reigning realm. When you break through to the returning profound realm, you can immediately take this dragon soul ginseng. You can raise your cultivation to the peak of the returning profound realm in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. This time, I really feel that there are too many experts in this world. It's too dangerous. Zhou Xiaoduo said with sincerity. Qin Fangyang didn't want to accept it and refused it several times. He was so anxious that tears almost flowed down his face. When Qin Fangyang stood outside Fenghai City again, he felt like everything was like a dream. For an entire day,
accompanied by Wen Xingtian, Qin Fangyang toured the entire Hidden Dragon High School. He deeply felt the depth of the Hidden Dragon High School's foundation. Just as he thought, the absolute strength of the upper echelons of the Hidden Dragon High School was not very high. At least, none of them could surpass Qin Fangyang's understanding of their strength. It could even be said that if it weren't for the accident at that time, many of the people teaching in the Hidden Dragon High School would be buried in the front lines of the Sun Moon Pass. But because of their serious injuries, their cultivation path was cut off. They knew that if they stayed in the army, they would become a burden to their comrades. So they chose to leave the army and turn to nurture future talents for the country. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to recover, these people would not return. This was the tradition of the entire astral souls. Those who were disabled and unable to fight, nurture others from the rear. Those who could fight, continue to shed blood on the battlefield. They're all good men. Qin Fangyang praised from the bottom of his heart. Half of his life was spent fighting for the country, and the other half was spent cultivating talents. At this point, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were in the Hidden Dragon High School. Qin Fangyang could be considered to be completely at ease and no longer had any doubts. Before coming here, he really didn't expect to return with such a bountiful harvest. He had prepared a lot of cultivation materials for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong accepted them happily. But as he interacted with them, Qin Fangyang soon found out that the resources the two students were using were far better than what he had given them. This reality was a little awkward. Even though the students were in high spirits in order to save his face, Qin Fangyang still felt uncomfortable in his heart. In the future he must get some good stuff. What he didn't know was that Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's excitement came from their hearts and wasn't fake at all. They really attached great importance to the things Qin Fangyang gave them. Each and every one of them was carefully stored away. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong might keep this kind of goodwill and be reluctant to use it. Every time they saw it, they would feel peace and gratitude in their hearts. The significance of a gift for many people didn't lie in its value, but in its goodwill. This teacher Qin still cares about me, still thinks of me, still misses me, kind of goodwill was already precious enough. The value of the gift itself was secondary or even insignificant. Qin Fangyang was the second person who didn't expect that he would have such an unexpected surprise this time, and it wasn't just one surprise. First of all, his cultivation base, through the one-time consumption of the spiritual meat, could be said to be a one-time astonishing leap. Now, not only did he directly advance to the middle stage of the God-reigning realm, the effect of the king-level demon beast meat was still not used up. He was steadily advancing to the high level of the God-reigning realm. Once he reached the upper stage, he would have to prepare to compress his own true yuan and break through to the returning profound realm. At that time, he would consume the dragon soul ginseng that Zhou Xiaoduo gave him. At the very least, it would increase his pure cultivation by 1,000 years. 1,000 years of pure cultivation was practically enough to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the returning profound realm in a single step. The remaining energy would even be enough for him to complete the compression of his true yuan before he could ascend to the heavens twice. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could ascend to the heavens in a single step. With this foundation, I'll strive to complete the compression breakthrough in half a year and reach the returning profound realm as soon as possible. Qin Fangyang stroked the top-grade astral soul's jade in his bosom. Although he was still reluctant to use it at this juncture, he had to use it first to raise his cultivation base. Just by looking at the Starlight Mountain range this time, I can deduce that the next time this kid causes trouble, even those at the returning profound realm might not be able to handle it. I have to reach the peak of the returning profound realm as soon as possible, or even the Skysoar realm. Qin Fangyang's heart was boiling. As for the second surprise, it was naturally the story that Yi Changqing told him. This anecdote had reignited Qin Fangyang's dead heart. If you can retain your memories and still remember me, then you'll be my Chanshan. Back then, the coin that Xiao Duo made had the power of fortune from the universe cycle. Perhaps it should be similar to the one that Marshal Dongfang made before? Qin Fangyang now had an impulse to rush to the Sun Moon Pass and ask about the details of this story. He wanted to understand every detail of this story. However, Qin Fangyang stroked his spatial ring. It was better to finish this batch of deliveries first before thinking about anything else. First stop, Shangjing. Although Zhou Xiaoduo did not have any special requests, it was better to send something to his sister faster than others. Then he would also visit Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio. Then he would go directly to Guangdong Yumoyan. From Guangdong he would go to the Dragon Soul High Martial School, Li Zhangming. Then he would go to the Kunlun Dao sect and pass by Phoenix City. Then he would set off from Phoenix City, go all the way to the Zizai Dao sect, and then go directly to the Sun Moon Pass. Yes, that's it. Qin Fangyang suddenly had a thought that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Xiaoduo's plan was very complete. This round of deliveries was destined to take a long time. It would basically allow him to completely exhaust the effect of his portion of Beast King meat and convert it all into his foundation. There would also be enough time for him to adapt to his current cultivation strength and consolidate his realm. He would also use this period of buffer to prevent himself from getting hurt in a fight. Because along the way he didn't dare to waste time, so he naturally wouldn't cause any trouble. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoduo had asked him to deliver the packages before Yi Changqing told him the anecdote of the white-haired celestial immortal. That child's deeper hope was that after going through this round and meeting many old friends, he would be in a good mood, no longer dead, and dispel some of his feelings of death, right? This kid really put a lot of thought into this. Qin Fangyang felt a little strange. As a teacher he was arranged by his own student just like that. The arrangement was proper and he had to carry it out meticulously without the slightest bit of carelessness. Next, Zhou Xiaoduo was busy for a whole day. Only then did he completely dismember the Centipede King and Snake King. All the bones, flesh and skin were separated. Other than the small portion that Qin Fangyang had already taken away, Zhou Xiaoduo decided to leave an additional 2,500 kilograms for himself. As for the rest, there was a total of 67,000 caddies left for Wen Xingtian to take away. After obtaining so much king-grade astral beast spirit meat, Wen Xingtian felt like he was floating in the air. This was a full 67,500 kilograms. It was enough for the students of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School to make a qualitative leap. However, for those who were about to break through and were suppressing their cultivation, they had to treat it with extra caution, or eat it with the help of their teachers. Otherwise, if they ate a mouthful of meat while they were still suppressing their cultivation, they would directly break through. That would reduce their chances of accumulating their foundation, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, this meat was not only a problem of how to distribute it, but also a problem of how to consume it. Of course, after all these years at the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, he was already familiar with these matters. However, it was still the first time that so much was given at once. Xiang Quangren suggested that the students who were training and were about to go to the front lines should also participate in this promotion. Yi Changqing agreed readily. The higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School held a meeting to discuss this matter. Not only the students but also the teachers who wanted the meat could also get a portion as long as they paid the corresponding price. After all, there was too much meat this time. Other than the meat, Zhou Xiaoduo also gave out the bones, skulls and snake skin. These were all good goods that were priceless. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could not use them himself, but if he handed them over to the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, they would complement each other. I don't care how you deal with it. I just need to wait for the money or resources. Zhou Xiaoduo was very calm about this. This was because he had the capital to be calm enough. The value of the thousands of centipede pearls dug out from the centipede queen's body was even higher than that of the Lingdua's meat. Especially the 40 fist-sized pearls, they were the treasures of the treasures. Priceless was not enough to describe them. Yes, there were also 9 bowl-sized pearls. They were definitely private items, the kind that he would not tell anyone about. Yes, one of them was given to Qin Fangyang so he could give it to Zhou Xiaonian. Zhou Xiaoduo planned to play with these small pearls for a few days before handing them over to Wen Xingtian and the others to deal with. As for the big pearls, he kept them for himself and waited for the right time to deal with them. As for the 8 biggest pearls, they were all kept for himself. Compared to the centipede pearls, the number of snake pearls taken out was smaller. Only 89 snake pearls were found from the Cobra King. 88 of them were the size of 2 fists and the biggest one was about the size of Zhou Xiaoduo's head. With 90 snake pearls, the Cobra King will be able to transform into a flood dragon and grow a horn. With 95 snake pearls, the Cobra King will be able to grow another horn and 2 claws. With 99 snake pearls, the Cobra King will be able to transform into a flood dragon. From then on, the number of snake pearls will not increase, only the quality. As for this Snake King, it was only one step away from transforming into a dragon. If it could successfully eat the heavenly treasure and increase its cultivation by 1,000 years, it would not only transform into a dragon, it would not be too far away from becoming a dragon, right? The snake pearls and the centipede pearls seemed to have the same function. They were both used to expel poison. However, if one were to look at the details, there would be a huge difference. In addition, Duo had kept 2 valuable Beast King pellets for himself. Duo looked at the pearls rolling back and forth on the ground. They were sparkling, crystal clear and flawless. There was an indescribable fondness in his heart. Suddenly he had an idea. Why don't I play marbles with these? This was the true meaning of high-end, grand and classy. After playing with the pearls for a long time he put them away. At this point the 2 Beast Kings had been dealt with. Next it was time to deal with the spatial rings. Duo and Li Chenglong worked overtime to sort out the spatial rings. However, it still took them a whole week to sort them out. As soon as they were done, Swollen was so tired that he became autistic. I've never seen anyone order people around like this. You're using a person to death. But if a sheep was plucked, wouldn't it be bald? Even if you have medicine and let me drink it for free to recover, but I'm mentally and emotionally exhausted. Swollen wanted to cry more than once or twice that I thought I was dealing with 1,000 spatial rings. In the end, after dealing with all the spatial rings, he realized that he had dealt with 2,864 of them. Duo, you're inhumane. Your actions are infuriating. You're heartless. Li Chenglong roared in grief and indignation. Duo coughed, which was rare. He didn't retort. Instead he looked more or less guilty. Actually, you can't blame me. It's all because of the 3 demons of Huangquan, Tian Wujiang and the other god imperial expert spatial rings. These words were true. Just the spatial rings of the 3 demons of Huangquan alone had taken out more than 300 spatial rings. In Tian Wujiang's ring, there were more than 400 spatial rings. Of course, some of the spatial rings were empty. There was basically nothing valuable in them. However, the workload still increased by hundreds of times out of nowhere. How could Li Chenglong not go crazy? Finally it was done. Li Chenglong weighed his lower body. Instantly his face looked weary. Damn, I've lost 6 pounds. A whole 6 pounds. Yi Chongqing specially sent a logistics teacher to oversee everything. All the things that Duo said he didn't want, this teacher just needed to make a phone call and there would be merchants coming to buy them. When Hidden Dragon High School did this kind of thing, it had already formed a related industrial chain. All these years, all the useless things that they seized were all dealt with in this way. It had already formed a huge customer base. However, after so many years, it was rare to see a shipment as large as Wuxia was. It was so large that it was almost boundless. Even Hidden Dragon High School rarely had records of killing God Imperial Expert. They even had to kill as many as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The owners and managers of the big and small supermarkets were all lining up outside. There were also many owners of specialty stores who came to join in the fun. Heads were moving, forming a huge crowd. It was as if a meeting was being held. And the people who came here all had faces full of excitement. How could they not be happy? How could they not be excited? They could get cheap goods again. Every time they bought goods from Hidden Dragon High School they could make a fortune. They really hoped that there would be days like this every day. There were even people who collected scraps. It could be seen that this customer base covered all aspects. Among them, there was a rare special case of a businessman who directly entered the villa. Those with eyes could tell at a glance that this person was Fenghai's new boss, President Fong. Mr. Fong. Fong Yinhua didn't stand on ceremony at all. He packed up all the women's underwear and took away all the protective clothing that high-grade subhuman experts needed. He also took away 10,000 boxes of high-grade wine and 4,000 kilograms of high-grade tea leaves. However, these were still just a small number. It wasn't enough to reach the apex. After Fong Yinhua left, this logistics teacher dealt with 1.7 billion yuan in cash for Duo in just one afternoon. It didn't involve cultivation materials or heavenly treasures. Just the items in the mortal world were worth this much after the transaction and purchase. Yes, this was the amount after the discount. It could be seen how rich Duo's harvest was this time. It was really shocking and breathtaking. Then there were the medicinal herbs, elixirs and astral soul stones used by cultivators. Duo looked at his phone. Ding dong, large amounts of money were transferred into his account. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't close his mouth. They say that too much money is just a number. But why do I feel so happy when I see these numbers jumping continuously? It took 3 whole days to process the goods. For 3 days and 3 nights, the sound of Duo's phone beeping had never stopped. This logistics teacher's estimation was so accurate that all the merchants could profit from it. However, he wouldn't deal with it cheaply. After 3 days and 3 nights, even this cloud transformation realm teacher collapsed from exhaustion due to the exhaustion of thinking. How could there be so much All the mid-grade Astral Souls Jade and low-grade Astral Souls Jade were taken away by Hidden Dragon High Marshal. That was a total of tens of millions of pieces. The warehouse was filled to the brim. Yes, these tens of millions of pieces of Astral Souls Jade. 99% of them were mid-grade. Low-grade Astral Souls Jade was the absolute minority. This time, the bounty hunters in the Starlight Mountain Range were at the Soul Transformation Realm. How could they have so many low-grade Astral Souls Jade on them? At most, they would have a few pieces of low-grade Astral Souls Jade. However, there weren't many high-grade Astral Souls Jade. There were still many heavenly treasures that Zhuo Duo didn't deal with for the time being. He planned to keep them for missions. Those that were still alive were directly planted near the earth veins of his own Void Extermination Tower. After the transaction was completed, the total amount of cash in Zhuo's account soared and broke through the 5 billion yuan mark. It was as if he had earned it all the way to his grandmother's house. And this was only the part that wasn't worth much. Those that were really valuable would be dealt with later. For example, the King Beast Spirit Meat and the Astral Souls Jade that Hidden Dragon High Marshal took away, that these hadn't been paid for yet. Yes, there were also the 2,700 rings that Hidden Dragon High Marshal took away. They hadn't been paid for either. More than 100 rings with a relatively large space were intercepted by Zhuo Duo. The other precious item that Hidden Dragon High Marshal took away, the martial arts secret manuals that were found in these rings, were also not valued. On one hand, it wasn't easy to value them. On the other hand, Zhuo Duo hadn't thought of what else he could ask for. If he really wanted to value the secret manuals, Hidden Dragon High Marshal might not be able to afford them. Then he could only wait. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but sigh. War was the best way to make money. 2 sleeves of gold was nothing. This time he had gone out to train for less than a month, and the total value of his gains was more than a few 100 billion yuan. He put his hands on his waist and was satisfied. He especially wanted to stand on top of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts building and ask, "Do you know how awesome I am?" He couldn't wait to grab someone and ask, "Do you know how rich I am now?" What's 2 sleeves of gold? I have 2 sleeves of gold. With the money I have now, I can pay the fines for Nyen Nyen Cat until I'm old and die. If someone heard this, they would be full of disdain. With so much money in your hands, you actually didn't think of anything else other than paying the fines. So what if you have 2 sleeves of gold? No one else could have this kind of awareness. Li Chenglong was at the side, holding the 50 kilograms of meat that Zhuo Duo gave him. He was smiling like a 165-kilogram fool. That was great. Really great. With this meat, I can complete the compression until I break through the inner core realm. Then, I can accumulate it until I reach the peak and compress it a few more times. How much time would I save in cultivation? In the first year of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, if not me, who else could it be? Except for Zhuo, if not me, who else could it be? But this meat. Li Chenglong secretly glanced at Zhuo Duo, only to see that bastard looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. What are you looking at? Anyway, I'm going to eat it raw. I'll eat it raw. Li Chenglong hardened his heart, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Without hesitation he bravely moved forward. Although he knew that Zhuo Duo was waiting for him to make a fool of himself eating it raw, Li Chenglong still couldn't bear to waste it. This opportunity was hard to come by. If he ate it this time, he didn't know when the next time would be. And he didn't know if there would be another chance. Of course, he had to maximize the benefits. Eating it raw was fine. Increasing his strength was the most important thing. If not me, who else could it be? I'm coming, wait for me. The next day, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts released internal news. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts first-year Class 1 students Zhuo Duo, during the Starlight Mountain Range trial, discovered 2 king-level demonic beasts fighting each other, and both died. Zhuo Duo brought back the king-level demonic beast meat and entrusted it to the school for the benefit of all the teachers and students. There's no need to say more about the effects of the king-level demonic beast meat. Everyone knows. This is an opportunity for all the teachers and students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts to leap forward. Although students Zhuo Duo is indifferent to fame and fortune, after the school's research, we can't let people do things for free. As martial artists, we should be clear about cause and effect. Therefore, we've made the following decisions. First, the king-level demonic beast meat will be sold at 1/10 of the market price, including but not limited to cash, astral souls, jade, high-grade cultivation resources, etc., all can be used as trading items. Second, all the teachers and students of the school before trading must first consider their own condition and act according to their ability. Be careful not to be unable to control the sudden increase in spiritual source after eating the king-level demonic beast meat, and break through the realm of the meridians. All the class teachers must take good care of the students, and try their best to prevent things like breaking through the foundation of the students. Third, all the profits from this transaction will be transferred back to students Wuxiao Duo. Fourth, I hope that all the teachers and students of the school can understand students Wuxiao's painstaking efforts. Fifth, because students Wuxiao Duo is deeply righteous and indifferent to fame and fortune, the school's rewards and decorations have all been rejected. After the school's research, the school committee has decided to give students Wuxiao Duo a Hidden Dragon High Martial Spirit Medal. From today onwards, he will forever be a role model for the students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Sixth, this is limited to the teachers and students of the school. Each person is limited to one portion. This portion of the king-level demonic beast meat cannot be resold or transferred to others in any way. Violators will be held accountable and expelled from the school. Moreover, the violators' relatives and friends will never be recruited by Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Seventh. There were a lot of conditions. In a flash the students exploded. It wasn't because of the medal given to Wuxiao Duo, but because of the king-level demonic beast meat. Everyone was a martial artist. Naturally, they were clear in their hearts what the king-level demonic beast meat meant. It truly signified a leap in strength. In this world where martial arts were supreme, where the strong were respected, and where there were internal and external troubles and constant wars, a leap in strength was almost equivalent to a life. In a flash, Wuxiao Duo became an absolutely influential figure in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. A treasure that could allow thousands of martial artists to take a big step forward at the same time. Taking it out like this and only charging a tenth of its value, this was simply saying, I'm embarrassed to give it to you for free. If I give it to you for free, you owe me too much karma, so I'll just charge a tenth of it as a gesture. No one owes anyone anything. But how could everyone not know the whole story? This was a huge favor, okay? The other party had a lot of resources, and this kind of meat was indeed not suitable to be stored for a long time. But who didn't want to sell it to? As long as it was a cultivator who wouldn't rush to buy it. Taking 10,000 steps back, so what if the other party put it in their ring and let it rot? Selling it for a tenth of its value. It would be better for it to rot. Why would you care if they dug a hole and buried it? Why would they take it out? Wasn't it for their own good? If they couldn't even understand this point, why would they practice martial arts? Why would they cultivate the Tao? Countless students called their families one after another to apply for resources. Students from poor families who are unable to pay. Students Wuxiao Duo promises that everyone will trade 5 kilograms of spirit meat at half the market price and sign an IOU stating that they will return it within 10 years. Many of the poor students who had been feeling dejected a moment ago had their eyes lit up when they heard this. Originally they were still feeling sorry for themselves, envious, jealous and hateful. But when this condition came out, everyone's gratitude towards Wuxiao Duo skyrocketed, soaring all the way to the point of bursting. They were too moved. Although the price was expensive, and it was not a tenth of the initial price but half. The repayment conditions were too lax. Return it within 10 years. If you couldn't repay this debt 10 years after graduating from Hidden Dragon High School, then how much of a waste would you be? If you were really that much of a waste, then so be it if you couldn't repay the debt. If you don't have a spatial ring or if your spatial ring is less than 1 cubic meter, you can also come to the Academic Affairs office to buy it. Each person is limited to 1 ring, and the price is 1/5 of the market price. Yes, this discount is also provided by students Wuxiao Duo. The entire Hidden Dragon High School once again boiled over. From teachers to students, almost everyone was praising Wuxiao Duo. Wuxiao Duo from today onwards had truly become a star student of Hidden Dragon High School, and had established his position as a student leader. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian and the others watched the scene of the school in full swing, and their hearts were filled with gratification. In the future, everyone at Hidden Dragon High School will be convinced that a person worthy of being a leader is starting to show signs. As long as we nurture him well, Wuxiao Duo will become the future leader of Hidden Dragon High School's graduates, the leader and the soul of the leaders. Yi Changqing smiled with gratification. Although this time, it seems like we're just building momentum for Wuxiao Duo, as long as he can lead this group of students well in the future, our Hidden Dragon High School will benefit even more. In the end, the name of Hidden Dragon High School will be spread. Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Cheng and Vice Principal Lu, who had just recovered, all nodded their heads with glowing faces. Those who had run institutions of higher learning all knew how difficult it was to find a person that everyone was convinced of among so many students. It was almost impossible. But now, such a person had appeared in Hidden Dragon High School. And it wasn't just a sign, it was already close to taking shape. For the future, this was an immeasurably huge event. If so many students, under the leadership of the same person, worked together, thought together, and twisted into a rope, what kind of power would that be? All the principals were filled with wild and fanciful thoughts, and were filled with fascination. At this point, there must be a spoiler. The beautiful future that Vice Principal Yi and the others fantasized about did indeed appear in the future. But at that time they wanted to catch Swixiao Duo and beat the shit out of this bastard, beat him until he peed, and beat him until his snot and tears flowed, and he prostrated himself on the ground. Many years later, there would be a sentence that would spread across the continent. Every time the principals heard it, they would sigh deeply and be speechless. Beauties in the clouds, men in the ancestral dragon, and hooligans in Hidden Dragon High School are everywhere. Well, this is a story for another time. There are too many trivial matters in this chapter, so I might as well not split it into chapters. Please vote. Chapter 647. That by the time the Hidden Dragon High School student finished dealing with the money and transferred it all to Swixiao Duo, Swixiao's account had reached a whopping 100 billion. This situation made Master Zhua, who had always been addicted to money, suddenly feel that he had no goal to strive for. For a moment he was actually at a loss. Damn it, I have too much money. Because this number was just as much as the bank's reserves. This feeling was really terrible. In order to not let himself have this feeling, in order to continue working hard and earning money, Swixiao Duo did something weird. He turned off his phone's notifications. This way I won't know how much money I have, right? Next, I have to hold on to one thought, and that is, no matter how much money I have, it will never be enough. So, continue to work hard and earn money, dog. For the next period of time, Swixiao Duo went back to school, classes, the gravity room, cultivation, compression. This repeated cycle. Of course, he also took out an hour every day to read everyone's fortune and earn some luck points. Yes, he also took out an extra hour or so to beat up Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong and the others. After everyone ate the Beast King meat, their strength increased greatly, and it was still increasing. Therefore, they all became very arrogant. How could they not teach them a lesson and establish their position as the boss? Under Zhuxiao's hard work, the students of Class 1 returned to being humble and cautious in no time. Another change was that the number of people who came to snatch tables from Swixiao Duo at lunchtime had suddenly increased. Snatching tables was not for revenge. Snatching tables had now evolved into the fastest way to get to know each other. Every person who came to snatch a table had to say a word of thanks first. When others snatched tables from Swixiao Duo also snatched tables from others. He quickly defeated all the Year 2 students and began to advance towards the Year 3 students. Soon he reached Class 6. As a new Year 1 student who had just entered the school, he had defeated all the Year 2 students and challenged the Year 3 seniors. Every time he won, he was making history and creating a legend. The only difference was the extent to which this legend could be written, and how far it could go. As Swixiao's battle achievements became more and more glorious, Swixiao's popularity within the Hidden Dragon High School also became better and better. People might be grateful if there were only gifts such as Beast King meat and a spatial ring, but they wouldn't admire or worship him. However, along with his tyrannical and invincible martial strength, he was able to continuously fight and win against those of a higher level. Then everyone had a different feeling. Meng Zhongjun had once said something, and it was almost what all the freshmen were thinking. Originally, I knew that I was a genius. When I was in number 1 middle school in the garrison shop, I was always the champion. After I came to the Hidden Dragon High School, I still had the extravagant hope of being the champion. However, this thought was crushed by Swixiao Duo as soon as I came here. Along the way, I actually started to worship this bitch. Now, I don't know when, but I'm convinced. This sentence caused many people to bitterly smile in agreement. Yes, everyone was a genius, a proud son of heaven. Before coming to the Hidden Dragon High School, who would be convinced of who? 99% of them had the idea that they were number 1 in the world. However, after coming here, they discovered the difference between them and others. There were differences between geniuses, and there were even more geniuses above geniuses. First, they were unconvinced, then they were angry, then they chased after him and worked hard with all their might. However, after all their efforts were fruitless, they could only look up, and constantly look up. Then, this kind of looking up turned into reverence and even admiration. From admiration to complete submission, from complete submission to worship, and from worship. It slowly transformed into another kind of mentality. Although no one was willing to admit this kind of mentality, they still retained their last bit of pride to support it. However, everyone understood. This kind of mentality was called submission. During this time, Li Chenglong would desperately chew raw meat whenever he had the time. He wouldn't stop chewing even if his cheeks hurt. Not only did he not pay for the meat, there was also a lot of it. His cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, every time this guy advanced by leaps and bounds, after every compression he would have a fight with Zhuxiao. He would be beaten up, and his restless spirit energy would be directly beaten up. Then he would continue to eat, continue to compress, continue to fight, continue to be beaten up, and continue to eat. After repeating this cycle, Li Chenglong had only eaten 15 kilograms of king-level astral beast meat before reaching the point where his cultivation could no longer increase. This result made Li Chenglong almost cry out loud. I have a whole 50 kilograms of spirit meat. I thought I could rely on this precious meat to soar all the way to the cloud transformation realm. In the end, my body assimilated so quickly and reached the limit. There was still so much left. Zhuxiao Duo expressed his understanding. No one forced you to eat raw meat. However, Li Chenglong had also reached the point where he could no longer compress. This time, compared to the previous time, he had compressed one more time, reaching 10 times. Finally, it was time to prepare for the breakthrough. On Zhuxiao's side, he was already at the 36th time of compression. He had also reached the limit and could no longer continue. However, Zhuxiao Duo still wanted to continue. It would be best if he could persevere until the 50th time. Therefore, he had been bitterly holding on, desperately smashing his dantian with the sledgehammer. He smashed himself every day until he cried out miserably and bled from his 7 orifices. However, he was still unwilling to give up and continued to smash his sledgehammer. When Xingtian checked his meridians and dantian, other than expressing his speechlessness, he was basically speechless. This is even more solid than the cloud transformation realm. You are still not satisfied. I'd like to see how far you can go with your cultivation. Once a demon wanted to defy the heavens and persevere to the end, the result would be really hard to say. During this period of time outside of the Hidden Dragon High Martial competition, the mainland was shaken and major events happened one after another. It was said that there was a huge battle at the Umno Alliance and hundreds of mountains were destroyed. No one knew what happened, but after a few days, they received the news that the left and right heavenly kings had joined forces to go to the Umno Alliance and fought fiercely. The more specific reason was unknown, but the Umno Alliance was already furious. At the Sun and Moon Pass, the battle was on the verge of breaking out and exploding at any time. As the real instigator, the heavenly king of the right naturally knew that this battle would not happen. The situation was like this. After the flood which rejected the unreasonable request of the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian began to think of a way. He had to think of a way. If he wanted to get those ingredients alone, it would be tantamount to courting death. Finally, after the incident at the Starry Mountain Range was over, the 5 venerables returned. Yu Dongtian's side was fully staffed, so he called the king of Zhuolu. Well, if you have nothing to do, come over quickly. If you have something to do, put it aside first and come over quickly. My uncles will wants you to get something. Aunts will wants to hold a family banquet and lacks some ingredients. She wants you to help her. The king of Zhuolu was confused. Master was lacking ingredients for a family banquet? How was that possible? What could an old man like him lack? Besides, if he lacked ingredients, he could have just come to me. Why did he need Yu Dongtian to pass on the message? Was it because he was shameless? Just tell me what's going on. Nothing much, just tell me if you want to do it or not. If you don't want to do it, I'll reply immediately, Yu Dongtian said. Why didn't my master tell me personally? Isn't it the same if he told me? Do you think I would cheat you? That's very possible. Do you think this is the first day I met you? Forget it then. Since you don't want to do it, I'll tell Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. You still have the nerve to ask me why they didn't come to you. Everyone knows that you're a lazy bastard. The elderly have their pride too. Wouldn't they be sad if you said you were busy? Now you really are busy. You unfilial disciple. Wait, what's the matter? What ingredients are you lacking? Why do you need me to do it personally? The king of Zhuolu did not understand Yu Dongtian's strategy of retreating in order to advance in the future. Yu Dongtian rolled his eyes and held the phone. It's not a big deal. Just some ordinary things. I've been very busy recently. I wanted you to. So I forget it. I'll prepare it myself. Although it's a little difficult, it's just a little troublesome. As for the family banquet, you don't have to go. Anyway, Uncle's Wu didn't invite you. Yes, it's sad to have such a disciple who doesn't do anything. Ordinary things? The king of Zulu was anxious. Who said I don't want to do it? Don't slander me. You really want to do it? Of course. No regrets? No regrets. Forget it. It's not like I can't do it myself. Why should I share half of the credit with you? Let me tell you, Yudong Tian. You have to say it today whether you want to or not. Heavenly King Zhuo was anxious. He was now sure that this was a task that his master had assigned to Yudong Tian. And Yudong Tian was used to pushing the blame to others. The king of Zhuolu felt that his guess was almost 90% accurate. How could he not know Yudong Tian's temper after so many years? However, even if he knew this, the king of Zhuolu had to take the blame. This made him very helpless. This was also the main reason why he had been avoiding this guy for so many years. Nothing good would come out of being with him. This was a fact. Because Yudong Tian had another bad side. He liked to complain. She was speechless. Most of the time, it was Yudong Tian who got into trouble. She had to deal with it with him. She was as tired as a dog. After dealing with it with great difficulty, he turned around and complained, "It wasn't me, it was him." And the worst thing was, Yudong Tian was watched by his master's wife since he was young. This relationship was even closer than his own disciple. If Yudong Tian's wife complained, he would not be able to handle it. Although master and mistress didn't arrange for him to get the ingredients, I told Zhuolu to work with me to get more ingredients to show filial piety to auntie. But this guy just wouldn't go no matter what. That guy is unfilial. Yudong Tian would definitely say something like that. And he would definitely say something like that. He would add oil and sauce to the fire to add insult to injury. If he was sitting at home and the blame fell from the sky, the king of Zhuolu felt that it would be better to make a trip there. Wasn't it just getting some ingredients? Just ingredients. It was not a big deal. Chapter 648. The king of Zhuolu thought to himself, "I'll get more on the way and make your wife happy. That's my filial piety, isn't it? It's not that I don't want to tell you, but Aunt Zhuo is going to prepare these ingredients for your junior brother and junior sister." Yudong Tian said sarcastically, "The requirements are high. I'm afraid you won't dare to go." The king of Zhuolu smiled faintly and said confidently, "Is there any place in this world that I don't dare to go? Even if it's the Umno Alliance's heavenly wizard palace, I dare to go." Yudong Tian slapped his thigh and said, "Then it's settled. Remember to bring your wife and your 8 messengers. I'll call my 5 venerables. Let's go together." The king of Zhuolu's brain almost exploded. Wasn't this lineup and strength too shocking? Sending out such an earth-shattering team just to get ingredients? What ingredients were they getting? Are you serious? What are you going to do? Nothing much. I'm just going to get a few kilograms of fire-water bamboo shoots, hurricane crabs, fire sea abalones. Yudong Tian said casually. In addition to the things that Wu Yuding had asked for, he added a few more on his own. He counted and found that the specialties of the 12 warlocks of the Umno Alliance were all there. After hearing this, the king of Zhuolu's head swelled by at least 3 times. No, I can't do this. I knew a coward like you wouldn't dare to go. Forget it, I'll go myself. I'll get some tonics for your junior brother and junior sister, and I'll flatter them. Haha, or I won't take any disciples in my life. What's the point of having a disciple? I've raised him since he was young, taught him everything, and helped him reach the peak. I've spent so much effort, but in the end, he's unfilial and unfilial." Yudong Tian sneered, "You don't even give him some food. Don't expect him to go through fire and water and expect him to be filial. You should just sit on the heavenly king of the left seat that Uncle Zhuo arranged for you, and sleep with the wife that Aunt Zhuo found for you." "I'm going." The heavenly king of the left was infuriated. "Fine, I'll go. If you dare to go, why wouldn't I dare to go?" On the other side, Yudong Tian was very straightforward. "Then it's settled. See you at the Sun's Moon Pass in a day." Then, without saying another word, he hung up the phone. It was said that the heavenly king of the left held his phone to his ear and was stunned for a long time. "Fuck. I've been tricked again." He slapped his own mouth in frustration. He knew that Yudong Tian was a talkative person, but he provoked him again. "Wife, answer Yudong Tian's calls next time." "Haha. You said that thousands of years ago. I haven't answered any of his calls. I wasn't paying attention. Who would have thought that he would trick me again?" You're talking as if he didn't trick you before. With your IQ, I feel wronged watching you suffer every day. Why did I find someone like you who looks smart but is actually brainless? It's fine as long as you have brains. If I had brains, why would I find you? The next day the king of Zhuolu and his wife arrived with 8 messengers. Yu Dongtian's 5 venerables, heaven, earth, sun, moon and star were all in position. The 16 divine transcendents didn't say a word after they met, but only one word was used: reckless. With such a powerful force, what was there to be afraid of? Yu Dongtian waved his hand in high spirits. We're invincible. Let's go. Whoosh. Together they rushed into the Umno alliance. The first thing you need to do is to deal with the water flame bamboo shoots. So, you went to look for Great Flood Shaman to talk about the Starlight Mountain Range's spatial ruins and stall for time. Your wife went to look for Great Fire Shaman to talk about it and stall for time. As for your wife, she's a woman. She went to the Great Fire Shaman because of his status. He naturally wouldn't meet her alone. Just give me 1 minute. I'll steal. No, I'll collect the water flame bamboo shoots. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star will go to the Sea of Fire and look for the Sea of Fire abalones. This is the first part of the plan. The second part of the plan is for the 8 messengers to go and find Dan Kong, who's not far away. 2 of them will go and deliver a message to Dan Kong. Tell him what we're going to do. The other 6 will go and collect the space lotuses. 1 for each person. Yu Dongtian obviously had a mature plan in mind. Don't worry, now is the time when the 3 continents are working together to explore the ruins. They won't fight. As long as we succeed, we'll retreat immediately. There won't be any future troubles. The king of Zhuolu's face was gloomy as he muttered to himself. Damn it, you mustered so many people to get me here, but it turns out that you're going to be a thief. How did you Dongtian offend my master? This is simply a matter of life and death. Are you sure there won't be a fight? You're going to steal someone else's precious thing. But now that things had come to this, how could he shrink back? Especially under Yu Dongtian's disdainful gaze, the king of Zhuolu couldn't afford to lose face. Who am I afraid of? Let's go then. After the plan was set, they set off immediately. It had to be said that Yu Dongtian's luck was really good. He didn't know if this was the end of his misfortune. The space ruins were about to open, and the flood which said that she would come personally. But the backlash in his body hadn't been completely eliminated, and he would feel weak from time to time. In view of this, the flood which obviously went into seclusion to eliminate this hidden danger before the ruins opened. And this hidden change also caused these people to come to the Umno alliance without encountering the flood witch. After learning this good news, Yu Dongtian became bolder and didn't have any scruples at all. Without the flood, who am I afraid of? So he used his cultivation to control the clouds, and there was a spiritual energy storm for 3 days. Then, like a bandit, he rushed in and picked at least 3 caddies of water fire bamboo shoots. He didn't let go of any bamboo shoots that stuck out. When he came out, he happened to meet the 5 venerables who were being chased by the fire witch couple. The king of Zhuolu's wife was trying her best to resist. Yu Dongtian went directly to steal the time and caught the fire witch couple off guard. Then he took people and ran without stopping. On the way he met up with Zhuolu and rushed to Dan Kong's side. He saved 2 messengers who were almost beaten to death and met up with the 6 who picked the space lotus. The fire witch Dan Kong roared all the way. Flustered and exasperated, he directly mobilized all the troops to encircle and annihilate. The left and right heavenly kings led their subordinates and rushed into the territory of the great ice nether witch, following behind them. The 2 heavenly kings led their men to fight against several great witches. Zhuolu's wife personally took action. She didn't just pick a few ice soul lotus, she directly pulled out 2 ice soul lotuses. The ice hell witch went crazy on the spot. I had 4 in total and half of them were gone. You and I can't live under the same sky. The fire witch couple, Dan Kong and Bing Ming, the 4 great witches joined hands and fought until their eyes turned red. But at this time Yu Dongtian shouted, "Brother, hold on." Then he ran away in a flash, not stopping for even a moment. The fire witch, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, couldn't help but want to laugh. Yu Dongtian actually left his brother and ran away at this moment of life and death. I can laugh at this joke for 3 years. Soon Yu Dongtian rushed back with all his might. Go! So everyone tried their best to break out of the encirclement. Behind Yu Dongtian was the crazy Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his mouth was leaking air. Yu Dongtian, put down my crabs. Son of a bitch. The Wind Emperor, who had always been gentle and elegant, kept swearing. His eyes were blue. This son of a bitch, he actually took away 10 hurricane crabs from the Wind Lake. What a bastard. Then they fought and walked at the same time. They passed by the territories of several great witches one after another that they successfully turned into a superstorm in the whole Umno Alliance. Hundreds of millions of people chased after them. The left and right heavenly kings broke out of the encirclement. The Umno Alliance's army was behind them. Except for the flood which, there were 8 great witches chasing after them and participating in the battle. After this battle, the king of Zwolu suffered internal injuries. He covered his chest and was speechless. There were so many great witches surrounding us, and so many Umno Alliance's experts. How could we be their opponents with so few people? No wonder you Dong Tian didn't dare to come alone, that this was simply courting death. Didn't you fucking swear that there wouldn't be a fight? You wouldn't fight? I almost lost my life there. Finally, Yu Dongtian rushed out with great efforts. Looking at the few senior magi who were still chasing closely behind him, Yu Dongtian stood still in the air, cupped his hands and tried to persuade them. Everyone. Yu Dongtian. Everyone. Peace is precious. Precious my ass. The few senior magi cursed out loud and launched a series of fierce attacks against Yu Dongtian. Yu Dongtian knew how powerful they were, so he ran away immediately. When they finally came back, the left and right heavenly kings and the other 16 super experts had almost broken their legs from running. The Umno Alliance's army behind them was like a tsunami. It was like a swarm of insects in a desert, constantly rolling and surging, increasing in number until it covered the sky and covered the sun. The thousands of miles of defense line at the Sun-Moon Pass couldn't see the sun in an instant. This situation scared General Dongfang. Is this a fucking final battle? It's not that bad, right? Why is there no sign at all? I didn't even see the aura and it's already here. Fuck. Did they dig up the Umno Alliance's ancestral grave? The great heavenly fate array at the Sun-Moon Pass was activated immediately, and the heavenly Tao was activated. The starry sky was inverted, and the awe-inspiring star array appeared. The situation was so urgent that General Dongfang's phone was about to explode from calling for help. Someone come quickly, this is bad. Even the star-plucking emperor's clone rushed over. How did things suddenly change like this? Fortunately, the battle didn't start. However, the 9 great witches felt like their livers were swollen from anger, and their lungs were about to explode. It was the first time they had seen such a shameless thing in so many years. The 9 great witches stood in the air and cursed for 3 whole days. Their curses were endless and the mountains were rumbling. The pine trees were rustling. The echoes were rumbling. It was earth-shattering. It was deafening. Today is Alliance Master Little Chen's birthday. Well, you may not know Little Chen, but I'm the one you're talking about. It's my birthday. I wish Little Chen a happy birthday. Chapter 649. The generals and warriors on the human side were all confused by this scene. It looked like they were really angry? What's wrong? On the other side, the 9 great shamans were all flustered and exasperated. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was graceful and magnanimous. He reprimanded them righteously, saying that the great shamans were making a mountain out of a molehill. The heavenly king of the right expressed that he would not lower himself to their level. He had already agreed with the flood that we were going to do something big together. Yet the 9 of you were cursing and swearing here. You're really ungentlemanly and tarnishing the status of great shamans. If you insist on starting a war, we're not afraid. However, you should go back and discuss with the flood before coming back. However, I guarantee that the flood will beat you up. You don't care about the big picture. You're worse than a 3-year-old child. The 9 great shamans were so angry that their livers were about to explode. Yu Dongtian was the heavenly king of the right after all. Can't you be more shameless? Just you wait. The 9 great shamans really did not dare to start a war right now. They were not lucky enough. If they started a war now, both sides would definitely suffer great losses. The only result of this would be that the Tao League would benefit. After both sides suffered great losses, the Tao League would be able to conquer the 3 continents without any effort. How could the people of the Umno Alliance be willing to accept such an outcome? The 3 sides were in a delicate balance of power now. The Tao League and the Astral Souls were working together to fight against the Umno Alliance. No one dared to break this balance. Although the 3 sides were in a balance of power now, the Umno Alliance was the most powerful one. This was an undeniable fact. It was also because of this that the Tao League and the natives of the Astral Souls were working together to fight against the Umno Alliance. It was also common knowledge that according to the ancient history books, the first continent to return was the Tao Alliance continent. When the Tao Alliance continent had just returned, it had engaged in a fierce battle with the Star Soul continent. The battle had been extremely tragic since the beginning, and this tragic battle had lasted for several years. The Tao League might want to exterminate the astral souls and dominate this land. However, just as the astral souls were about to lose their ability to resist, the Umno Alliance returned from space. The auras of the 12 warlocks were earth-shattering. Their overall power and actual combat power were far above that of the Tao League. Back then, the strength of the Umno Alliance was like the Tao League to the natives of the Astral Souls continent. They dominated the world and fought head-on from the start. Moreover, the first target was the Tao League. In the eyes of the Umno Alliance, the Astral Souls were not even worth mentioning and could be exterminated with a flip of the hand. There was nothing to pay attention to. It wasn't that the Umno Alliance was too arrogant. It was the truth. The great Magus of the Flood Alliance used his twin warhammers to beat the Tao Alliance's experts so badly that they were forced to flee. His aura skyrocketed as he lifted his warhammers and smashed them straight into the divine mountain of the Tao Alliance, smashing straight into the Three Purities Palace. That battle had truly caused the heavens and earth to collapse and the sun and moon to dim. The three Pure One's 7 swords were chased out by the Flood Witch with her hammers. She then smashed the sacred mountain, turning the entire Three Pure One's palace into ruins and smashing the entire sacred mountain into pieces. She stood on the peak of the highest peak of the Tao League with her hammers and shouted to the world, "I'm the world's #1. Who doesn't agree with me?" That day, when the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer appeared for the first time, it shocked the 3 continents. It was also the first time the title of the world's #1 expert appeared. In the truest sense, she was invincible. However, the arrogant Umno Alliance at that time did not know that it was the Flood Witch's earth-shattering battle that not only did she not subdue the 2 continents, but she also saved the Astral Souls continent, which was on the verge of total defeat, from the brink of destruction. How could the Tao League care about exterminating the Astral Souls continent when faced with such a powerful and cruel enemy? The Tao League made an emergency ceasefire and negotiated peace with the Astral Souls continent. They turned their attention to preparing for the Umno Alliance. At that time, the Wizard Alliance had just returned and were bursting with confidence. Each and every one of them had an inflated mentality that was about to explode. The 3 Pure Ones and 7 Swords joined forces with all the remaining experts of the Star Spirit continent to attack the Wizard Alliance. A total of 3,000 top-notch fighters from both sides fought the Flood Witch to the death. On the other side, the 2 sides also joined forces to urgently repair the Sun-Moon Pass. The top-notch fighters met the Flood Witch at the Sorcerer God Mountain. Both sides agreed that if they could fight to a draw, they would establish an alliance. The higher-ups of the 3 continents would not participate in the battle unless it was a decisive battle. They swore in the name of the Tao Ancestor and the Sorcerer Ancestor. At that time, the Flood Witch was at the peak of her power. She was so arrogant that she felt like she could swallow the entire continent with just one mouth. "That's it. I'm invincible. Why should I be afraid of this?" After being provoked, she simply said, "All of you can come at me together." It was also because of this sentence that caused endless trouble in the future. In that battle, there were 3,000 experts from the 2 continents. Among them, 730 of them formed the double 365 heavenly cycle star formation. Just as the battle started, the moment the formation was laid down, they all gathered together and self-destructed. The power of 700 top-notch fighters self-destructing at the same time caused this battle to be filled with sorrow from the very beginning. In the battle at the Sorcerer God Mountain, almost all of the Umno Alliance's fighters below the senior sorcerer level were killed. The 12 senior sorcerers were all severely injured. The Flood Witch held her twin hammers and howled sorrowfully towards the sky. She shouted 3 times, "Despicable! Shameless! Good man!" She just stood on the peak of the mountain and watched the remaining experts from both continents leave the Sorcerer God Mountain. She had the power to kill everyone, but the overall battle was forced to a draw by the 2 continents. It was already a draw. The oath was established. Since ancient times, the most important thing that the Umno Alliance kept in the depths of their souls was the oath. The Flood Witch could not destroy the pride of the Wu people. Therefore, she was bound by the oath and could not attack the remaining enemies. As for the Tao League and the Astral Souls, 3,000 of them went. When they came back, only 93 people were left. But these 93 people were all severely injured. Among them, 17 of them died a few years after their return due to chronic illnesses and old injuries that were difficult to recover from. They passed away one after another. However, it was precisely because of this battle that they successfully established the alliance of the three alliances. During the construction of the Sun-Moon Pass, the 28 experts who did not go to the Umno Alliance, 14 people from the Astral Souls, and 14 people from the Tao League took up 28 positions in the north, south, east, and west. It was the 28 Constellations Defense Formation. Each of them brought 7 of their brothers to the 4 directions of the east, south, west, and north. They formed the 4 Spirits Formation. With the 4 Spirits Formation as the foundation, they built the 28 Constellations Defense Formation. On top of this, they each took their own positions and triggered the response of the constellations, borrowing power from the heavens. The 28 experts and the 7 brothers who were determined to contribute their strength made up a total of 224 top-notch humans. On the same day, they all passed away in their respective positions. They turned their complete bodies, lives, and souls into the power of the 4 spirits. With the combination of human strength and the power of the stars, they turned into the 28 constellations, guarding the border forever. At the right time, everyone used their immortal will and flesh to communicate with the heavens. They used their souls to trigger the power of the 4 spirits. The power of the 28 constellations fell from the heavens and stabilized the defense line in all directions. They became one with the heavens and earth, sharing the breath of the sun and the moon. Unless the heavens and earth were overturned and the sun and moon were destroyed, it could not be destroyed. Until then, the defense line was finally formed. From then on, no matter how the mountains and earth shook, no matter how the world changed, the defense line of the 28 Constellations Defense Formation stood firm and could not be destroyed. As long as it was within its range, even if it was just a rock, it could not be destroyed. They could only fight, attack, and defend. If they wanted to use their power to shake the mountains and pass, it was already impossible. From then on, the Sun-Moon Pass became the true Great Wall of flesh and blood. From that moment onwards, the Tao Alliance and the Star Soul Continent finally had a chance to catch their breaths. The great sacrifice made the future generations blurry and emotional every time they talked about it. From then on, due to the restrictions of the Alliance, the upper echelons of both sides rarely participated in the battle. The restrictions of the Umno Alliance's Grand Magi were especially severe. They could not mobilize more than 3 Grand Magi in a single battle. Once violated, the absolute upper echelons of the Tao League and the Astral Souls would join forces to counterattack. Once a battle of this level started, the souls of the stars and the 28 Constellations Defense Formation would be awakened. They would communicate with the power of the heavens and counterattack. When that time came, due to the restrictions of the Oath and the fact that the Umno Alliance was the first to break the Oath, the Umno Alliance's heavenly Tao could not produce providence to counterattack. The situation would take a turn for the worse and the impact would be too great. It was also from then on that the upper echelons of the Umno Alliance realized that the Tao League and the Astral Souls' previous actions were simply a ploy. It was even a cover-up. They used huge sacrifices and contributions as a medium to turn the battle of survival into a battle of providence. The difference between a battle of survival and a battle of providence was too huge. They were two completely different concepts. However, even if they knew that they had fallen into a trap, what was done could not be undone. What could the Umno Alliance do? Therefore, after so many years, the 3 sides were entangled with each other and fought until today. From this, it could be seen that although the Umno Alliance's combat power was high, when it came to intelligence, it was very weak. Then why were 99% of the combat power of the Sun-Moon Pass from the Astral Souls? The reason was actually very simple. It was because before the final battle between the Astral Souls and the Tao League, the Astral Souls was weak and almost on the decline. The so-called alliance was in an absolute disadvantage, and there was no room for negotiation. Therefore, there was another agreement between the Tao League and the Astral Souls, which was the border of the battle with the Umno Alliance. Before the Astral Souls was destroyed, the humans and the Astral Souls had to be at the front line. The Tao League was at the second line. Although this was an extremely unfair agreement, the Astral Souls could not resist at all. They did not even have the right to object. They could only accept it. After that, the Astral Souls experienced a long period of darkness. Later on, in the next few decades, more than 10 young geniuses appeared out of nowhere, and all of them spared no expense in increasing their combat power to the point where they could hold their own. In the end, the Sky Surveyor throne and the Emperor Zhai Xing stood out, and the 2 of them rose to power miraculously, like the sun and moon hanging in the sky. As soon as their wings were fully developed, they rushed to the Tao League's 3 Pristine's palace and changed the agreement. If you don't change it, then we'll go our separate ways. You play your game and we play ours. We'll all die together. After that, the Sky Inspecting Throne challenged the Flood Great Shaman by himself. For that battle, the Sky Surveyor Throne specially forged a Sky Surveyor sword to counter the Flood Witch's 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Although the Sky Surveyor Throne lost in the end, the Flood Witch did not have it easy either. She was the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. The Sky Surveyor Throne's shocking battle established his immortal reputation. At the same time, the Emperor Zhai Xing challenged the Tao League's Thunder Taoist, and it was said that the two of them fought to a draw. Since then, the era of the Minister and the Emperor began. The two great experts shook the world and intimidated the Shaman and Tao Leagues. With their absolute strength, they raised the status of the humans in the Astral Souls continent. That was how the situation was turned around. Well, actually, it was just that they were strong and their words had more weight. The strong were respected, and the bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. That was why everyone lived in peace for so many years. It was like a silent agreement. If you don't send the Flood, we won't touch the Minister and the Emperor, and the Tao League won't send the Thunder Taoist. For many years, this kind of battle between absolute upper echelons was extremely rare. Even if it happened once in a while, it was only limited to the friction between 1 or 2 people, and it was harmless. However, about 20 years ago, the demon star suddenly moved and the weather changed drastically. On that day, the sky darkened and there was a torrential rain. And the torrential rain was a rain of blood, a rain that was like blood. Within the range of the 3 continents, it rained blood for a day and a night. After the rain of blood, the image of the heavenly court appeared in the sky. It was like a mirage, but it was so clear that it was almost within reach. Since then, the corpses of the ancient demon clan that had been sleeping underground suddenly erupted with demonic energy, and it was only then that demon emperor-level demonic beasts appeared on the continents. Before that, the highest level among the star beasts was demon king level. The 3 continents combined all the signs and quickly came to a conclusion. The Demon Alliance continent was about to return. Faced with this conclusion, the 3 continents were on guard against a great enemy. Because everyone knew that the Demon Alliance was the ruler of the entire world. The warning of the rain of blood meant only one thing. The current strength of the 3 continents was obviously not enough to fight against the Demon Alliance. Faced with this situation, not only were the Astral Souls continent and the Tao League continent anxious, but the Umno Alliance was also on guard against a great enemy. Because the Umno Alliance and the Demon Alliance had always been polar opposites and could not coexist. That was why the Flood Witch was seeking a breakthrough by transforming into the mortal dust. On the other hand, the Astral Souls continent had to worry about the threat of the Demon Alliance. On the other hand, they were worried that the Flood Witch's strength would surpass others after her breakthrough, which would cause the current situation to be unbalanced again. If the Flood Witch really broke through this time and reached the level of Zhu Wu, then the so-called oath would be useless in front of such a legendary expert. It might even evolve to directly swallow 2 continents and completely integrate the 3 continents to fight against the Demon Alliance. And the Flood Witch would have this strength as long as she broke through. By then, the Astral Souls continent and the Tao League would still be unable to avoid the fate of becoming slaves. Therefore, the Sky Patrol Minister who could restrain the Flood Witch immediately set off to transform into the mortal dust. Moreover, he had to use the body of a mortal to search for the legendary Phoenix Cry in Qi Mountain. In the end, it was just one sentence. It had been a long time since so many great wizards went out to battle at the same time. Now, it was picked out by Yudong Tian, the heavenly king of the right. Almost all the higher-ups of the 3 continents were shocked. What the fuck is Yudong Tian looking for death? Begging for votes? I wanted to write up to 12,000 but I really can't write it. This chapter can be considered as filling up the hole in the previous chapter. It really burned my brain. Fortunately, I plagiarized part of the setting of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Otherwise, this would really be a pot of porridge. Hehe. Chapter 650. There was a confrontation here. On the other side, the Tao League's 3 Pure Ones and 7 Swords rushed over as if their butts were on fire. They had no choice but to do so. When were you going to fight? Was this a joke? But when they arrived, they found that the Umno Alliance's great shamans had already retreated. It was said that the Flood Witch found out about this when she was in seclusion and ordered them to return. The Flood Witch said very clearly, Yudong Tian wanted these things, but we didn't give them to him. That proved that he wanted them and he would steal them if he wanted them. Who could you blame for not taking care of them? The great shamans felt wronged. They were confident in guarding against thieves. But who could guard against the heavenly king of the right? They could only go back. They would settle this score later. Thus, the 3 pure ones and 7 swords missed. But since they were already here, they had to sit down and teach Dong Tian a lesson. Tell him what he could say and what he couldn't say. What he could do and what he couldn't do. How can you stand it if you're always so flustered every day? But after they met, the 3 pure ones and 7 swords reprimanded Dong Tian for a while, and the heavenly king of the right, who was originally honest, expressed his sincerity. I accept all the criticisms and I accept all the accusations. I was too impulsive. I admit my mistake. However, is it possible for the Tao Alliance to provide me with some assistance? Otherwise I'll have to go to the Tao League. It's really troublesome. The 3 pure ones and 7 swords were so angry that they leaned back. Not only did you rob the Alliance, but you also want to rob the Tao League in your plan. What do you want? Taoist Thunder was so angry that his beard was trembling. But what could he do in the face of such a troublemaker? I just want some cosmetics. Dong Tian rubbed his hands and said, that's not a big deal, right? Taoist Thunder asked angrily, cosmetics? What cosmetics? 3 heavenly beauty flowers, 3 jade bone grass, 3 heavenly ice lotuses and 3 snow jade lotus roots. Dong Tian said, just these, Boss Thunder, you won't refuse, right? Whoosh. Taoist Thunder drew his sword. I'll give you this. Dong Tian shouted, I'm telling you this is what Ansel wants. What's the use of these things? Your Ansel wants it? Really? Taoist Thunder frowned. Dong Tian said, these things aren't worth flaunting, right? You can just call and ask. Don't tell me you don't have a way to contact me. Taoist Lei frowned for a while and said, forget about the phone. Since your Ansel wants it. He tilted his head and looked at Taoist Yun. Give it to him. Taoist Yun's face twisted. Give it to me. Sigh. Taoist Thunder felt that he must have been retarded to make this trip. Dong Tian got what he wanted, he got everything in his hands, he was so happy that he could not stop thanking him. Taoist Lei frowned and was extremely unhappy. He asked in an unpleasant tone, what does your Ansel want these for? Are you really going to use it for beauty? Dong Tian coughed. Of course, he did not dare to say that this was the punishment for using Antswa's son as bait and causing her son to go missing. Besides, the matter of Uncle Zhua and Antswa giving birth to pearls was top secret information. It's fine as long as I know. If I tell you, it won't be as simple as just looking for ingredients. He could only laugh dryly. What does she want these for? How would I know? I don't dare to ask. If it were you, would you dare to ask? Humph. Look at how your minister has spoiled his wife. Only knows how to beautify herself. Taoist Lei complained indignantly and waved his hand. Let's go. The higher-ups of the Tao League left in the blink of an eye. On the way. The 3 pure ones and 7 swords felt as if they had swallowed a big fly. What did they come here for? Boss, are we here to deliver cosmetics? Taoist Yun was unhappy and asked with a twisted face. Taoist Lei snorted. The last time you went to his house for dinner, I advised you not to go. You said you had a good relationship with him. In the end, you still owe me a path understanding fruit. Taoist Yun's face turned red and he was embarrassed. He said angrily, how many years has it been? Your path understanding fruit is gone. Taoist Hua, who was wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe, was also furious. Let's not talk about the past. I cannot talk about it, but you have to pay the debt. You said it's gone, but it doesn't count. That's that. Taoist Lei said angrily. Their faces darkened and they did not say a word for a long time. There is only one path understanding fruit in the world. Where are we going to find it for you? Forget it. I'll just let you talk to me a little. Sigh. I can't afford to offend you here and there. I've had enough of this life. The battle of the heavenly king of the right shocked the world. The whole continent was in a mess. There were only 12 grand wizards in the Alliance. This time, 9 of them wanted to kill him. The flood, which was still in seclusion. If she came out, there would be 10 of them. Dong Tian sounded tough on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. This time, he really made a big mess. Even the highest level of the Tao Alliance was alerted that he even caused the king of Zhuolu to suffer from internal injuries. He would not be able to fight at full strength for a while. What the fuck? Sigh. Dong Tian then looked at the 5 venerables who were badly injured. Dong Tian put on a happy expression and said, let's go. Let's go back to heal and drink. This time we've won a big victory. Everyone rolled their eyes. This time we've won a big victory. Don't you feel guilty when you say that? You should say that the big thieves are all disabled, okay? To think that we're your trusted subordinates. Before we went, we didn't even know that you were going to steal so many things. How could you be so careless? When Yu Dongtian was looking for the king of Zwolu, he realized that the couple had disappeared without a trace with the 8 messengers. There was only a voice message on the phone. Yu Dongtian, don't look for me if you need anything in the future. Don't look for me even if you don't need anything. From now on, I don't recognize you. Fuck. Yu Dongtian cursed. You're actually being arrogant. Then he took out his phone and called the king of Zwolu. There was only a busy tone. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck, he was blacklisted. Yu Dongtian held the phone and muttered to himself, is there a need to blacklist such a small thing? Is there a need to blacklist me? Let's go and drink by ourselves. Why do you have so many problems? Yu Dongtian cursed and left with his men. Behind him, Commander Dongfang was covered in cold sweat. It was cold now. Commander Dongfang even felt that his sweat had turned into ice. Fuck, I was scared to death. A world war almost broke out here. But what can I do with this little army of mine? Yu Dongtian, you son of a bitch. Even though his rank was not high enough and Commander Dongfang did not dare to scold him, he had already cursed the heavenly king of the right in his heart. Can you make it any scarier than that? 9 great wizards arrived at the Sun Moon Pass. Fuck you Dongtian, you're really a talent. No, you're a genius. Dongfang, do you want a drink? Yu Dongtian's voice came from afar. No. Commander Dongfang gritted his teeth and walked to the door. Heavenly king of the right is so considerate. If you have something to do next time, go to the south or the north. I'll be very grateful. He shut his mouth before he finished speaking, because Yu Dongtian was long gone. With a bang, Marshal Dongfang kicked the chair over. Fuck. Go fucking dog. You're thousands of miles away and you're still asking me if I want a drink. You're nowhere to be seen. Even if I want to go, where can I find you? Can't you show some sincerity? Yu Dongtian, who had walked far away, was pulled into a group chat. In this group, the 12 great wizards, the 7 swords of the Dao League, and the heavenly king of the left were all there. However, there was another person that Yu Dongtian had not seen in a long time. Father? Why are you here too? I can roam the east. I heard that you were very impressive today, so I came to see how impressive you are. Dizzy Ball's crazy. Ahem. Why are you still using this name? It's better to change your name. I can roam the east. He felt that it was a bit embarrassing for his father, the Emperor Zhaixing, to use this name in a group chat. Then the Emperor Zhaixing, who used the pseudonym Dizzy Balls Crazy, no longer had a chance to speak. The entire group chat was flooded with comments. The voices and words of the 12 great wizards scolding the east flooded the group chat like an avalanche. In just a few seconds, the entire group chat was flooded. The number of voices and words of scolding the east reached more than 700 within a dozen seconds. It was obvious how furious the 12 great wizards were at this moment. Among them were a few, laughing and punching the ground, emojis from the king of Zwolu. Similar messages like, Yu Dongtian, are you still human? Yu Dongtian, you're not human. You despicable, shameless man. Fuck you Dongtian. Fuck you. Your 5 elements are deficient and your life is wicked. Fuck you. These words were simply repeated over and over again, repeating over and over again. There was still more to it and each wave was higher than the last. Yu Dongtian calmly turned off his phone, put it into his pocket and continued on his way. The Heavenly Venerable was curious. Heavenly King, you're also in this group chat? So lively. What group is this? They're so active in sending messages. What did they see? They only saw the messages pouring in like a waterfall. They were very curious. Yu Dongtian said calmly, this group, you can say it's my fan group. I just went in to take a look and everyone is so passionate. What do you think I should do? I should leave as soon as possible. The Venerable Ones immediately understood. So that's how it is. I understand. Fanatical fans are all like this. But the Heavenly King actually flooded his fan group. I'm really impressed. He's so approachable and friendly. Yu Dongtian smiled demurely. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After a full half an hour, Yu Dongtian took out his phone again and entered the group chat. There were already more than 7,000 messages in the group chat. Now all of them were scolding weakly. Can we still discuss serious matters? You can't scold him to death. Scolding him is just useless anger. What's the use? Dizzy Balls Crazy asked. No one said anything for a long time. Who scolded him just now? Dizzy Balls Crazy asked. Chapter 651. My son provoked you but I didn't. Dizzy Ball was crazy. Fuck your whole family. Dizzy Ball was crazy. You dare to call me a dog? Give me an explanation. It's not a big deal, but it's not right to scold old you. You people like to scold people and bring their parents into it. That's not good. Those who scold should leave the group first. Flood Monstrous immediately made a decision. Do you think I don't know what you two are thinking? It's fine that your son came to steal a wave, but now you actually came out to criticize him and you still want some compensation? Why don't you die? Then. Wind Emperor Great Witch left the group chat. Great Witch Dan Kong left the group chat. Great Witch Ice left the group chat. Great Witch Fire left the group chat. Flood Monstrous was speechless. In the blink of an eye, 11 of the 12 Great Witches left the group. The Flood Witch was instantly depressed, extremely depressed. It's fine if a few of them left the group symbolically, but why did all of them leave? The other Great Witches expressed that they didn't want to stay in the same group as you Dong Tian. Especially when his father was still here, we were pulled down by him for no reason. We were not happy. The Flood Witch rubbed her forehead with a headache. Damn it. What a headache. Let's discuss things, I'll tell them after we're done. Flood Monstrous. Okay. Let's start, ha. It was so fierce just now, now it's finally stopped, so peaceful. East Sky let me swim. Fuck your father. You little dog. Flood Monstrous. Dad, he scolded me. East Sky let me swim. He scolded you, I really can't. Dizzy Ball was crazy. Ah. Laughing emoji, I'm on the left side. He scolded too lightly. Sanqing Lei said. If others saw the chat in this group, they would definitely be scared to death, or it would be a big surprise and they wouldn't dare to believe it. Among this group of people, especially among each other, which one of them didn't have a blood feud? No matter who they met, they would kill them as soon as possible. When they met on the battlefield, no one would show mercy. When they could kill, they would cut faster than anything else. When there was a chance to kill, they would definitely not let it go. But now, the chat was particularly harmonious. Some people would definitely not understand. Are you guys playing around with the other people from the 3 continents? However, judging from the long years that these people had lived, they were actually the loneliest group of people in the world. They didn't have many people to chat with. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if one of them killed the other, the killer would be depressed for a long time. Because in this world, there was one less person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and talk to him as an equal. He felt even more lonely. In other words, the one who was killed was freed. It was this kind of contradiction, this kind of incomprehensible relationship. It was just that everyone had reached the point where they cherished their enemies very much. Actually, their current chatting wasn't their limit. Over the years, the Sky Patrolling Throne and the Great Flood Shaman had fought many times. Later on, the things that the two of them did were even more shocking. During the day, they fought with their lives on the line, fighting for an entire day. Drinking and chatting merrily at night, they drank the whole night. During the day, they fought to the death, and at night, they talked about everything. When they were drunk, they would lie down and snore in front of the other party. The other person would silently guard. Wake up and fight again. Fight to the death. This was a very special group. After the scolding, they quickly decided on the matter of the spatial ruin. From the Wizard Alliance, the Great Wizard of the Flood, the Great Wizard of the Raging Fire, the Great Wizard of the Dan Kong, the Great Wizard of the Ice Underworld, and the Great Wizard of the Wind Emperor had arrived. Dao League 7 swords all came. Astral Souls, Heavenly Kings left and right, Emperor Zhai Xing, the 3 great commanders, the Minister of Finance, and the 3 inspectors of the cabinet came together. The above people were the leaders. A month later, they would bring their own people and gather at the Starlight Mountains. About a minute after the discussion, the Flood Witch proposed that Golden Scaled Witch, Boundless Witch, Burning Candle Witch and Non-Poisonous Witch also wanted to come. Dao League and Astral Soul said at the same time, it's not a problem for all 11 witches to come, but Non-Poisonous Witch can't come. Non-Poisonous Witch applied to join the group. After he was approved, he complained in the group chat. Why was everyone else allowed to go but he couldn't? He said that he wanted an explanation and promised that he wouldn't attack. I'm just going to drink and play around, okay? Non-Poisonous Witch asked angrily. 7 swords and Heavenly Kings left and right chuckled. No. Others can but you can't. If you insist on coming, we'll kill you together. The non-poisonous shaman continued to rage in the group. Her mouth was full of filth, and the 18 generations of female ancestors who heard of her were all implicated. After a round of scolding, they left the group in a daze. 3 pure ones and 7 swords left the group. Heavenly kings left and right left the group. There were only 2 people left in the group. The Flood Witch and Non-Poisonous Witch. Non-Poisonous Witch, crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji. He hoped that he could get the Flood Witch's sympathy and take him out to play. The next moment, Flood left the group. The group is disbanded. In a faraway place in the Umno Alliance. A sorrowful and angry roar resounded through the sky. Why? Why can you all go out to play but I can't? Why? Why did you treat me like this? That voice, that tone, it was simply sad to see and tearing up. It was too miserable. Play. It had always been what non-poisonous which yearned for the most, but in his life, not many people dared to play with him. On the other hand, play. In fact, this was the biggest purpose of this Starlight Mountain Range gathering. In other words, these leaders were actually taking this opportunity to come out to play, chat, and drink. The ones who were really working were definitely not them. In other words, they came this time to use their official position for personal gain. These people's behavior was outrageous. But everyone in the 3 continents said, "How interesting." But absolutely no one said, "Not doing proper work." Just as the higher-ups of the 3 sides were having a secret meeting and deciding on the leader of the exploration team in the Starlight Mountain Range, Qin Fangyang had already rushed to Shangjing through the night. His first stop was to call Zhuxianyan. He didn't get through on the first call, so he first went to Yunduan High School and found teacher Cui Shangyan. During the Starlight Mountain Range hunt, teacher Cui Shangyan had expressed his support for Zhuxiao Duo and specially opened an account to threaten Hades' palace. However, when he received the 3,000 kilograms of king beast meat that Zhuxiao Duo asked Qin Fangyang to send, teacher Cui Shangyan fell into a state of shock on the spot. He never thought that Zhuxiao Duo would actually have such a generous reward. "Thank you, teacher, for supporting Xiao Duo when he was at the end of his rope. My heart is very warm. I haven't seen you for a long time but I still miss you. Thank you, teacher. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope that teacher won't refuse." Zhuxiaoduo's letter was very short. But Cui Shangyan's eyes were red. This was just a small token of his appreciation? Cui Shangyan felt that if he refused this small token of his appreciation, he was afraid that the principal would come over to chat with him on the spot. It was not impossible for him to leave the north and south to fight things. "Thank you." Cui Shangyan shook Qin Fangyang's hand excitedly. "Thank you, students Zhuxiao Duo. Yunduan High School will always be grateful." On the other side, the principal of Yunduan High School had already lost his cool and came out. The principal, who was patrolling the campus with his telepathic thoughts, did not expect a windfall from the sky. While Cui Shangyan was excited, the principal almost could not help but rush out and give him a kick. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and accept it. Don't put on a pretentious act of declining. What if he takes it seriously? Why are you so hesitant? Are you out of your mind?" Now that he had accepted it, of course the principal had to say a few words on behalf of Yunduan High School. What if Cui Shangyan took the meat away himself and only gave it to his own students? He had to keep it. Keep it all. The principal expressed his heartfelt welcome and gratitude to Qin Fangyang. He especially appreciated Zhuxiao Duo and regretted not being able to come to Yunduan High School for further studies. He said a lot of good things and pulled Qin Fangyang's hand, not letting him go. He had to show his hospitality as a host. Qin Fangyang spent a lot of effort to get away. He was even forced to leave his contact information and confirm the time of their meeting before he was let go. As soon as he got away, he heard the principal and teacher Cui Shangyan arguing in a low voice. "Our class must take more. These are all mine. You are abusing your power for personal gain. You are unscrupulous. Nonsense. These are all the schools." It was Xiao Duo who thanked me. It was Xiao Duo who gave it to Yunduan High School. Didn't I allow you to post? Don't you know that water has roots and trees have roots? You still want to be a teacher? Where are your morals? Qin Fangyang didn't care who won or lost. He took a big detour and found Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu. The two were so excited and surprised that they couldn't believe it. He gave them 200 pounds of meat and watched them eat their first bite. After the two finished digesting, Qin Fangyang didn't stay and directly asked to leave. The two reluctantly sent Qin Fangyang out. Wanli Xiu pulled Qin Fangyang's sleeve with her little finger and didn't let go. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. She didn't want to let go. She was like a little girl who couldn't bear to part with her father. Qin Fangyang comforted her in every way possible before he was able to get away. However, after walking a few feet, he heard Wanli Xiu crying behind him. She cried so heartbroken that it moved his heart and soul. Qin Fangyang hardened his heart and left. Long Yuxing only comforted Wanli Xiu. It took him an entire afternoon. The little girl cried until her eyes were like two peaches. Then Qin Fangyang went to Ancestral Dragon High School to find Ding Xiulan. Teacher Ding Xiulan and teacher Cui Shangyan had the same reaction. Moreover, Ding Xiulan was more emotional. She was so emotional that her tears flowed out. Good child. I knew that Xiao Duo is a good child. Nothing will happen to him. I'm really ashamed to accept it, but this gift is sent to my heart. For the sake of the student's future, I can't not accept it. I'll be thick-skinned and accept it. Sai, thank you so much. Ding Xiulan pulled Qin Fangyang and insisted on going to the principal's office. Qin Fangyang was so scared that he left. He had been flattered too many times. He didn't want to experience it again. I really have something to do. I'll take my leave now. Qin Fangyang really didn't want to experience what happened at Yunduan High School again. Just as Qin Fangyang left, the principal of Ancestral Dragon High School had already rushed out of the office building that if he was a second or half a second late, he might not be able to leave. So Xiaoduo, you're really not bad. You're really a good child who values relationships and righteousness. Ding Xiulan had been repeating this sentence for a few years. Every time she thought about it, her heart would feel warm. Teacher owes you a favor. That it wasn't until the sun was about to set that Zhu Xiaoyan's call finally got through. When she heard that Qin Fangyang was coming over to deliver something for Zhu Xiaoduo, Zhu Xiaoyan almost couldn't maintain her ice-cold image. She immediately flew out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and rushed over in a hurry. Zhu Xiaoyan's plan to invite Qin Fangyang to dinner fell through. Qin Fangyang didn't want to delay and was leaving tonight. He took the king beast meat and a bowl-sized centipede pearl back to his room and closed the door. Zhu Xiaoyan's smile was like a blooming flower. Eee. Doggy, to think that you still want to give me a gift. Eee. Doggy 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 doggy. Zhu Xiaoyan's beautiful big eyes turned into crescents. At this moment, her image was poles apart from the image of the spiritual goddess and the ice goddess. It was as if she was a completely different person. She foolishly rolled around on the bed and smiled like a blooming flower. Doggy 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 doggy, you naughty little fool. You're so obedient and good-looking. You're my good doll. Waha. Zhu Xiaoyan suddenly felt an itch in her hands. It had been a long time since she pinched Zhu Xiaoduo's ears. Her hands were itching. She rubbed her hands. Roar. Go back and pinch. If I eat this meat, you won't be able to catch up with me. Roar. Zhu Xiaoyan buried her head in the blanket and laughed. Her two long legs kicked happily outside the blanket. Her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Under the blanket, a bowl-sized centipede pearl was sparkling and translucent. It was dreamy and illusory. In the light, Zhu Xiaoyan's smiling face was a little red. She was like a budding flower that was about to bloom, revealing two petals that were the most beautiful in the world. Something came up. 2 updates. Chapter 652. Wherever Qin Fangyang went, the students greeted him as if he was a living bodhisattva. Everyone was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that the good karma I did casually and even with a bit of utilitarian heart would be repaid like this? Zhu Xiaoduo is indeed worthy of the title of a genius. Knowing how to repay kindness, kind and righteous, chivalrous and gentle, brave and courageous. He is indeed a hero of the generation. Not bad. Not bad at all. Qin Fangyang only realized it when he arrived at Shui City No. 1 Middle School. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have made a mistake, and it was a big mistake. Shui City No. 1 Middle School was the same as No. 2 Middle School in Phoenix City. They were both elementary martial arts schools. That was to say, the students here couldn't bear the energy of the Beast King's meat. Even the slightest bit of energy could be fatal. Qin Fangyang and Zhu Xiaoduo had completely ignored this point when they were discussing it. Of course, the main reason was that Gu Qianfan's fame was too great. The master and disciple had completely ignored the elementary martial arts school. What should I do? Qin Fangyang sat in the reception room of Shui City No. 1 Middle School, worried. Gu Qianfan was already here. He would be here soon. As for himself, while he was thinking, the door opened. Gu Qianfan, who only had one arm and one leg, walked in. One arm was made of iron, and the other was made of meat. One arm was made of iron, and the other was made of meat. Apart from other things, his footsteps were sonorous and powerful. The former #1 general of the Southern Army still maintained his military mannerisms. Even though he was handicapped, he still walked with his back straight. The aura he exuded when he walked in was still that invincible general who was able to maneuver his way through. Qin Fangyang straightened up subconsciously and saluted instinctively. "Hello, General Gu." Gu Qianfan was startled by his action. He saluted back instinctively and smiled. "Mr. Qin, we are no longer in the army. You don't have to salute me. Come sit." Qin Fangyang smiled and sat down. "I don't want to be so polite. The problem is that you look like you just came back from the battlefield. I can't help myself. Teacher Qin, you've come a long way. Sorry for not going out to meet you." Gu Qianfan's attitude was very polite. Qin Fangyang's heart was filled with embarrassment. He had made such a big blunder. He said embarrassedly, "Coming here this time was really a little presumptuous. It was clearly a good thing, but I messed it up." "Did something good go wrong?" Gu Qianfan was puzzled. "How did a good thing go wrong?" "It's like this. Old Principal Gu has spread the word that he's standing up for his disciple, Xiao Duo. The child is finally out of danger. And by chance he managed to obtain some Beast King meat. I'm grateful for old Principal Gu's protection." Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. "They asked me to bring King Beast Spirit meat for old Principal Gu. It's more than 3,000 pounds. This gift is not limited to Shishui City #1 Middle School. Many high martial arts schools also have a share. However, we neglected the fact that Shishui City #1 Middle School is a primary martial arts school. The students of #1 Middle School may not be able to withstand the spirit meat and spirit energy. This matter is really... I don't understand." Old Principal Gu was originally tall and straight like a sword. His face was kind, and he even had the demeanor of a refined elder. However, after hearing Qin Fangyang's intentions, old Principal Gu's entire person and aura changed. He became a completely different person. From a refined principal, he became a super bandit. "How can you say that something good went wrong? This is obviously a great thing." Gu Qianfan slapped his thigh and laughed. "I told you that Xiao Duo is a good kid. I didn't misjudge him. I'm extremely gratified that he has such thoughts. What about the meat? Where is it?" The old principal looked very eager. He wasn't reserved at all. As soon as Qin Fangyang took it out, the old principal snatched it away. He sniffed it and his eyes lit up like a light bulb. "Not bad, not bad. Mid-level king class snake king spirit meat. Not bad, not bad, this is really good. It's just right to use." Qin Fangyang was stunned. "Old Master Gu, this spirit meat is for you. No one can take it away, but you must use it wisely. The spiritual power contained in this thing is not something a beginner martial arts student can bear." Gu Qianfan snorted and glared. "Students can't bear it because their luck is shallow. But can graduates not bear it? Any child who graduated from Water City First High School is still my student even if they graduated 100 or 1,000 years later. They are still my child." Gu Qianfan weighed it in his hand and suddenly said, "That's not right, Teacher Qin. How is this 2,500 kilograms? It's only 1,500 kilograms, right? Did you embezzle 2,000 kilograms for me?" Qin Fangyang was caught off guard by this, and his eyes instantly widened. "That's 3,000 caddies we agreed on earlier. When did I say 2,500 kilograms? Old Principal Gu, you must be joking." Gu Qianfan blew his beard and glared. "Who has time to joke with you? You clearly said 2,500 kilograms just now. Where's the remaining 2,000 kilograms? You dare to take a commission in my place? You've really got guts, you brat." Qin Fangyang was almost angered by Gu Qianfan's actions. He had long heard that this old principal was unreasonable. He was full of soldiers and acted like a ruffian. As early as when he was a general in the Southern Army, he was used to eating more for his subordinates. He could be shameless. However, he had never thought that he would be blackmailed today. "I'm here to give you resources. You're blackmailing me like this. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Gu Qianfan glared and stretched out his hand, his face unforgiving. He made up his mind. Qin Fangyang must have more meat in his pocket. If there was, "Leave it all for me. Who said my students don't need it? Even if you give me another 100,000 kilograms, it won't be enough." Qin Fangyang was extremely helpless. He couldn't beat him. He didn't dare to scold him. There was no market for reasoning. Qin Fangyang felt helpless in the face of such an unscrupulous troublemaker. But in reality you have 3,000 kilograms here. I still have some in my ring, but that's someone else's share. How can I give it away? Isn't this harming others to benefit oneself and fearing despotic power? Finally, Gu Qianfan forced Qin Fangyang to give him 100 kilograms of the 200 kilograms of meat under his name. This was given to me by Zhuoxiao Duo. I haven't had time to eat it yet. Qin Fangyang retreated in order to advance. I also plan to use this to increase my strength. If you have the nerve, take this 100 kilograms too. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be embarrassed. They had traveled thousands of miles to send you such high-quality resources. How could you have the nerve to rely on someone else's 100 kilograms of spiritual meat? But Gu Qianfan snatched it away without blinking his eyes. Forget it, forget it. That's all. I'll let you go. Qin Fangyang panted in anger. This is a veteran at the peak of perfection. I'm conceited as a person in the military. But if I ask myself, my skin is really not that thick to this extent. Forget it, forget it. I'll never deal with you, Gu Qianfan, in the future. I'm so angry. My 100 kilograms of spiritual meat is fed to a dog. Gu Qianfan, however, had no psychological burden. Qin Fangyang, you are Zhuoxiao's teacher. How can this spiritual meat be missing from you? If I rob you today, he will give you back in the next moment double the amount. But if I don't rob you today, there will be no more. Can't I tell the difference in this section? If I can't tell, wouldn't I have lived for a long time like a dog? Teacher Qin, please be sure to stay for a meal. Gu Qianfan's face changed in the blink of an eye. He was full of enthusiasm. My jar of iron blood wine that I've treasured for 1,000 years still owes an iron blood man a toast. This old man was willing to sacrifice so much. Naturally, he had other plans. He planned to call a few more people and then use his identity and position as well as the superior-subordinate relationship in the military to press Qin Fangyang down, get him drunk, and then extort a wave of money that if he was drunk and couldn't keep his words as long as his mouth leaked. This kid must have some more on him. Gu Qianfan's little abacus rang loudly. But how would Qin Fangyang dare to stay for a meal here? If he stayed, he was afraid that Gu Qianfan would knock him out and rob him of his ring. This veteran was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Sweating profusely, he repeatedly bid farewell. Ignoring Gu Qianfan's repeated urging to stay, he tore off a piece of his sleeve and fled in panic. My mission this time, where wouldn't I be appreciated and respected? As a result, when I arrived at Shui City No. 1 Middle School, I was almost stripped naked. Qin Fangyang left Shui City No. 1 Middle School and fled the boundary of Shui City 5 minutes later. Smoke and dust billowed along the way, and he left at a speed that evaded the battlefield's pursuers. After Qin Fangyang left, Gu Qianfan immediately ordered the teachers of the school to hold a meeting. The first order was to call back 500 graduates. Let the children eat all of them raw. Everyone who eats the king beast meat, don't forget that you owe Zhuoxiao Duo a big favor. In the future, if Zhuoxiao Duo has any problems, as long as it's not treason, the students of Shui City know. One middle school must unconditionally help. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Qin Fangyang traveled thousands of miles to send them off. This is also a favor. Don't let the little brats forget. Gu Qianfan's domineering style was evident. Qin Fangyang wiped away his cold sweat and sped all the way. Soon he arrived at Phoenix City. Revisiting the old Phoenix City, there were many people he needed to visit, and there were many trivial matters. At No. 2 Middle School, Principal Li and his wife asked him to stay. Hu Ruoyun forced him to tell the story of Zhuoxiao Duo. The more detailed, the better. Tell her as much as you know. Then, are you done? Are you done? Say it again. Qin Fangyang almost broke down when he heard this request. He introduced the king beast meat, threw it down and ran away. Women are so scary. Then he went to find Sun Fengho, Jiang Zhangbin and the others. He also visited the families of the martial artists who had sacrificed themselves in the Battle of the Phoenix Soul. He distributed their belongings. He also watched the cultivators who had suitable king beast meat at home eat it and helped them digest it. Then he left quietly after reminding them. Finally, he came to He Yuanyue's tomb and found Sister Lan, who was living there. Chapter 653. Qin Fangyang stayed in front of He Yuanyue's tomb for a day and a night before embarking on his journey again. He went to Kunlun Taoist sect to find Mu Yanyan, and then to Zizai Taoist sect to find Qiu Yunshang. The two of them were extremely grateful for Zhuxiaoduo's kind intentions and were deeply moved. They never thought that Zhuxiaoduo would repay them like this. Mu Yanyan was filled with emotions. Thanks to Xiaoduo, Kunlun Taoist sect has recruited many talented disciples. Everyone is practicing the Dragon Gate kick with all their might. Forget it, I can't be bothered to be angry with him. Mu Yanyan sighed. Yes, the Dragon Gate kick of Kunlun Taoist sect had become famous overnight. His name shook astral souls. Even the entire Jianghu had changed the name of the Dragon Gate kick of Kunlun Taoist sect. Dragon Gate kick, no descendants move. It was really famous in Jianghu. Then what made Mu Yanyan and the others speechless was that the elders of Kunlun Taoist sect had dissected the Dragon Gate kick and studied it carefully. Finally they came to a conclusion. That was, the Dragon Gate kick was indeed more powerful in attacking the lower part of the body, and it was easier to use. Especially the various changes in the moves, it was simply specially created to kick the crotch. This conclusion made Mu Yanyan feel ashamed. Could it be that the ancestors' original intention to create this leg technique was to kick the crotch? What the hell was this? Qin Fangyang then went all the way south. He traveled tens of thousands of miles without stopping and went to Sun Moon Pass. The purpose of his trip was to give a portion to General Sun Bai, who was also the one who helped him in the Battle of the Phoenix Soul. General Sun Bai was conflicted. I appreciate your kindness, but I've already eaten a lot of this stuff. It's a waste to eat more. No matter in the Southern Army of the East, those who haven't eaten king beast meat were rare. This result made Qin Fangyang disappointed, because he still had more than 500 kilograms of king beast meat left. He didn't expect that he couldn't give it to the battlefield where he needed to increase his strength the most. Qin Fangyang had to bring it back. He stayed at Sun Moon Pass for 2 days. He wanted to find white-haired deity Shan Xiaoru and invincible saber general Tai Mingru, but the difference in level was too big. Qin Fangyang didn't dare to ask for a snub. Instead he found a few old fellows who were familiar with him and liked to gossip. In the end the 2 old veterans blew it up. That touching love story was told vividly and vividly. It moved the heavens and the earth, causing the seas to dry up and the rocks to crumble, the mountains to crumble, and the earth to collapse. Even what was said in the bridal chamber and what was the process, the 2 veterans even filled in the blanks with their imaginations. It was as if they were there and were eavesdropping. Halfway through, the white-haired deity Shan Xiaoru descended from the sky and beat the 2 veterans half to death. Even Qin Fangyang was given a good beating. In the end they even captured Qin Fangyang and interrogated him. What are you trying to do by asking about us? If not for Qin Fangyang's reputation in the Eastern Army as one of the top 10 fugitives in the infant transformation realm, the white-haired celestial immortal, Shan Xiaoru, would have killed him. With her status, it would be useless to kill him. Who asked him to have a foul mouth and violated the taboo? It's like this. Facing the person involved in the past, Qin Fangyang's face was full of pain as he recounted his experience. The white-haired celestial immortal, Shan Xiaoru, listened with tears in her eyes. She was full of sympathy and explained the whole story to Qin Fangyang. The invincible saber general Tai Mingru was indeed the reincarnation of the thousand-edged sword Qi Changxing. There was no doubt about this. However, there was one point. After Tai Mingru stepped into the martial arts path and practiced, she reached the embryonic breathing realm and began to practice her god spirit. Then she began to slowly recover her memory. As her cultivation deepened and her mind became stronger, the spiritual imprint of her previous life became clearer. Qin Fangyang pondered for a while and finally expressed his understanding. In the end, Qin Fangyang was kicked out of the army camp by the white-haired celestial immortal, Shan Xiaoru, and flew 1,300 meters. Qin Fangyang was on the ground and almost fell to his death. He didn't understand how he had offended her. He still remembered his last question. May I ask General Shan, how did you confirm it? Because if someone specially collected information about you and sent a spy to impersonate you, it's not impossible. After all, it's extremely rare for a dead person to come back to life. There was nothing wrong with what he said. He was also looking forward to the return of his sweetheart. However, he had to be wary of people with ulterior motives. Wasn't it reasonable to ask about some details? However, after Shan Xiaoru heard this, her face turned red instantly. She kicked Qin Fangyang 1,300 meters away. Get lost. Shan Xiaoru's face was still red all the way back to her own camp. How did I recognize it? How did I recognize it? Of course I have my ways. I have a red mole on my chest and a birthmark on my thigh. Moreover, I call out when I'm in love. These are things that no one else knows. Only Qi Changxing knows. since Tai Mingru knows these things and is so familiar with all the actions and procedures. Even the process is the same, how can I recognize it wrongly? However, can I tell you, Qin Fangyang, about this? Qin Fangyang, you have taught for decades and are a role model. How dare you ask such a shameful question? Where is your role model? You're asking for a beating. For example, outsiders might not be able to tell the difference between twins, but their wives would be able to recognize them with just one look. When it comes to women's sensitivity, many times, it can't be guessed using common sense. After thinking for a while, Qin Fangyang went back to Water City No. 1 High School and gave the remaining 1,300 kilograms of meat to Gu Qianfan. In terms of combat power, Gu Qianfan's no-return sword was very useful on the battlefield. It was better to send it here so that it could unleash its power better. However, after Qin Fangyang went there, he was furious. Gu Qianfan blew his beard and glared at him. You can't give it to anyone else. You only gave it to me when no one wants it. I can't stand this grievance. Unless you round up the meat to 3,000 kilograms. Qin Fangyang's expression changed as he argued. Gu Qianfan relented and said that he also wanted 2,000 kilograms. Qin Fangyang grabbed the meat and left. Gu Qianfan pounced and almost pulled out his no-return sword to snatch the meat back. Old man. The respect he had for the No. 1 general of the Southern Army had completely disappeared after these 2 trips. He even scolded him. This kind of veteran principal of Water City No. 1 High School who thought of all ways to monopolize more, not hesitating to extort, blackmail, set traps and other methods. To think that I used to admire him so much. That night, Gu Qianfan caught Qin Fangyang and didn't let him leave. He drank for the whole night. He didn't say any words of thanks. The whole time they called each other brothers. The next morning he personally sent Qin Fangyang off. Come when you're free. There's wine here. I'm here too. Gu Qianfan waved his hand and smiled brightly. He shouted at the top of his voice, remember not to come empty-handed next time. Qin Fangyang left without looking back. Fuck you. You're here? I won't come even if you beat me to death. Qin Fangyang plunged into the boundless wasteland. He wanted to use the battles with the star beast here to hone his martial arts skills. Then he would compress his vital essence again and again. After a few times of compression he would break through to the mystical realm. When he broke through to the cloud realm, he accidentally broke through because of the healing medicine while he was unconscious. It could be said that Qin Fangyang's greatest regret in his life. Once he broke through without compressing his vital essence, if he wanted to compress it further in the future, he would have to put in 100 times more effort and pain. But back then, because Yuenua's lifespan was about to end, he was determined to die. Naturally, he didn't care about his own cultivation state. But now the situation had changed. There was hope for Yuenua's return. Qin Fangyang naturally hoped that he could go further on the path of cultivation and walk more steadily. In order to achieve this goal for a better future, Qin Fangyang was prepared to make up for his shortcomings here. Qin Fangyang went out to train. And Wuxiao's life in the Hidden Dragon High School was back to normal. And the most noteworthy thing was Wuxiao's breakthrough. Origin Core Realm. When he broke through, Wuxiao was overwhelmed with emotions. When I was in Phoenix City, Nian Mao was already at the Origin Core Realm before I started cultivating. Now I'm also at the Origin Core Realm. Nian Mao, you've maintained the leading position for more than 10 years. I've already caught up to you. You took more than 10 years to reach the Origin Core Realm. And now, I only took a year to reach the Origin Core Realm. Who's more talented? Is there a need to ask? One day I will. I will. I will. In the end, he didn't achieve his dream of 50 times of suppression. Even though he used up all his energy and luck points, he only managed to break through after 42 times of suppression. This result made Wuxiao furious. Very angry. He had to vent his anger. And so, Wuxiao beat up Li Chenglong, who had already reached the middle stage of the Origin Core Realm, 17 to 18 times. Li Chenglong felt so wrong that he wanted to die. The sadness in his heart was indescribable. You're just like Mr. Qin in second high. When he's happy he'll beat you up. When he's unhappy he'll beat you up. When he's calm he'll beat you up. When he's not eating he'll beat you up. When he's drinking he'll beat you up. When he's thinking of the past he'll beat you up. Li Chenglong felt that he couldn't live anymore. Now you're using this on me. But I'm not you. I'm not as tough as you. Wuxiao felt that he had to beat him up. He wouldn't beat him up just because he couldn't take a beating? Being able to take a beating was something that could be trained. Have you forgotten how you hit me when I'm down that day? Besides, I've been beaten up as much as you during this period of time. Who's more wrong than you? Zhou Xiaoduo beat him up confidently and became more energetic. Li Chenglong shouted, "You're the only one who's been beaten up? Didn't I get beaten up as well? Did Mr. Wen let me off? Every day I'll beat you up 50 to 40. You felt really wronged." After Qin Fangyang left that day, Yi Changqing used a piece of top-grade Astral Soul's jade as the price to suppress his injuries. Then he used all his strength to beat up Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian, who was beaten up, had nowhere to vent his anger. So he thought of Qin Fangyang's teaching method. There's only one word to teach Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Beat them up. Mm. Chapter 654. With this knowledge, Wen Xingtian felt even less burdened. Hence, Wen Xingtian began to beat up Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. And he didn't need to find excuses. Every day he would say, "Why is the progress of your cultivation so slow? Come out." Hence there would be a pause. Even if Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong advanced by a level every day, Wen Xingtian would still say that they were slow and start beating them up. As a result, the two of them were in the same boat. In a day, as long as they weren't sweating profusely in the gravity room, they would be beaten up all the time. They were under heavy pressure and under torture every day. The harder Wen Xingtian beat them up, the more Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong racked their brains to think about whether they could withstand it next time. The harder they cultivated, the easier it would be for them to feel less pain when they were beaten up. The harder they trained, the faster they improved, and the harder Wen Xingtian beat them up. Through this cycle, his strength grew at an extremely fast speed. This was a joyous result, and it gave Wen Xingtian even more reason to beat him up. These two guys. The harder they were beaten up, the faster they improved. What Qin Fangyang said was true. These two guys were really afraid of being beaten up. From then on, they didn't need to be impulsive and vent their anger anymore. They beat them up confidently and happily. "See, ever since I beat them up with all my strength, they've improved much faster than before." Sure enough, there's always someone to learn from. Teacher Qin's teaching method is really good. I'm sincerely convinced. I'll believe it as if it's true and I won't go against it. Although that was what he said, his actions were the same. The beating became more intense and powerful. Moreover, it was from a point to a whole. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were just a point, a starting point. All the students in Class 1 were beaten up. If Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong can use this method, the others can definitely do it too. Including the girls, Wen Xingtian did not care about beating them up and did not give them any preferential treatment. The principle of equality between men and women was carried out in daily life. Right now, the students of Class 1 were either being beaten or walking on the road to being beaten. They were like ducks being chased, running faster and faster and being beaten more and more ruthlessly. And so, cough cough cough, it was a virtuous cycle. The students of Class 1 complained incessantly. What attribute did Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong activate? We were just implicated by those two. Since ancient times, I've never heard of anyone needing to be beaten 8 times a day to attend a high martial arts school. However, there was no doubt that after being beaten up, the students of Class 1 also grew rapidly. Originally, the progress of Class 1 was already higher than the other classes. Now the gap was widening with each passing day. The other teachers were all feeling depressed and curious. Hence they went to ask. Hence, under the lead of Wen Xingtian, the other teachers gradually discovered the benefits of this trick. So that was the case. This bunch of people were asking for a beating. Understood, understood. Teacher Qin was really talented. Look at Wen Xingtian, who discovered it early. Look at how fast his students improved when he trained them. Look at you guys. You guys are the worst batch I've ever taught. Since you guys are the worst batch, what should I do? Beat them up. As a result, the entire Hidden Dragon High School suddenly became a place where ghosts were weeping and gods were howling. The sounds of people being beaten came from all directions in an endless stream, rising and falling one after another. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. Pa pa pa. The Hidden Dragon High School's hellish teaching mode was grandly inaugurated this year. From then on, the name of Hidden Dragon High School's hellish teaching mode was born. Zhou Xiaoduo had already handed in the school's mission. Hence, he received a lot of credits as a reward as well as resources that were equivalent to the mission. Yi Changqing did not deliberately deduct Zhou Xiaoduo's credits because of Qin Fangyang's words. He felt that this matter had to be fair. Since Zhou Xiaoduo had completed the mission, the credits that should be given should be sufficient. As for worrying about Zhou Xiaoduo slacking off and so on, Now Yi Changqing came up with a solution. If the student slacked off, he would go and beat up Wen Xingtian. Principal Yi was also very good at holding grudges. Zhou Xiaoduo received a lot of rewards. He used a huge amount of credits to exchange for countless items that could restore one's soul, cultivation, injuries, etc. In short, all the items that could restore one's state were of the highest quality. He exchanged for a huge amount of resources and put them into the space ring. These were all for preparing to get injured and run away at any time. Actually, it was to recover at any time to kill the enemy. Yes, it was like that. Among them, Vice Principal Lu's mission for revenge included a purified jade lotus. It was placed in an iced jade box. Although it had been plucked for a long time, the whole lotus was still like a piece of white jade, sparkling and translucent. A faint and elegant fragrance condensed and didn't disperse. Although it wasn't refreshing, it lingered for a long time. The lotus flower placed in the box looked like it had been carved out by the best craftsman in the world. Purified jade lotus is suitable for unmarried women. After taking it, it will cleanse the internal organs, crystal clear meridians, ice skin and jade bones. It will not be stained by the mortal world, and there will be no smell in the body for the rest of its life. It will be clean and elegant for the rest of its life, and its heart will be exquisite. All the astral souls will be ice and fire, and it will be a perfect universe. Zhou Xiaoduo stared at these words and seriously tried to understand them. In the end, his understanding was, after taking it, there would only be a fragrant beauty, and it probably wouldn't even stink when taking a dump. Good stuff. Therefore Zhou Xiaoduo carefully put it away. He was going to let Zhou Xiaoyan take it the moment he saw her. The other prize was also a priceless treasure. It was said to be a godly sharp sword passed down from ancient times. It could cut gold and break jade, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It was called the Sealed Dragon Sword. Zhou Xiaoduo took it and waved it twice in his hand. He compared it with his spirit cat sword and felt that it wasn't as beautiful as his spirit cat sword. It wasn't convenient to use. He called Li Chenglong in. At this time, school was over, and the two of them had finished eating. They were lying in the villa. What do you think of this sword? Good sword. Isn't it awesome? Awesome. Do you want it? Yes. If you want it, then write an IOU. How much? 100 million. So little? I'll write you an IOU of 10 billion. Li Chenglong finished writing the IOU and took the sword away. It was as if he had received a treasure and he couldn't put it down. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the IOU in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although the value of this sealed dragon sword was definitely more than 100 million, and even if it was worth 10 billion, there was no place to exchange it. However, looking at the swollen man who wrote the IOU without any hesitation, it was still most probably, the so-called debt collection was no longer painful or itchy. He didn't feel anything at all. This wouldn't do. It was even more not a good sign. I have to establish the feeling of being in debt is shameful, and I can't sit still or stand still. Li Chenglong has already gotten used to it. How am I supposed to deal with him? Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and pondered. He was reflecting, what did he do wrong? He originally only wanted an IOU of 100 million, but now he received an IOU of 10 billion. And the person who wrote the IOU was so happy. This was a little boring. Li Chenglong, think about it. What else have you not done? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. When they started to discuss business, Li Chenglong also became serious. He counted with his fingers and said, just a few days ago there was news from Shangjing City. The cabinet ordered to wipe out the 4 great clans, including the Wu clan, the Gao clan, the Wei clan, and the Lu clan. A few days ago, among the 4 great clans, all those who had participated in the conspiracy, no matter men or women, a total of 1,753 people were all beheaded. Among them were the clan leaders of the 4 great clans. None of them were left alive. Swollen praised, this time Chief Nan's butcher's knife fell ruthlessly. It is said that even those who were only involved in it were not spared. As for those who came out to carry out the mission, they were all killed and their entire clan was exterminated. Now the 4 great clans are only left with some children of the direct bloodline who are not more than 15 years old. Then there are the women who are confirmed to have no connection with them. These few clans might not be able to recover from this setback, but they will at least be dormant for a few hundred years. Also, more than 30 strongholds of the Umno Alliance were found all over the country, and they were all destroyed. All related personnel must be killed, including those who were captured alive. After interrogation, they were all beheaded in public. Also, the Qiu clan of Bailiang City, the maternal family of the Princess of the Central Plains, was directly uprooted, and the whole family suffered. The Princess of the Central Plains was implicated, and she hanged herself in the prince's mansion that night. All the dowry and all the confidants were tied up by the Prince of the Central Plains and handed over. After interrogation and verification, they were all executed the day before yesterday as well. There were also many gangs that were purged this time. They were directly wiped out. Yes, after this big operation it was as if there was a big purge all over the country. More than 20,000 people were caught, and many of them were directly executed in the local area. Because of this, there is no way to calculate the exact number of deaths for the time being. In short, it is not a small number. For now, no matter what the crime is, the sentencing is based on the principle of severity and severity. Basically, the punishment is 3 grades. Ruthless, very determined. Li Chenglong was full of praise. I believe that after this, the whole continent will be peaceful for a while. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded quietly and said, "What about those related to the hidden dragon high martial arts?" He really did not care about other things. Those related to the hidden dragon high martial arts. Li Chenglong began to calculate all the information that Zhou Xiaoduo told him a few days ago, as well as all the information that Yi Changqing had asked him to sort out over the past few days. After thinking for a while, he said, "Starting from the headmaster, the 4 murderers who attacked Headmaster Yi back then have been arrested and brought to justice. For the time being, they are in secret custody. But behind them, there are too many people involved, so it is not appropriate for us to make a sudden move. We still need some time." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. He had thought of this when he first learned about it. It was definitely not easy to move against a force like the Prince of the Central Plains. Not to mention the Prince of the Central Plains cutting off his own wrist and directly sending his father-in-law's family to take the thunder. It could be said that he had completely cast himself away. If he did not grab his wrist in front of him, he really could not make a move. Chapter 655. Then there's Vice Principal Xiang. 2 of the people who fought with him that year have been caught during the interrogation. They confessed that it was the Liu family who did it, and the Liu family also confessed to it. These 2 people have already been executed. The other person who cooperated with them is the Umno Alliance's Fenghai stronghold. Although this stronghold has been uprooted, the person who was responsible for giving out the water of the River of Forgetfulness is no longer here. We still have to wait until we capture this Umno Alliance expert to be completely settled. But this matter, in my opinion, is already over. Then there's Vice Principal Liu. The people who participated in the attack on Vice Principal Liu were from the Gao family and the Wu family. They have already been captured and executed. In addition, Vice Principal Liu has recovered. His relevant part has also ended. As for Vice Principal Cheng, his situation is similar to Vice Principal Yes. They are involved in the same trouble. So, he has been shelved on the surface and is working hard in secret. But now that we have a clue, we won't be blinded anymore. The matters related to the 2 of them have been combined into one. Now we just need a chance to settle the score. But Vice Principal Shi was framed. And it wasn't done by any of these families. That is to say, there's still one murderer who hasn't been found and is still hiding. The others have either been executed or have already found a target. Only this is still full of mystery. Li Chenglong frowned and said, "So, this matter is really strange. Personally, I feel that this isn't a power struggle. It's a move against Vice Principal Shi alone. It's to ruin his reputation and put him to death. This method is more like a personal grudge that is absolutely irreconcilable." Li Chenglong frowned and said, "And Vice Principal Yi and the others are skeptical of my guess." Zhou Xiaoduo also frowned. Was there something else fishy about this matter? But no matter what, Hidden Dragon High School is clean now. There aren't so many crooked things anymore. Li Chenglong said, "Now, whenever Principal Yi and the others mention this matter, they are all relaxed and full of smiles. It's very different from when we first came to school. Principal Yi can even go and beat Teacher Wen up to vent his anger when he has nothing to do. Before this, I heard that Principal Yi wasn't so interested. Even if Teacher Wen wanted Principal Yi to have some fun with her, he wouldn't have the energy to do so." Li Chenglong's words were full of schadenfreude. Ayaya, the form teacher who used to beat me up every day, is getting beaten up every day. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Very good, very good. Well, that's right. Fenghai's Li clan seems to have participated in your pursuit this time. However, they ultimately did not truly make a move. Hence, they only suppressed you slightly and gave you a warning. As for Fenghai's Gao family, Gao Qingxiang, Gao Qiao, and the others were unusually concerned about you. After you returned, the Gao family's descendants did their best to get close to us without hiding anything. The most important thing is that every one of them is very sincere in their relationship with us. Li Chenglong glanced at Zhuo Duo. I think the root cause of this situation should be that the Gao family helped you during the pursuit, right?
Yes.
Not only did the Gao family help me, but they also lost a few people in order to help me. In terms of strength, they should be one of the few experts in the Gao family. Zhuo Duo frowned. What's more, they broke off their relationship with the Gao family in Shangjing at that time. Li Chenglong frowned. After a moment he asked, could it be that the Gao family has transferred over? Zhuo Duo recalled Lord Ri's words and asked tentatively, Swollen, what if the Gao family really transferred over? Li Chenglong did not speak for a long time. After a long silence he said, if the Gao family transfers over, we can try to accept them. However, we can't completely trust them. Zhuo Duo nodded slowly. On the other hand, the Wu family, Wu Yunhai, Wu Qing, Wu Yi, and the others were originally on good terms with us. They were still very warm when we met. However, in the past few days when they saw us, they were a little embarrassed. Although they still talked and laughed freely on the surface. That feeling is not right. Li Chenglong frowned and said, especially when compared to the Gao family, the Wu family's attitude seems even more strange. Zhuo Duo nodded slowly and said, regarding this, I also feel the same. After the incident, the consequences of the choice of the Wu and Gao families' higher-ups had gradually revealed themselves. Just as Gao Qiao said, when you wanted us to be on good terms with them, we were unwilling, but we could only go up to them. They could feel it. Because they were all teenagers, they could not be as calm and collected as the old fox, hiding a knife behind a smile. Even if the change in their hearts was hidden, it would still affect the way they did things. If our family still wanted to kill him, then the relationship that we had built with great difficulty would completely collapse because of this. It was also a psychological change, a natural rejection of the aura. No matter if it was guilt, shame, or a guilty conscience, there would be a corresponding reaction in the aura. Zhuo Duo usually looked like he did not care about anything, but Zhuo Duo's senses were still extremely sensitive. Moreover, he had the ability to read people's faces. Who was disloyal, who was dishonest. There was no way to hide it. Zhuo Duo's number one assistant, Li Chenglong, was also an expert in this aspect. Even if he could not feel it, Li Chenglong could still analyze the situation based on what he saw and quickly find out what was wrong. Just as Gao Qiao said, these two fellows were peerless geniuses, not heroes of the world. It was impossible to deceive them as they were of the same age. The slightest change in their emotions could expose everything. Only with sincerity would there be meaning and results. And now the Gao and Wu family disciples were behaving very differently, making both sides unable to hide from Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong slowly analyzed, the Gao and Wu families have the same relationship with us. And Gao Qiao is an extremely intelligent woman. She used the maximum amount of contact to make our relationship closer. This was her previous efforts. And this time, in the matter of you being hunted down in the Starlight Mountain Range, the Gao and Wu families clearly made different choices. That's why the students of the two families have different attitudes towards you. Since they made different choices, if the Gao family helped you before, then even if the Wu family did not kill you or target you, at least they would not help you. And in that kind of atmosphere of life and death. If they did not help you, it would be no different from targeting you. Li Chenglong said, therefore Wu Qing, Wu Yi, and Wu Yunhai are feeling guilty. Because their families want to deal with you. Therefore, when they face us, especially when you escaped unscathed from the Starlight Mountain Range, they will feel even more embarrassed, guilty, and ashamed. And after they enjoyed the meat of the Beast King you brought back, their feelings will only be magnified and they will not be able to hide it. Li Chenglong said in a low voice, therefore we can conclude that the Gao family is moving closer to us. And the Wu family is not only our enemy, but the chances of them becoming friends are very slim. Zhuo Duo nodded. He thought so too. However, Li Chenglong's analysis of each and every one of them was much more concrete. In this world. Li Chenglong did not finish. Then he saw Zhuo Duo raise his head and look outside. Then he felt it too. A car was driving straight toward the villa. A few minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of the villa. A man and a woman got out of the car. The woman was tall and slender. The woman was beautiful and had a graceful figure. They were Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qiaoer. What a coincidence! Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both exclaimed in their minds. 20 days had passed since the Starlight Mountain Range incident. During these 20 days, the Gao family did not take any initiative to show their goodwill. They let Zhou Xiaoduo digest the results of the Starlight Mountain Range incident. Until today. Zhou Xiaoduo had probably finished digesting the results and stabilized his cultivation. That was why they came to find him. Before this, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were busy consolidating their current cultivation and dealing with the fruits of their labor. They were truly extremely busy, and they really didn't have the time to sit down and discuss other matters. But now, the two of them had reached the inner core realm and were in a stable state. They had spent several days consolidating their cultivation and could talk about other things. And Gao Qiaoer had come to find them at this time. Li Chenglong's eyes flashed as he watched Gao Qiaoer and Gao Qingxiang slowly walk toward the door. He transmitted his voice to Zhou Xiaoduo. This Gao Qiaoer. She's meticulous and meticulous. She does things flawlessly. She knows when to advance and when to retreat. She knows when to stop and when to stop. This woman is definitely a talent. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. In fact, he had the same thought in his mind. He turned to Li Chenglong and asked, "So what do you mean?" Li Chenglong winked and transmitted his voice. "Why don't you accept her?" Zhou Xiaoduo's face changed abruptly. He looked around vigilantly. Then he felt a chill in his crotch. His back was cold like a knife. His ears began to turn red and hot. It seemed that Nian Cat had pinched them again. A familiar pain seemed to be rising. He could not help but shiver. His lips turned green and his face turned white. "You can't say that. You'll die." Li Chenglong was immediately filled with doubts and bewilderment. What was wrong with that? Why did Zhou react so strangely when he mentioned finding a wife? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Li Chenglong hurried to open the door and said, "Boss, think again. Boss, please reconsider. It's quite a good deal." Zhou Xiaoduo trembled. He touched his body and looked around. Nian Cat did not secretly plant a listening device, did she? He had to be careful. He had to be careful. Class monitor Zhou. Gao Qiaoer's crisp voice rang. Her eyes were curved and she was smiling. She was gentle, generous, and beautiful. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed a few times. He tried to put on a cold persona and said reservedly, "Please sit, please sit. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please sit." Chapter 656. Haha. Gao Qiaoer laughed. "Why are you being so polite?" Li Chenglong gestured for Gao Qingxiang to sit down. "Thank you for your hard work in the Starlight Mountains, Monitor Zhou." Gao Qiaoer grumbled and said faintly, "Squad leader Zhou, I still don't understand. When you just left, I sent you a message. At that time, I believed that you didn't leave the city. Even if you left the city, you were only at the border area. There's a way back. Why didn't you come back? Your choice this time is too risky." Gao Qiaoer's complaint was accompanied by a smile. She sounded close to him as if they were old friends. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed dryly. "At that time, my phone was already in my ring, so I didn't receive any messages. I waited until night time when I walked far away and took out my phone to check the time. Only then did I see so many unread messages." Gao Qiaoer smiled sweetly and said, "You still have to be careful when you do things. However, Class Monitor Zhou is skilled and daring. He is full of tricks and is extremely intelligent. Although it is surprising that he is able to walk through danger so easily, it is not unreasonable. If it were anyone else, they would have been lucky enough to escape alive. But Monitor Zhou, you've gained a lot. When I heard the news from the school, I was really shocked." Gao Qiaoer covered her mouth and laughed. She laughed happily and playfully. "The first thing we did was to ask our families for resources and money. We quickly settled on the Beast King meat. I have to say that we've all made great progress this time. We have to thank Monitor Zhou for your generosity." Then she stood up and bowed respectfully. "I will never forget your kindness." Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I've also received the money. Besides, I don't have much use for the spiritual meat." Gao Qiaoer said seriously, "It's your business whether it's useful or not. But you're so generous. Even if it's the market price, it's still generous. Selling it at 1/10 of the market price is even more generous." Qiaoer was still very clear about this point. "Monitor Zhou, you're a real man. Gao Qiaoer praised him from the bottom of her heart. They chatted for a while more before Gao Qiaoer shifted the topic to the purpose of her visit. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that we didn't dare to come and disturb you because you were busy. Gao Qiaoer said, now that everything has been settled, it's time to take a breather. Aren't we here to disturb you and make our presence known? If we don't come, I'm afraid that class monitors will be so pleased with himself that he will forget about us. As she spoke, she giggled. Her tone was both friendly and playful. The distance between them was just right, without the slightest hint of uneasiness. Duo waved his hand. You're too kind. This time in the Starlight Mountain Range, your Gao family has helped me a lot. I've always wanted to pay you a visit to express my gratitude, but I've been busy with many trivial matters and haven't had the time. Instead, I let Qiaoer come over. Gao Qiaoer smiled sweetly. Class monitors, what, you think too highly of them? After they went back, they were scolded by my grandpa. They didn't help at all. Instead, they made things worse. With the strength of class monitors was bodyguards, the few of us from the Gao family can only embarrass ourselves and make a fool of ourselves. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of class monitors. She smiled guiltily. If monitors says that you can't thank me enough, Qiaoer will be too ashamed to show her face. Li Chenglong listened to them with a warm face. Listening to Gao Qiaoer's words, Li Chenglong could not help but have a feeling that she was watertight, sensible, and natural. Moreover, she was meticulous in her thinking and was like a spring breeze. She kept a distance and paid attention to everything. She didn't cross the line. But every word she said was invisibly closing the distance between them. She always kept a safe distance. It was hard for people to feel disgusted with her. When they were close enough to each other to show off something, she would pull away from him without a trace. She didn't advance rashly. She really kept the distance to the extreme. At least, it was the extreme of a young man at this age. Gao Qiaoer talked for a while and drank 2 cups of tea. Then she finally patted her head and laughed. Look at me. I'm still young. I forget about business when I'm happy. After she finished speaking, she gently touched her interspatial ring and a small jade bottle suddenly appeared in her hand. She paused for a moment before saying, 13 years ago, our Gao family's ancestor coincidentally obtained 3 drops of monarch-grade star beast essence blood at an auction. Consider it a small gift from our family to class monitors. She smiled gracefully and said, Monitors, please don't think it's too little. Actually, Monitors doesn't need it. However, Monitors has recently obtained the remains of 2 king-level demon beasts. I think Monitors might have some heaven and earth treasures produced by the remains of the ancient demon beasts. If the blood essence of this kind of emperor-level demon beast is diluted with water and sprinkled on the spiritual roots of heaven and earth treasures, the effect will be immediate. It will effectively improve the quality of the heaven and earth treasures. Gao Qiaoer smiled and said, Class monitors, please give us some face and accept this small token of our appreciation. Li Chenglong admired her even more. Not only was the Gao family's gift generous, but it was also well chosen and meticulously crafted. Duo didn't lack heaven and earth treasures, cultivation consumables or resources. At least he didn't care about them. However, when it came to improving the quality of heaven and earth treasures, it was exactly what Duo wanted. He didn't want to refuse. How can I accept it? As expected, Duo smiled like a flower and accepted it. Then the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Gao Qingxiang only said a few words when there was a chance. However, he admired his cousin more and more. Her eloquence and her ability to deal with people left him in the dust. He didn't even know where to start learning. Such a way of dealing with people was innate. It wasn't something that could be achieved by training. After a short pause, Gao Qiaoer changed the topic and talked about the changes in the Gao family. Speaking of which, there were a lot of twists and turns this time. When Monitors was in the Starry Mountain Range, we knew that Monitors didn't need our help. However, the Gao family's attitude was necessary. Especially because of the grudges from before. It was inevitably awkward. There was a big quarrel in the family because of it. Gao Qingxiang was thinking. Why did she expose her own shortcomings and talk about the quarrel because of grudges? What was the reason? He couldn't figure it out. However, at this point he didn't think that Gao Qiaoer's words were unreasonable. Instead, he naturally thought that there must be a reason. Must be useful. However, he still couldn't figure it out. This quarrel is also an opportunity for the Gao family. It's a chance for us to make a choice. Because now the head of the family has decided to give up the position. And the other branches of the family have also started to gain full control of the family's power thanks to Monitor Zhua. Gao Qiaoer's beautiful eyes looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's face. She said, after this incident, maybe Qiaoer will become the first female head of the Gao family in the future. Speaking of which, it's also the current head of the family who made this concession so that the younger generation can grow up smoothly. He's really great. There's nothing to say about the Gao family. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly and said, this old man really puts the Gao family first in everything. I know that Gao Yan'er and Gao Ping are this old man's granddaughters. Gao Qiaoer sighed softly and said, yes. So it's really not easy for Grandpa family head to take this step. Although this matter is closely related to Monitor Zhua. Cough cough, I still want to say that this kind of choice and determination isn't something an ordinary person can make. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed emotionally. That's right. Who can let go of a blood feud just like that? At this point, everything was out in the open. The atmosphere gradually shifted in the direction of a heavy atmosphere. Gao Qiaoer said softly, but Grandpa family head's final decision has made us, the younger generation, heave a collective sigh of relief. It's not that we're heartless. It's just that. In every era, there's bound to be influential people who rise with the wind and the clouds. And under the feet of such people, there's no lack of untimely corpses. When a dragon soars and the clouds dance, there's bound to be wind and rain. When a general succeeds, there'll be mountains of white bones, let alone an influential person who soars in a major event like the rise and fall of the continent. We're certain that Monitor Zhua will definitely soar into the sky and become a dragon. And we're even more unwilling to bury our own lives and futures in the hands of a genius who might become our friend for the sake of someone else's hatred. So, Gao Qiaoer sat up straight and looked seriously at Zhou Xiaoduo. Our Gao family from today onwards will follow Monitor Zhua's lead. But if there's any violation, we'll be hated by the heavens. We'll be abandoned by the heavens. We'll be destroyed by the heavens. With the heavens as proof, Gao Qiaoer, in the name of the future master of the Gao family, swears with blood. I swear by the heavens. The blade flashed. Gao Qiaoer's finger was cut open. A stream of green blood sprinkled in the air. A misty blood mist still lingered in the air. Everyone's hearts were violently shaken by this sudden turn of events. It was as if a great power was watching over here. The blood mist vibrated in the air and turned into a bloodline that penetrated Gao Qiaoer's forehead. The oath was made. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was also shaken. He said repeatedly, "You're exaggerating. You're exaggerating." Gao Qiaoer sat up straight and said solemnly, "But if there's a decision, it must be made promptly. Haven't you heard of the saying that opportunity is fleeting and will never come again? Since we've decided on our target, we should stick to it. Our Gao family is willing to take a big gamble on Monitor Zhua." Chapter 657. The bet is the survival of the entire Gao family. If we win, we will follow squad leader Zhua and ride the clouds. If we lose, we lose. In the history of the past, which family has not made such a huge bet? We can see people who won the bet in history, but how many people lost the bet? Gao Qiaoer was high-spirited. My generation will take this bet as fate. At this moment, Li Chenglong said in a meaningful tone, intentionally or otherwise, "Isn't it too early for the Gao family to make this decision and take this position?" Gao Qiaoer's heart tightened, and she almost wanted to strangle this guy to death. However, she smiled sweetly. Vice Squad Leader Li, if we wait until Squad Leaders will becomes famous before making the decision, I'm afraid our Gao family won't have a position even if we are 10,000 miles away. Li Chenglong smiled faintly. Even now there aren't many positions. Gao Qiaoer also smiled faintly and said leisurely, "Even if it's a peripheral position, our Gao family has the advantage now. As for the future, we'll leave it to fate." Li Chenglong's faint smile caused Gao Qiaoer to feel depressed. Originally, this was the first pledge of allegiance that Zhou Xiaoduo received from a foreign family in Fenghai, and it was very meaningful. However, because of Li Chenglong's words, Zhou Xiaoduo had the concept of first place in his heart. Although it was still the first in Zhou Xiaoduo's heart, it wasn't the first. Li Chenglong's vigilance against the Gao family is really everywhere, and he's always paying attention to us. Perhaps there are people here who don't understand. A simple explanation would be, if Li Chenglong didn't interrupt, Zhuo Duo would have to declare his allegiance in the face of the Gao family's clear declaration of allegiance and the heavenly law blood oath. However, this declaration was a little too early. If Zhuo Duo became successful in the future, Li Chenglong, Li Changming, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the others would be the top echelon of power. As for the Xiang clan, they were barely able to squeeze into the first echelon. However, the Gao clan, because of their attitude this time, would also be able to obtain a spot in the first echelon. In fact, their position would even be higher than the Xiang clans, because this was the first family to defect. However, with the addition of Li Chenglong's words, it formed another layer of concept. Zhuo Duo would definitely have to consider the matter of leaving a spot. Since he had to think about it, he wouldn't give a direct answer now, because there was already Li Chenglong's interruption as a buffer. What Zhuo Duo needed to consider was for example, Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Zhen Piapiao, and so on. These seats had to be reserved. These people might not be able to become the first group, but for now, before the Gao clan expressed their stance, they were still closer than the Gao clan and were more trustworthy. After all, there was no grudge between them, only a beautiful future. But now, such a big family wouldn't declare their allegiance. This meant that the Gao clan had been kicked out of the first echelon by Li Chenglong's words. They couldn't even enter the second echelon, which meant that they had slipped into the third echelon. If Zhuo Duo's future achievements were ordinary, it would be fine. However, if Zhuo Duo became someone like the left and right Heavenly King or the Four Directions Marshal in the future, then the gap between the first echelon and the second echelon would be extremely huge. However, if the Gao clan didn't believe that Zhuo Duo would definitely become a dragon in the future, they wouldn't have to compromise so much if they wanted to earn this merit. Unfortunately, even though they had already compromised so much, it was ruined by Li Chenglong's words. How could Gao Qiao not be frustrated? Not only was she frustrated, but she was also so angry that her lungs were about to explode. However, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't be angry at Li Chenglong, let alone hold a grudge against him. If she offended Li Chenglong because of this, the Gao clan wouldn't be able to enter this circle even if they had to pay 10 or 100 times more. Li Chenglong was already destined to be the second most important person in the Zhuo Duo group. From a certain perspective, his words could even sway Zhuo Duo's thoughts and actions. It was true. Zhuo Duo secretly gave Li Chenglong a look of admiration. Swollen's sudden words really solved his big problem. If Li Chenglong didn't say anything, Zhuo Duo would have to express his acceptance or rejection. The other party had already made a heavenly Dao blood oath. As his master, couldn't he say something? No matter what, he had to show some goodwill and even sincerity. With this interruption, Zhuo Duo was much more at ease and had more room to maneuver. Zhuo Duo smiled and said, "It's really too early. Haha, as the person involved, I'm not mentally prepared to achieve great things. However, I've never rejected goodwill, and even sincerity. I've never thought about what the future will be like. However, I, Zhuo Duo, am still able to share weal and woe with you." Zhuo Duo thought for a while with a rare seriousness and said, "All in all, it's still too early. Naturally, it's still too early to say anything." Li Chenglong interrupted again, "Senior Gao has already said so much. You're just ignoring her good intentions. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, aren't you going to give her something in return?" The hatred in Gao Qiao's heart grew bigger and bigger. She almost broke her cultivation and jumped up, swinging her big stick and smashing it on Li Chenglong's bald head. "This bastard, he's really too bad." If Zhuo Duo only accepted it and didn't give anything in return, it would mean one thing. However, if he gave something in return, the meaning would change. Zhuo Duo patted his forehead and said, "Speaking of which, I do have a few little things here. It's not really a gift in return, but it's still a token of my appreciation." After saying that, he turned his wrist and a crystal-clear bead appeared in his palm. This bead was the size of a fist. There seemed to be countless rainbows flowing inside. With the appearance of the bead, there seemed to be a strange aura emerging and rising layer by layer. This kind of aura, this kind of atmosphere, made one's hair stand on end and shudder. It also made Gao Qiao, who wanted to say something, suddenly stop. This was the bead on the leg of the centipede queen. Zhuo Duo had more than 1,000 of these beads in his hands. Of course he could ignore it. Just like the spiritual meat of the Beast King, there were too many of them. However, this kind of Demon King's bead, no matter where it was, could be regarded as a treasure. It could even be regarded as a family heirloom in an ordinary big family. This is a Demon King's bead. Zhuo Duo said seriously, I deeply feel your family's appreciation, accept it completely and engrave it in my heart. Especially. You have such high expectations for me. I'm overjoyed, but I'm also really scared. I'm still young, I'm still a child. Zuo said faintly. Gao Qiaoer's lips twitched. 100 million complaints rose in her heart, but she didn't know how to spit them out. This Demon King's bead has the effect of being immune to all poisons. As long as it's not some strange poison, you only need to roll the centipede bead on the wound and the poison will be immediately removed. I'll give it to Miss Gao as a gift in return. Zuo said very sincerely, and there was a deep meaning behind it. He said that he would give it to Miss Gao, not to your family. Even the slow-witted Gao Qingxiang was able to discern this. This time it was Gao Qiaoer's turn to be in a dilemma. She didn't know what to do. It had to be said that this Demon King's bead was an irresistible treasure that the Gao family in Fenghai yearned for even in their dreams. In Jianghu, people couldn't avoid fighting and killing, and such sneaky tricks like poisoning were even harder to guard against. Once you were poisoned, you would die. As long as you had this Demon King's bead, you would be 99% immune to this most dreaded trick. The 3 drops of Emperor-level demonic beast blood were certainly good things. Although they seemed to be reusable, they had relatively harsh conditions. However, this Demon King's bead could be reused. It was even qualified to be a family heirloom. Even if it was used for thousands of years, it wouldn't be damaged. In terms of practical value, it was much higher than the Emperor-level demonic beast blood. Gao Qiaoer wanted to decline, but she was afraid that if she declined, it would be gone. Moreover, Gao Qiaoer still wanted it from the bottom of her heart. Li Chenglong said on the side, Senior Qiao, don't decline. Giving each other gifts is a necessary way to get along with each other. It's not the way to go in the long run. Don't you think so? Gao Qiaoer's feelings toward Li Chenglong were mixed with gratitude and anger. However, gratitude only accounted for 10%, and the remaining 90% was anger. This guy was really full of evil tricks. Why did he have to be so guarded against me? Gao Qiaoer's position toward herself and the Gao family was very accurate. From the beginning she had put her position low enough. She didn't covet Li Chenglong's position at all, and she didn't dare to covet it. Therefore, even though she was proud of her extraordinary intelligence, she never dreamed of replacing Li Chenglong's position. But even so, Li Chenglong still messed up the situation. The good situation was reversed, and then it took a turn for the worse. Anne's Wuxiao's reward was a treasure that she couldn't refuse. What could she do? She could only grit her teeth and accept it, but she still smiled like a flower. Thank you, class monitor Zua. Li Chenglong said on the side. Zua, actually, with Senior Qiao as the head of the Gao family in the future, similar to the previous gains, can be maximized through the Gao family. Zuo was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, but we're still students of the Hidden Dragon High School. Won't we be neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles? Li Chenglong said, but we have to graduate eventually. After graduation we still have to chase after these gains and losses. Zuo pondered for a moment, and after a long time he slowly nodded. Gao Qiaoer's eyes lit up. After Gao Qiaoer and Gao Qingxiang left and got into the car, they drove out slowly. When they were about to reach the Gao family they were still in deep thought. This could be said to be a trip to surrender. But in reality, intentionally or unintentionally, it turned into a confrontation between Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong. Gao Qiaoer was at a disadvantage from the beginning to the end. All her plans were ruined by Li Chenglong by 80%. Chapter 658. On the surface, Gao Qiaoer was very talkative from the beginning to the end. She spoke a lot. Her attitude made it clear that the atmosphere was under her control. Li Chenglong only said a few words from the beginning to the end. At most, it was less than 1% of what Gao Qiaoer said. But in terms of mentality, Gao Qiaoer felt that she was completely at a disadvantage. She couldn't even struggle or fight back. Sigh. Gao Qiaoer finally sighed deeply when they drove into the Gao family's courtyard. Do you know what I hate the most now? What? Gao Qingxiang asked. What I hate the most is Gao Yenner and Gao Pinger, those two idiots. If it weren't for the past grudges, I'm confident that our Gao family would be in the most advantageous position. What a pity. Gao Qiaoer sighed again and again. This is fate. Gao Qingxiang didn't understand. He asked in a low voice, Zuo is indeed a peerless genius. No one can doubt that. But is he really worth our entire family doing this for? Gao Qiao snorted and said, so, you men don't know what you're thinking. You only think about fighting and being brave. What's the use of that? If you can't even see a person's potential, then you're useless. We women, from ancient times until now. Although the status of women has risen a lot, whether a woman lives well or not, most of the time, it's because of her judgment of men. Did you choose the right man? Did he have potential? In this aspect, in terms of intuition, men are thousands of miles behind women. Because this is a kind of talent. It's an instinct. Do you understand? These words made Gao Qingxiang smile bitterly. He actually managed to come up with an experience? Gao Qiao thought for a while and said, Zhuoxiao duo is definitely worth our effort. Even what we're doing now is far from enough. Gao Qingxiang said, he has the potential to be a marshal? To be honest, Gao Qingxiang had reservations about Gao Qiao's judgment. Looking at her now, which part of her could be a marshal? Could she be a high-ranking official? Could she be a leader? Gao Qiao pondered seriously. After a long time she said word by word, I'm afraid. More than that. Gao Qingxiang was really shocked this time. He was a little creeped out by these 4 words and didn't know what to do. More than that? Marshal. However, Gao Qingxiang's interruption caused the matter that Gao Qiao was originally considering to deviate greatly. When he finished talking to Gao Qingxiang and turned back to think about his own matters, he vaguely felt that there was a key point. The moment he was about to grasp it, his train of thought was disrupted by Gao Qingxiang, and he couldn't remember it for a moment. Because of this interruption, Gao Qingxiang, a direct bloodline disciple of the Gao family, was sent to clean the toilets by Gao Qiao in the future. But no matter what, Gao Qiao's heart was still hanging in the air. During this period of time, the entire Astral Soul's mainland was in turmoil. Many well-known families fell from grace, including the Gao family of Shangjing, the Gao family's ancestral bloodline. Although Feng Hai was the first to realize this, they had already expressed their goodwill to Zhuoxiao duo. Many of the family's experts had died because they helped Zhuoxiao duo. Moreover, the family had only been established for a short period of time, so they didn't do many outrageous things. They were not qualified to be involved in the plans of the Gao family of Shangjing, which allowed the Gao family of Feng Hai to smoothly survive this crisis. However, the annihilation of the ancestral bloodline in Shangjing caused Feng Hai to lose its source. Although they were still one of the few major forces in Feng Hai, their strength was nothing in the Astral Soul's mainland. They were like ants. They needed to find another backer, and it had to be a backer that they could rely on. That was why they made this gamble. Although this time, because of Li Chenglong's intervention, Gao Qiao's original plan failed, but they still got a clear attitude. With Zhuoxiao's acceptance this time, they had achieved their basic goal. Gao Qiao was quite satisfied with this result. She was sure that among all the families, including Zhuoxiao's natural supporters, her Gao family of Feng Hai was definitely the first to pledge their allegiance. This first position no one could take it away. Especially after this time, Li Chenglong's side would definitely be alert. Those who wanted to join later would probably be ruthlessly suppressed by Li Chenglong. But that had nothing to do with the Gao family. In fact, the harder Li Chenglong suppressed them, the better. Next, they just needed to continue to show their sincerity and work hard. As for the Demon King's Pearl that Gao Qiao brought back, the Gao family was overjoyed. Originally, they felt that giving away the Emperor-level Demon Beast's blood essence was a big loss, but they didn't expect to make a big profit in the end. Good treasure. The elderly head looked at the wound on Gao Qingxiang's leg and praised with satisfaction. Gao Qingxiang's face was sad. It was imperative to test the effect of the Demon King's Pearl. But did they have to test it on me? They caught a poisonous snake and bit me? What the fuck? What a fucking operation. I was just a little bit closer to it. Can you understand the feeling of being bitten by a poisonous snake without moving? When the sharp fangs bit me, I could feel how it injected the venom. Keep it well. The elderly head was pleased. I didn't expect young Master Zhuo to be so generous. He looked at Gao Qiao. Qiao, this time you've done a great job. Gao Qiao smiled calmly. That night, Gao Qiao's biological mother came to her room. Qiao, are you? Mom, what's the matter? Is it so hard to ask? Qiao, are you interested in young Master Zhuo? Gao Qiao was stunned. That's impossible, Mom. Gao Qiao looked a little disappointed. I've been too smart. I've been too scheming. Any man who wants to achieve great things won't choose me. Even those who have made up their mind to have multiple wives will have to worry. If they take me as their concubine, I'll mess up their home and bully the other women to death. Gao Qiao smiled faintly. So, it's impossible for me. Don't worry. Her mother looked worried. Qiao, you have to think about your own things. Don't be like this. Gao Qiao turned to look at the night sky outside the window and said softly, Mom, do you know? If I really want to be Zhou Xiaoduo's woman, the first condition is that everyone in the Gao family is dead. Only then will I have a chance. Her mother was stunned. I really don't plan to do that. Gao Qiao said softly. Looking at the night sky, the girl seemed to be confirming something. She bit her lips and murmured, I really don't plan to do that. After Gao Qiao left, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong sat cross-legged on the sofa. One leaned against the other on the sofa, and the other lay down on the other sofa. They looked like a boneless snake. What do you think? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and asked. What else can I think? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care. How can I not think? The Gao family is really early. Li Chenglong sighed sincerely. When everything was not clear, the Gao family of Fenghai, who had a blood feud, was actually able to make a prompt decision and bet in advance. Li Chenglong was extremely impressed by his courage. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. I don't want to do anything big. The Gao family, I feel that their choice is a little blind. They are letting their imagination run wild. However, to be able to end the past hatred in one day. This result is not bad. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Zhou Xiaoduo said, besides, we can't be sure whether it's true or not, right? Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. How can it be false under the blood oath of the heavenly Tao? Let's take it one step at a time. The Gao family actually took the initiative this time. It's beyond our expectations. Li Chenglong sighed and touched his bald head subconsciously. During this time his bald head had been mocked. But so be it that ever since Zhou became bald, Li Chenglong had been prepared. This guy will definitely make me bald. As expected. His understanding of Boss Zhou was quite deep. What's your cultivation level now? Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. The middle stage of the inner core stage. Li Chenglong's voice was filled with melancholy. He had eaten so much raw Beast King spirit meat, but his cultivation level had only increased by a little. He was getting further and further away from Zhou. It was so sad. He would probably be beaten to death if he told others about this. Your cultivation progress is really a little slow. Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his disdain. Li Chenglong felt that he had suffered a double blow. He went to cultivate alone. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, turned around and went upstairs, entering the Void Extermination Tower. During this period of time, Xiaolong had painstakingly moved in 3 earth veins from the outside world. It was equivalent to 3 complete earth veins, and he was still in the process of moving them. The inside of the Tower of Annihilation had changed greatly. As Zhou Xiaoduo spared no expense to purchase the Astral Soul's jade powder, and the earth veins in the space were getting bigger and bigger, the earth veins in the space were becoming more and more magnificent and majestic. Looking at it from afar, it was a completely formed mountain range. Although it was still lacking compared to the huge mountains outside, its internal structure was greatly different. It was already several hundred meters tall, and its top and bottom were integrated into one. It was enough to suppress one's luck and stabilize one's fate. As the earth veins in the space were getting bigger and bigger, the treasures of heaven and earth that Zhou Xiaoduo moved in were not just barely maintained, but were growing healthily. The most obvious change in the mountain range was the growth of green grass. It was so green that it was pleasing to the eye. The speed of cultivation in the Tower of Annihilation was equal to half a month in the outside world. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaoduo diluted the 3 drops of Emperor-level demonic beast blood essence and watered the roots of the Dragon Soul Ginseng and the Snake King fruit in the space. The remaining 2 Dragon Soul Ginseng were better than the one Qin Fangyang took. After being nourished by the Emperor-level demonic beast blood essence, they even began to emit a golden brilliance. Chapter 659. The situation is not bad. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking about moving in a few spiritual fruit trees. However, the spiritual fruits and seedlings provided by the academy were not good enough for Zhou Xiaoduo. The quality is too low. Moreover, the fruits are sold in the market. There is no need to plant them. If there is a need, I can just buy them. What I need to pay attention to in the future is to find some high-quality spiritual plants and spiritual roots. Duo was now considering whether to bring Li Chenglong in for cultivation in the future. The functions of the Tower of Annihilation would only become more and more heaven-defying. If it continued to develop at this speed, his cultivation and strength would soon leave Li Chenglong and the others far behind. Gradually he would reach a level where they could only look up to him. However, if that was the case, was it really meaningful for him to walk the path of cultivation alone? However, the secret of the Tower of Annihilation's time flow was too big. Duo was not worried about Li Chenglong. However, what about Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Long Yuxing? Wan Li Xiu? Yu Moyan and the others? Well, Nian Yao was not in his consideration. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely bring her in for cultivation. Who knows, they might even be able to do something else. He remembered that before Qin Fangyang left, Duo specifically asked. Qin Fangyang pondered for a long time. Others might not be able to do it at all. However, Li Chenglong. In the end, Qin Fangyang only said, "You have to grasp it yourself. However, before you have absolute confidence, you can't let anyone in. This tower is not just a mystical object now. It is a mystical treasure in the world. Once the news is leaked, no matter who you are or who you have behind you, it will still be difficult to protect yourself. You might even lose your life along with it. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful." In the end, Qin Fangyang did not say whether it would work or not. Instead, he warned him seriously. "Then, let's wait for a while. Let's wait until the spirit recognizes me as its master." Duo sighed in his heart. "When I'm stronger and have enough trump cards to deal with unexpected situations, we'll talk about it again." The two sword-winged tigers that were enveloped by the misty yellow light had already become much dimmer. Duo could even see two pocket-sized tiger cubs sleeping inside, looking charmingly naive. Duo could confirm that these two saber-winged tigers were being transformed from head to toe by the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. They had been completely reborn and had transcended their original shackles. It was impossible to predict how far he would go in the future, but he could predict the path ahead. Looking at the remaining faint yellow light on their bodies, Duo estimated that it would take 3 to 5 days for the two tigers to wake up. He just didn't know if it would be the old tiger that woke up or a new cat that he no longer knew. "Forget it, let's practice first." Duo entered a meditative state. It had been almost a month since he had broken through to the inner core realm. With the help of the spatial extermination pagoda, Duo's cultivation had already reached the high level of the inner core realm. However, he still did not relax. After all, the stronger he was, the better. Fang Yinhua used the Beast King's spiritual meat to break through to the God-reigning realm. I should also make good use of my time and work hard to improve. Duo urged himself. After Duo gave him 25 kilograms of Beast King's meat, Fang Yinhua, who had already reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm, successfully broke through to the God-reigning realm. This result made Duo feel very helpless. "Why don't you try to compress your true yuan?" Fang Yinhua said that he had already suppressed it 3 times. Now that he ate a mouthful of meat, it directly exploded that even he himself did not expect the effect to be so good. The next morning, when Duo, who had already grown a few inches of hair, and Li Chenglong, who had just started to grow hair, appeared at the Hidden Dragon High School, they realized that something was wrong. Almost all the students were busy outside cleaning the place. It seemed like they were doing a thorough cleaning. The entire Hidden Dragon High School had an exceptionally tidy feeling. From the inside to the outside, everything was clean and tidy. On the tall building, many senior students could be seen flying around, cleaning the windows. When Xingtian and the other teachers were flying in the air, working together to gather clouds. Wherever there was a need to wash, there would be a rainstorm. Even outside the Hidden Dragon High School, there was a large group of students, constantly cleaning the place. What's going on? Could it be that some important person is coming? Duo pulled Xiang Bing, who was waving a large broom. Isn't it because some important person is coming to inspect? Xiang Bing's face was filled with depression. She said faintly, "I just received the notice this morning. And it already caused such chaos." Important person? What important person? How would I know? Xiang Bing was also confused. Duo became more and more curious. What kind of important person was coming to inspect the place and make it so serious? To be able to make the entire high martial arts school stop cultivating and clean the place. "Alright, you guys go ahead and clean up. I'm going to cultivate." Duo turned around and was about to leave. "Work. I won't do it. Remember to clean it up. Don't procrastinate." Duo walked out, patting everyone's shoulders and urging them. He acted like an unsympathetic supervisor, and all the students who were working glared at him angrily. You and you? Holding a broom and sweeping the sky? Go down, press down the dust. Zhen Pia Piao, what's the meaning of you holding a little tiger when you're working? Your tiger has already grown up. Let it come down and work. Why aren't you moving? Are you waiting to eat tiger meat? Meng Zhangjun, what are you and Hao Han doing? Are you standing still and slacking off? Xiang Chong, aren't you working here? Why are you running around? Don't you want to help your wife work? Don't even think about it. Hurry up and work. Do you believe that I won't beat you up for being a traitor? Yuyan, are you working or coaxing your tiger to play? Aren't you embarrassed? Zhou Xiaoduo shouted as he walked. Look at all of you. Hurry up and do your work. Who is this in front? Get out of the way. Don't block my way back to sleep. Everyone who heard him gnashed their teeth. None of them did not want to beat him to death. However, the situation was more powerful than the person. They knew very well that they were no match for him. There was nothing they could do about this bitch. Zhou Xiaoduo's sarcasm was fast, and he also slipped away quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the school gate. However, a shout came from the air, Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo ran away. I'm not here. With a whooshing sound when Xingtian flew down. Bang. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a blood-curdling screech as he fell back into the middle of the field. He landed on his back with a perfect swastika shape. Too painful. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled and screamed, Teacher, when you trying to run? When Xingtian took a step forward, grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo by the back of his neck and walked away. Why are you running? You haven't finished your work yet. Zhou Xiaoduo kept kicking in the air. I can walk on my own. Teacher, when Xingtian didn't care at all. He just carried the big toad and walked away. Awesome. Xiang Chong looked satisfied. Many people around him immediately responded and shouted in unison, Awesome. Indeed, seeing this bitch embarrass himself really made them feel good. Behind them, Li Chenglong, who was pretending to be working, secretly raised his head. His face was still full of fear. I wanted to follow him just now. Fortunately, I didn't. That was close. Yi Changqing was having an emergency meeting with Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Cheng and Vice Principal Lu. Why did the higher-ups choose Hidden Dragon High School to inspect this time? There should be some other reason, right? I've never heard of so many important people inspecting a high school together. An Yunduan Ancestral Dragon didn't even go for an inspection? There must be something strange about this. Yi Changqing was suspicious, but there was nothing he could do. The head of the martial arts department and several marshals came for an inspection together. This matter was not just big, it was simply too big. There must be some other reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to gather all these people. But what is it? Forget it. To be able to attract these important people, it must be something big that only people of their level can do. There's no possibility of us getting involved. We'll just be responsible for the reception. There's only half a month left before the parents' meeting. For this to happen at this juncture, it can't be so coincidental, right? I keep feeling that there's a connection between the two. Yi Changqing frowned and said, This time it's said that they've brought a few juniors over. Maybe they'll spar with the high school students. Who will we send? There must be a match between Yunduan Realm students and Nascent Soul Realm students. But we don't have to worry about Jindan Realm students. Yi Changqing was having an emergency meeting. When Xingtian came in with Zhou Xiaoduo. This guy is here. Well, if there's a suitable one, let him go. With his skills, he can guarantee a victory. Well, it's settled. In the sky not far from Fenghai City. A group of people gathered together and were heading towards the Starry Mountains. Let's go and see if there's really a relic. We also need to confirm if the Lu family people are here. Let's go directly to the Starry Mountains. Okay, where's Wu Taijiang? He's on his way here. That's good. Let's take a look. We don't need to do anything. Let's wait until everyone is here. This bit of eloquence still needs to be said. Good. They should be here soon. Quite a lot of people from the Umno Alliance came this time. Out of the 12 great shamans, a total of 11 came. Minister Ding smiled bitterly. It seems that they're really treating this as a vacation. Yu Dongtian smiled. Let's not talk about other things. The great fire shaman couple will definitely come. After so many years, they're going to die of boredom. How can they not sneak out to play when Uncle Zui isn't here? Everyone laughed heartily in their hearts. That matter was really a mischievous matter that made everyone want to piss their pants. By the way, when everyone is here, Wu Taijiang and I won't go to the Hidden Dragon High School. Chief Nanfang smiled. You can go, but don't forget to do business. Well, we have to finish business first. Chapter 660. Why aren't you going? The others were all stunned when they heard this. Weren't you the one overseeing this? Why don't you want to go at this time? The Heavenly King of the Right laughed and said, No problem, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Then he glared at them and said, Why are you so curious? Isn't it better if Nanjing Qian doesn't go? Marshal Dongfang, Marshal Shimin, and the others looked at Minister Nan and the Heavenly King of the Right suspiciously. There's something going on with these people, and it's something we don't know about. Marshal Dongfang said with certainty. Minister Ding and the other inspectors nodded. Yes, there must be something going on. The Emperor isn't here yet. If he's here, he can suppress them. Unfortunately, we don't have the power. Marshal Beigong glanced at the King of Zhuolu as he spoke. Now, the only person who could make the Heavenly King of the Right reveal his secret was probably the King of Zhuolu's wife. The King of Zhuolu looked up at the sky. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. Minister Nan was transmitting a message. He sent an urgent message to the Heavenly Kings of the Right and the Left and the Lady of the Right. I'm warning you. If he were to give himself away, then everyone would die together. I'm still on the blacklist. The Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian, glanced at the Nanjing Qian proudly. This guy is still on the blacklist? That's great. Do you know why you're on the blacklist? We're here to accompany the marshals. We're just followers, so it's not important. Yu Dongtian chuckled. Marshal Dongfang and the others smiled bitterly. Damn it, I can't afford to have followers like you. Followers? I also think it's better not to expose our identities. The Heavenly King of the Left chimed in, surprising everyone. The others were even more surprised. When did the Heavenly Kings of the Right and the Left agree? Fine. They began to discuss in secret. Let Minister Ding lead the team. Yes. When the time comes, Ha 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 ha. Department Head Ding of the Martial Arts Department was dumbfounded. What team? What are you guys discussing? Can you let me know? But obviously not. You are only responsible for leading the team. What's the point of knowing so much? Yes, little Ding, you are just a flag. Ha. Wait a moment, don't rush. I know. General Dongfang and the others were also dumbfounded. Right now, the Southern Chief, the Left and Right Heavenly Kings, and the Left Heavenly King's wife were whispering to each other what was going on? Everyone keep a low profile. Don't go there with your original appearance. Yes, keep a low profile. After all, with so many major characters arriving at the same time, how could the commotion be small? The shock it gave to the students couldn't be small either. Naturally, it was better to keep a low profile. However, the most important thing right now was to meet up with the others first. In an extremely distant location, the 8 senior magi came together with the wind. They swaggered through the defensive line of the Sun and Moon Fortress. They did it openly and openly. The defenders here didn't even raise their heads to look. They were all seizing the time to rest. They had already received the order. Besides, these 8 fellows moved out together. If we went up to intercept them, we would be courting death. There would be no other result. Behind them, there were 3 senior magi leading a team and following closely behind. Among the first echelon, the fire magi were the most active. I haven't been out for a long time. This time I must have a good time. Yes, it's indeed a rare opportunity. Yes, it's a good time since that Zhui guy isn't here. The fire magi couple were in high spirits. When we arrive here, we must go to the big city to buy some things. The fire magi's wife was in high spirits. She had already planned to buy goods. When it comes to the necessities of life, this side is much better than our side. That's true. Sister-in-law, brother Lihua lost to you last time. It wasn't on purpose. Don't take it to heart. The ice magi persuaded. Lihua was dumbfounded. What was this about? After so many years, when she was so happy now, what the fuck? Was this persuasion? Sure enough, as soon as this matter was mentioned, the wife immediately flew into a rage. Your second brother is heartless. He's really a weirdo. He can actually lose his wife. Useless thing. Lihua's emotions, which were still high just now, were immediately extinguished. He lowered his head deeply. The ice magi hurriedly tried to persuade him. My brother didn't do it on purpose. Nonsense, I'm angry that he's a blockhead. When others dig a hole, he jumps in it. When others dig a hole, he jumps in it. How many times has it been? He doesn't have a long memory. Sister-in-law, calm down. In fact, when I lost to you last time, I couldn't stand it anymore. It was too stupid. Get out of here. The fire magi was angry and roared. Stay away from my wife. Get out of here with the boss. This kid provoked him every day and made him get beaten up. He was really not a good person. He held his wife in his arms and sped up with a whoosh, leaving the team alone. We won't go with you. If you go fast, I'll go slow. If you go slow, I'll go fast. The ice magi had to go to the flood witch's side with some boredom. The flood witch looked at him sideways. Boss, hee what? It said that Wu Du is crazily smashing things in his territory. Don't mention how depressed he is. The ice magi was gloating. Last time Wu Du was forced back into his stomach by Zhua, and he's been holding it in for so many years. This time, if we don't take him with us, he'll definitely feel uncomfortable. But there's no other way. It's not that we don't want to take him with us, but that no one likes him. Ha 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 ha. The flood witch looked at the ice magi who was laughing so hard that his 30 or so teeth were exposed. She frowned and said, Ice magi, you've been like this since you were a child. Every time you see others in bad luck, you're as happy as a pug. I'm curious. Others are in bad luck, but you don't get any benefits, right? The ice magi touched his nose and chuckled. It's secondary whether I get any benefits or not, but it's really cool to see others in bad luck. Boss, you don't understand the joy of gloating. The flood witch snorted with a dark face. Boss, this time when we go to Fenghai, do you want to? Go and see your son? Duong? A hammer. With a shrill scream, the ice magi fell from the clouds. In another direction, the team of the Tao League had entered the territory of the astral souls and was heading toward the Starlight Mountains at a leisurely pace. In the continent of the astral souls, not far from Fenghai City, Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding came to Fenghai City on a scenic tour. The parent-teacher conference is half a month away. Why are you here so early? Zhuochanglu was displeased. Wu Yuding, who was the initiator of this trip, was very excited. After receiving the notice, she urged Zhuochanglu to set off early. Don't you miss your son at all? Wu Yuding was even more displeased. I haven't seen you for so long. How can you be so heartless? He's your son. The problem is that it's useless to come early. Isn't it enough to see your son early? What else do you want? Okay, you have a point. Besides, at our current speed, it'll take us at least 2 days to get there. Wu Yuding was very displeased. In the past, a breath's time was enough. There was no need to be so slow. Now, Wu Yuding was really looking forward to it. She couldn't wait to go to her son's side, hug and kiss him. If it wasn't for this parent-teacher conference, she might have been able to keep her cool. Now that there was such a legitimate opportunity, how could she keep her cool? She urged Zhuochanglu to hurry over early. Principal. Zhuoxiaoduo was carried by Wen Xingtian into the office from the air. He complained, Principal, you have to help me. Teacher Wen abused me. Teacher Wen hit me again. Beat him up. Yi Changqing's mouth twitched. His expression was interesting. Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Cheng were speechless. Principal, I really didn't do anything. I came to school diligently and carefully, and I practiced and studied diligently. Look at Teacher Wen, she carried me like a puppy and she even kicked me from time to time. Zhuoxiaoduo bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. He was indignant. I'm a good student with good character and academic performance. I'm a righteous and selfless student leader. I have a bright future ahead of me. Teacher Wen abused me and humiliated me. He has greatly damaged my righteous image. How can I be a role model for the students? How can I raise my head in front of the students? Principal, you have to help me. When Xingtian threw Zhuoxiaoduo to the ground like a rag, he crossed his arms and sneered. How do you want the principal to help you? Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, and Qing Gaing all chuckled and watched with interest. Yi Changqing had one eye open and the other closed. He made a strange expression and said sarcastically, Yeah, how do you want me to help you? Or, how do you want me to treat Teacher Wen? Tell me, what do you want me to do to satisfy you? Zhuoxiaoduo sat on the floor and looked at Wen Xingtian, who was rubbing his hands together. His eyes were full of undisguised malice. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He murmured, Actually, I just feel that Teacher Wen is working too hard. It takes a lot of effort to get physical with her. So I'm going to suggest that you give Teacher Wen a raise. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter and the hall was filled with laughter. When Xingtian stared at Zhou Xiaoduo for a long time, finally he couldn't help but laugh. Bastard! He was kicked in the butt again. How dare you complain to the teacher? Another kick. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his butt and pursed his lips. He felt wronged. Teacher, when you've worked hard. Actually, I'm thinking for you. You're not young anymore and you're still single. Chapter 661. Let's get down to business. When Xingtian snorted and gave him a sideways glance, Yi Changqing coughed twice and said, Zhou Xiaoduo? Zhou Xiaoduo perked up and said, I'm here. This time the leaders are here to inspect and guide us. This is the top priority of the Hidden Dragon High School. Yi Changqing said, it must be treated seriously. This time the people who are coming are likely to have a martial arts competition. Zhou Xiaoduo, since you are the student leader, you must participate. I hope that when the time comes, you won't embarrass the Hidden Dragon High School. You must win. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of confidence. Principal, don't worry. I am invincible in the embryonic breathing realm. Yi Changqing spat out a mouthful of tea onto Zhou Xiaoduo's head and face. Xiang Quangren laughed until his beard was trembling. This brat was already at the high level of the primordial elixir realm, yet he still had the nerve to say that he was invincible in the embryonic breathing realm. You must be invincible even against an opponent of the primordial elixir realm. No matter who you face, you must win. Yi Changqing said with a stern face, this is a hard target. You must complete it. Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, I will do my best and die for it. Bah! When Xingtian rubbed his fists and wanted to beat him up again. You can even defeat a normal Huayan now. Why do you have to be so passionate about fighting a few primordial elixirs? Why do I want to beat him up so badly? Can you fight against an opponent of the infant transformation realm? Yi Changqing asked. I can fight, but to say that I will definitely win, it is still debatable. Zhou Xiaoduo deliberated for a while. He wouldn't be so sure. What if he couldn't win? Sister Nian would definitely not be stagnant. Now, she had to be at least at the high level of the infant transformation realm. What if there was a genius like Sister Nian? Although Zhou Xiaoduo was conceited, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely win. Zhou Xiaoduo was wary of the super strong nascent soul transformation stage cultivator he encountered in the Starry Mountain Range. There were many geniuses in this world. There were still geniuses above geniuses. It was impossible to estimate how strong an individual's strength could be. Zhou Xiaoduo never thought that he was the best in the world. In Zhou Xiaoduo's mind, his first impression was very simple. I'm a very ordinary person with average qualifications. I didn't even enter the path of cultivation before the age of 17. I'm just catching up with those geniuses. My aptitude is ordinary, my family is ordinary, my martial prowess is ordinary, my cultivation is ordinary, and my martial skills are also ordinary. Therefore, I must be careful and not be reckless. There's nothing wrong with being careful. If I was given a chance to sleep under the blanket until the end of the World War, the Star Spirit continent would be victorious. Then I would go home immediately and hug Nian Cat to sleep happily. The most suitable life for me is to eat and wait for death. I'm immortal, invincible, and sleep at home. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others were very reassured by Zhou Xiaoduo's promise. With regards to this kid's strength, no one was clearer than them. Even if it was an exaggeration, if the Hidden Dragon High School's 4th grade had the highest cultivation level, if they were to fight with Zhou Xiaoduo to the death, who would emerge victorious was still unknown. Those students were already at the cloud transformation stage, and they were the kind of geniuses who had suppressed their cultivation level several times. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely win the battle. For the whole day, although Zhou Xiaoduo did not participate in the cleaning, he was fiercely trained by Wen Xingtian several times. Along with him were Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Yin'er, Zhang Haonan, Feng Junqing, Jia Kuang, and the others. In the end, Wen Xingtian confirmed that the geniuses of the hidden sects and even the geniuses of the martial arts high school would not be a match for his students. Even without Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong alone was enough to suppress them. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, Yu Yin'er, and the others were enough to be outstanding in other schools. It shouldn't be a problem. Wen Xingtian quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that this time Minister Wen, General Dongfeng, and Shimin Beigong had come together for an inspection. It was a big commotion. The lineup accompanying them was not small at all. When Xingtian felt that this might be the highest level of inspection by foreign guests since the establishment of the Hidden Dragon High School, the generals of the three armies and the Minister of Martial Arts who was in charge of all the high martial arts education in the entire Astral Souls, Hidden Dragon High School was on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. A day passed. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, who had been beaten up like sandbags for the whole day, returned to the villa and saw Gao Qiaoer standing at the door. "Why are you here?" The two of them were weak. Their faces were covered in dust and they looked even more miserable. "I really didn't mean to wait for you to rest. The situation is really urgent and can't be ignored." Gao Qiaoer saw the two of them in a sorry state and could not help but laugh. "Hurry up and talk. I'll leave after you're done." Since that night, Gao Qiaoer did not treat herself as an outsider anymore. Her words were also becoming more and more impolite. Gao Qiaoer had a very good control of this. She showed the closeness that one of us should have, but also maintained enough respect. As well as enough respect. The inspection this time is very unusual. Gao Qiaoer was very cautious and said, "About this, I wonder what you think, Vice Squad Leader Li?" Li Chenglong frowned and said, "I'm not very clear about the true meaning of the inspection. After all, I haven't experienced it before. But generally speaking, the leaders have to inform us in advance of the inspection, right? But this time it came very suddenly. Before today there was no news at all. It seems like it was done on the spur of the moment. But how can the three military leaders be acting together on the spur of the moment? There must be something fishy about it." Gao Qiaoer nodded and said, "That's right. There's another point. The inspection this time happened not long after the massacre of the aristocratic families in the south. At this time, Minister Ding of the Martial Arts Department should be very busy in Shangjing. He should be busy dealing with the aftermath. How can he come out for an inspection at this time? If things are abnormal, there must be something fishy. Plus, the generals of the three armies gathered at the same time. It's an even more serious matter. The three generals have a lot of troops in their hands. They are all shouldering the heavy responsibility of resisting foreign aggression and strengthening our country. How can they come together at the same time?" Gao Qiaoer frowned and said, "The three generals are all here. What about the defense line at the border?" Li Chenglong nodded to show his agreement. Of course he had thought of all these. But he never thought of the reason. He probed, "I'm guessing that nothing happened at the border? But how can the three generals be sure that nothing happened at the border? To be able to make the three generals so assured, there must be some kind of agreement between the higher-ups of both sides. Plus, it must be a situation where there's someone in charge and nothing goes wrong. That's why the three generals let go of the idea that there can never be too much deception in war and let go of everything to come together?" Gao Qiaoer frowned and said, "I think so too. But this kind of thing is too whimsical. The two sides have been enemies for generations. The hatred is as deep as the sea. Their positions are difficult to reconcile. How can they be so assured of each other? This is not necessarily impossible. In this world there are no eternal enemies. There are only eternal interests." Li Chenglong said, "In my opinion, only this kind of understanding can explain this kind of behavior that shouldn't have happened. Other than this, there can't be any other possibility." "Yes, that's right." Gao Qiaoer nodded slowly. "I thought about it and this is the only possibility. So I'm guessing. The three generals came to inspect with such confidence. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance also came together? If this guess was put in the ears of ordinary people, it would be earth-shattering and shocking." But Li Chenglong thought about it and nodded slowly. "Yes, this possibility is very high. Because this is the only way the three generals can truly be assured." Li Chenglong said, "But if the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance also came, then it wouldn't be just to inspect the Hidden Dragon Martial School. There must be something else happening. The Hidden Dragon Martial School can't interfere with other things. But the inspection of the Hidden Dragon Martial School, even if it's just a small thing in the journey, is already a big deal for the Hidden Dragon Martial School." Gao Qiaoer said, "Then, if there's a martial arts competition, will it not only be an internal fight within the Star Spirit continent, but will there be other races participating as well? The victory or defeat of this fight will be related to the honor of the continent." After Gao Qiaoer said this, Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo's expressions immediately became serious. If no one reminded them of this, they wouldn't have thought of it. After all, they came from a small city like Phoenix City. Their vision was far from that level. "So, Mr. Zhua, Gao Qiao leisurely stood up. You must be mentally prepared. As one of the most outstanding students of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, you will definitely participate in this battle. You must not lower your guard. I estimate that this battle will be exceptionally bitter. Of course, it will also be exceptionally glorious. Li Chenglong thought deeply and nodded slowly. Gao Qiao left. On the way back, Gao Qingxiang, who was still acting as the driver, was confused. I don't understand what you mean by saying all this. Gao Qiao said lightly, tomorrow's inspection. What should the martial school use to display? It's nothing more than martial arts and strength. And how to display it is better than a battle between geniuses. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong will definitely participate in the battle between the same level. There is no doubt about this. And for tomorrow's battle, almost all the higher-ups of the continent will be present. If they win, they will be proud and it will be on the continent's level. Zhou Xiaoduo will also enter the eyes of the higher-ups from now on. To a certain extent, from tomorrow onwards, Zhou Xiaoduo's true starting point will be. Zhou Xiaoduo has prepared in advance. Even if it's just a little bit of preparation, it will make this path much smoother. If his path is smoother, our Gao family will be smoother. The Hidden Dragon Martial School will also be smoother in the future. You and I will also be smoother and more glorious. This is a win-win situation. How can we not help when it's convenient to help others? Gao Qiao leaned against the back of the seat. Her bright eyes looked at the dim road in front of her and she said softly, turn on the lights. Look further. Chapter 662. Gao Qingxiang immediately changed the light. Sure enough, it became a little brighter in front of him and he could see further. Gao Qingxiang thought carefully about Gao Qiao's words. It was very normal, as if she was just reminding him to change the light when driving, but why did it feel so meaningful? Gao Qiao murmured, our Gao family has disciples in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th grades who are studying. How many of them can participate in tomorrow's meeting? Gao Qingxiang smiled bitterly, I'm afraid not. They didn't even enter the top 10 in their respective classes. How can they participate in this battle? Gao Qiao said indifferently, I don't expect them to participate. I just want them to understand that since they don't have the ability, they should establish the position of weaklings in their hearts early on. Otherwise they will be unconvinced and cause trouble that can't be resolved. The current Gao family can't withstand any more storms. Gao Qingxiang said, it can't be, right? Gao Qiao's eyes became cold. She said indifferently, now many people still can't see the situation clearly. They still think that Fenghai's Gao family is still the top family in Fenghai and can still look down on the world. This kind of mentality must be put to an end. If necessary, I will use my identity as the family's proxy arbitrator to punish a few people. She said indifferently, for example, Gao Junlong. Gao Qingxiang was silent like a cicada in winter. Gao Junlong was the current #1 genius of the Gao family. He was currently a 4th grade student in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He was proud and arrogant, and felt that the family's act of defecting to Zhou Xiaoduo was a great humiliation. He had said more than once that the family elder was old and muddle-headed, and that he believed in strange things like demonists bewitching people. Gao Qingxiang could only sigh in his heart. The more he interacted with this cousin of his, the more he understood what kind of person she was. Especially now that she had just taken over the family's power and was eager to establish her power. When a new broom sweeps clean, Gao Junlong jumped out and gave Gao Qiao a chance to establish her power. However, in the hearts of Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, this matter was considered differently. Zhuo, what do you think? Li Chenglong asked. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, it's reasonable for Gao Qiao to say this. Right now her position overlaps with ours. She's thinking for us as well as for herself. The current situation is clear. As long as there are people of the same realm who challenge us, the two of us will be the first to bear the brunt. Those who have to go on the field, try your best to ensure victory. Li Chenglong nodded. Yes. Gao Qiao isn't here to remind us of the continent's honor and disgrace, nor is she here to remind us of the battle at the border. Instead, she is reminding us that after this battle, the two of us will have a very high chance of entering the eyes of the higher-ups. Zhou Xiaoduo said soberly. Li Chenglong slapped his thigh. Exactly. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, Swollen, what do you think? Li Chenglong thought about it seriously for a long time before he said, First, we definitely can't lose. Zhuo Duo nodded. That was for sure. If he lost, it would be too embarrassing. But we can't win too happily. Li Chenglong grinned and said, what's our cultivation level now? No matter how talented and dazzling we are still 2 primordial core cultivators. When primordial core cultivators go to the battlefield, they will at most be foot soldiers. When nascent soul cultivators go to the battlefield and join the suicide squad, they will have a chance to win an official position just like Teacher Qin. But Teacher Qin wasn't only unafraid of death back then, he was afraid of not dying. Just like the old saying, if you don't fear the dead, how can you fear death? It's probably because of this mentality that Teacher Qin miraculously survived and even became one of the top 10 fugitives. But we can't. Li Chenglong moved closer to Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear. Now that we have entered the eyes of the higher-ups, the chances of cultivation resources, training grounds and territory will increase a lot. But with that, the danger will also increase a lot. With our small bodies now, how can we withstand that kind of training? Isn't that right, Zhuo? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought deeply. So we have to win, but we can't win too easily. We just have to work a little harder than others and get lucky a little, and that's enough. Li Chenglong whispered, of course we have to enter the eyes of the higher-ups, but we can't enter with the attitude of a peerless genius. Instead we should fight steadily and surely and be careful. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Swollen's analysis is reasonable. Let's do as you say. Safety first, safety first. Everything else is just an external matter. It's not important, not important. Zhuo Xiaoduo originally had this plan. Now Li Chenglong's advice made him more determined to develop his strength in a wretched way. Li Chenglong was proud. How can I not know what you are thinking? But we are the same kind of people. That's what we all think. Zhuo, what do you think is the best time for us to come out of seclusion? Li Chenglong wasn't without fantasies. Which man didn't fantasize about suddenly becoming famous and awe-inspiring in the 3 continents? Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed his bald chin and pondered. Li Chenglong rubbed his bald head and pondered. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo probed, what do you think of the Skysoar realm? Is it safe enough? Li Chenglong was startled. I think the profound returning realm is enough. Profound returning realm won't do. Profound returning realm won't do. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head. I don't know what realm is above the Skysoar realm. Maybe a higher realm will be safer. Li Chenglong was stunned and speechless for a long time. Do you want to cultivate? No, right now. Rest. Tomorrow you must show your most cultured and refined image. By the way, don't forget to circulate your cultivation tonight to let your hair grow longer. You are the sect master, so you must pay attention to your image, Zhuo Xiaoduo encouraged. Okay. Li Chenglong agreed. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Tomorrow they had to show the attitude of unparalleled young master in this world. Once their image as the embryonic form of a scholarly general was carved into the hearts of the people, it would be hard to erase. If the higher-ups wanted to choose someone to risk their life, it would be best to choose someone like Xiang Chong. With their temperaments they should stay behind the scenes and strategize. Safety first, life is more important. It's decided. Let's do it. Gao Qiao naturally did not know that these 2 fellows had originally planned to cut the Gordian knot and end the battle as quickly as possible at the beginning of the next day. However, her reminder had instead caused these 2 fellows to walk on completely different paths. Early the next morning. In the entire Hidden Dragon High School, every teaching building had bright windows and clean tables. Inside and outside the school there was not a speck of dust. Even the leaves on the towering trees were clean. Under the reflection of the sun, they flickered with a golden light. The blue sky was clean. Occasionally, white clouds floated by. In the school, the sound of students practicing martial arts was loud and neat. The sound of fighting rose and fell one after another. It was picturesque. The loudspeakers of the Hidden Dragon High School were playing the classic military song, Blood Falls from the Sky. Gu Luoyan's cold voice carried a faint sadness. Her deep and affectionate voice reverberated in the air. Yi Changqing and the other higher-ups of the school had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, at 8 o'clock sharp, many people slowly descended from the sky like clouds in the sky. From the beginning to the end, there was no intimidating aura. Not many people noticed anything strange. However, these people were divided into 3 groups. Yi Changqing found it strange. The leader of the group in the middle was Minister Ding from the martial arts department. Beside him were 3 middle-aged men in military uniforms. They were the marshals of the East, West, and North armies. Dongfang Xingyang, Ximenlai, and Beigong Hao. As for the others, Yi Changqing and the others didn't know any of them. There seemed to be a lot of young people among them. For a moment, the principals couldn't help but feel confused. What was Minister Ding's status? Why did he bring so many young men and women with him? Looking at them, there were about 40 to 50 people. However, only Minister Ding, the 3 marshals, and the 3 adjutants behind them were the older ones. The others were all young people. The women were all beautiful and charming. The men were all handsome and outstanding. As for the 40 to 50 people on the left, they didn't know any of them. It seemed like there were only a few profound-level cultivators leading them. Looking to the right, they had the least people. There were only 10 of them. 3 middle-aged men and 3 young people. They didn't know any of them either. This was simply that Yi Changqing's heart was filled with confusion at this moment. This shouldn't be happening. By right, he should know all the people who came for inspection. Why did he only know 4 of them? And he only knew 2 of them from their portraits. Vice Principal Cheng, Vice Principal Liu, and the others were all dumbfounded. There were also only 4 familiar faces in their eyes, Minister Ding and the 3 marshals. As for the others, he didn't know any of them. The only ones he had seen in real life were Minister Ding and Marshal Dongfang. As for Marshal Ximen and Marshal Beigong, they had only seen them on TV or in their portraits. Everyone landed on the ground. The music echoed in the sky. Most of them were in a daze. On the day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home, behind you was the country. On the day you came back, it was raining blood. In the photo you were smiling peacefully. That was my youth. You protected your home. You protected your country. You protected everything, but you won't protect me anymore. Gu Luoyan's cold and sad voice echoed in the air. The marshals stood there quietly listening to this song. No one understood this song more deeply than them. For so many years, so many men had walked onto the battlefield and never returned. The piles of bones on the battlefield, the tombstones in the cemetery, were the memories of so many girls. It was the happiness of a lifetime. Chapter 663. After a long time, the song ended. Everyone sighed softly in unison. The complicated emotions in their hearts made the atmosphere a little quiet. Then Department Head Ding came up to Yi Changqing with a smile on his face. But Yi Changqing felt that Department Head Ding's smile was a little strange. The strange feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Department Head Ding. Yi Changqing bowed respectfully. Greetings, Marshal Ximen, Marshal Beigong. Changqing, you did well. Department Head Ding looked like he had gone through a lot. He was tall, at least 8 meters tall. He was a little thin, his hair was a little gray, and his face was thin. His entire body was filled with the natural elegance of Sun Sun. When he walked, he was steady and elegant. Marshal Dongfang laughed and said, Changqing, you did well. All of you are very good. After leaving the East Army, you did not embarrass the East Army. Very good, very good. It was a very normal compliment. But Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Qing Gaiying, and Lu Yichuan felt a sudden warmth in their hearts. Their noses were sour and they almost burst into tears. Ever since they left the East Army because of their injuries until now, so many years of bitterness and sadness rushed into their hearts. For a moment they were so emotional that they could not speak. Finally Yi Changqing forced himself to calm down and said in a trembling voice, Department Head Ding, Marshal, please come in and talk. Then they were led into the school's big reception room. What Yi Changqing could not understand the most was that everyone behind him had actually followed him in. It was as if they were strolling leisurely in a courtyard. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard as they walked in leisurely. Yi Changqing's heart was extremely depressed. The reception room, even though it was the reception room of the Hidden Dragon High School, it was not a meeting room. How could there be so many chairs when more than 100 people came in? The vice principals frowned. These young people did not know how to be polite. They really did not know which sect they were from. How could they be so ill-mannered? If it was his own disciple, he would have beaten him to death. When Minister Ding saw this, he smiled awkwardly and said, Changqing, let's find a bigger place. Yi Changqing was also a picky person, so he naturally wouldn't ask such a stupid question like, who are these people? Don't you see that even Minister Ding has some misgivings? He must have a powerful background. Minister Ding was trying to save face for the other party. Yi Changqing hurriedly said with a smile. It was my fault for not thinking things through. Sigh, I'm getting old and I'm always muddle-headed. I didn't prepare in advance. In a moment I must punish myself with 3 cups of alcohol to apologize to everyone. He hurriedly led a large group of people directly to the large conference room. Vice Principal Liu was at the back of the group. He quietly left the group and took some time to arrange the tea. Originally, he did not prepare enough tea. The principals couldn't figure it out no matter how much they thought about it. Where did these young people come from? It wasn't Minister Ding himself who had come. And the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. If it was those hidden sects that were powerful to a certain extent, Minister Ding's misgivings could be ignored. But why didn't even the 3 commander-in-chiefs say anything? Where did they come from? Why were they so awesome? At this moment, over at the Starlight Mountain Range, a burly figure stood at the highest point, 1 foot stepping on a big rock that protruded out. Visually, this person was at least 4 meters tall. His long hair was like seaweed in the sea, dancing in the strong wind at the top of the mountain. Just by standing there, he naturally gave off an aura of, who else can be the hero of the world but me? It was as if the mountains and valleys, the common people of the world, and countless experts all bowed their heads in front of him. Beside him there were more than 10 people. And Minister Nan Jingqian was among them. At this moment, Minister Nan was trying his best to straighten his chest. Silver yuan qi faintly rose around him as he stood in front of this devil-like burly man. Minister Nan was more than 2 meters tall. He had a burly figure and could be considered a huge man. But at this moment, standing in front of the other party, although he tried his best to maintain an equal posture, he was still unable to do so. His aura was obviously suppressed by the other party. And the burly man opposite him clearly did not deliberately show any aura. He did not even use any spiritual force or star yuan qi. Just by standing there with his physical body, he was naturally invincible. No hero in the world can stand side by side with me. Disdain for all. Senior Hong's cultivation base is becoming more and more unfathomable. Department head Nan sighed softly, a look of respect on his face. Opposite him was the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch's bronze face did not show any expression. She just said lightly, "Today we are not here to fight. As a junior, even if your aura is weak in front of me, you don't have to care too much." Minister Nan took a deep breath and said, "Senior is right. How can Nan Jingqian not know this truth? But as the commander-in-chief of the army, I must face Senior's power head-on. Even if my body is broken, I must face it head-on. Otherwise, when we meet on the battlefield in the future, won't you be defeated before the battle?" The Flood Witch said lightly, "Even if you face me head-on in the future, you will still be defeated. There is no luck." Nan Jingqian smiled faintly and said, "But at least I will be defeated with my life on the line. My aura will not weaken before the battle and I will be defeated without a fight." The Flood Witch smiled appreciatively and said, "Well said. You are indeed worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army." He turned around and asked, "Is the banquet ready?" On the opposite side, Emperor Zhai Xing, dressed in green, floated to the top of the mountain. "Flood, if you want a drink, you can drink at any time." The Flood Witch smiled with her hands behind her back. "Emperor is too polite." Suddenly, she frowned and turned around immediately. Looking at the man in golden clothes behind her, her eyes suddenly revealed a strange expression with a hint of anger. Dan Kong, Laihua, Bing Ming. Where did they go? Dan Kong, Laihua, and Bing Ming were the few great wizards who were closest to the Flood Witch in the Umno Alliance. Emperor Feng didn't understand and said with a smile, "Those guys can't stay idle at all." Dong Feng and the others said they were going to inspect something. Laihua's sister-in-law said she was going shopping in the city. So the 3 of them went together. The Flood Witch's face darkened visibly, with anger rising faintly. She said gloomily, "It's not your own house, why are you running around? All of you are so undisciplined. What are you doing? Have you forgotten your own identity?" Emperor Feng and the other great wizards all lowered their heads and didn't speak, but they couldn't help but feel strange. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Their original intention this time was to come out and have fun. Moreover, they were going there for serious business. The Flood Witch said coldly, "Hurry up and call them back. There's a space relic here, such an important matter, but they ignored it and ran away like this. When they go back they will be punished by the family." Emperor Feng hurriedly took out his phone and called. After a while, he raised his head with a wonderful expression. This is strange. All of them have turned off their phones. None of them have turned on their phones. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and her aura rose, causing the sky to change color. Emperor Zhai Xing laughed and said, "It's rare for them to come to the astral souls, let them have fun. It's the same for us to drink first. I believe the great wizards will know their limits." The Flood Witch's eyes were gloomy as if she was suppressing her anger. She said coldly, "Did I come here from hundreds of thousands of miles just to drink?" She snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves and turned around. Her aura surged inexplicably as if it was going to erupt at any time. Emperor Zhai Xing was dissatisfied, and it was obvious in his words. He murmured, "Why are you pretending? If you're not here to drink, why are you here? Why are you pretending in front of me?" The Flood Witch turned around abruptly and growled, "You want to fight?" This growl instantly darkened the sky. In everyone's perception, it was as if a peerless ferocious beast that could devour the world had suddenly opened its huge mouth. It was horrifying. Even Emperor Zhai Xing felt a tightness in his chest and he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the Flood Witch's strength to improve so much after she transformed into the mortal dust this time. However, the star-plucking monarch felt even more gloomy. "I didn't say anything and I only asked you to drink. Why are you suddenly so angry? It's as if I've opened your scars and touched your reverse scale. Are you anxious?" Emperor Zhai Xing said angrily, "Why are you anxious? Why are you so anxious?" The Flood Witch also knew that she had lost her composure. She snorted and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not anxious." Emperor Zhai Xing snorted and rolled his eyes. "Flood, I feel that you've changed a lot after you returned from transforming into the mortal dust this time. Why, is there something wrong with your mentality?" The Flood Witch said hatefully, "Fine, let's drink. You Xingqian, let's see who will be the one to drink the other today." She actually changed the topic immediately. He made up his mind. "When Lai Hua and the others return, I'll definitely practice the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer on them. Otherwise, how can I vent this anger in my heart? Did I need to say something here alone? The Great Flood Shaman's reincarnation into the mortal world to gain experience, including Zhuanglu's pursuit of the entangled soul of fate and grudges to restrict the Great Flood Shaman. The reason and the first half of it were all known to the absolute upper echelons of the Star Soul continent. However, they didn't know much about the last part of the Flood Witch's training, how she took in a godson and how she was tricked. In fact, Wu Taijiang was the only one who knew about this in the astral souls. Because of this matter, Wu Taijiang immediately went into hiding. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend two great powers out of thin air. No, it should be two great powers plus one great power. Both of them were unrivaled. Yes, the bigger enemy here wasn't the Flood or Zhuanglu. Everyone should experience it for themselves. It was fine if they knew it, but they shouldn't say it out loud. That person's temper wasn't very gentle, and it was easy to be targeted. The feeling of losing everything and having no money left was not a good feeling. Even Nanjing Qian didn't know about this. In fact, only Wu Taijiang, Nanjing Qian, Heavenly King Zhua and his wife, Emperor Zhai Xing, and the Heavenly King of the Right in the astral souls knew about Zhuanglu's transformation into the mortal dust and actually having a son at an old age. There were only a few people. Chapter 664. Only these few people knew about it. And these people were very tight-lipped. They would never say anything. The reason why Nanjing Qian and Wu Taijiang knew about it was because Zhuanglu took the initiative to call them over. "Unless the minister calls me over to let me know, otherwise, I don't know anything and won't say anything." The consequences were too serious. Therefore, even Marshal Dongfang and the cabinet inspectors were unaware of this. As for the matter of accepting a godson in the Umno Alliance's mainland, even the Flood Witch herself didn't know about it at first. Because everything that happened in the past belonged to the previous life, which was Blind Hong's life. It had nothing to do with him. This was the fundamental characteristic of transforming into the mortal world. After returning, the Flood Witch felt that something was wrong. She felt that it was too abnormal. Her luck was different, so she used her cultivation to mobilize the soul projection. Only then did she know the truth of this matter. If the Flood Witch was the only one who knew about this matter at that time, then it would be fine. The Flood Witch would definitely keep this matter as the world's biggest secret. Even if he was beaten to death 10,000 times, he wouldn't say a word. But unfortunately, the Flood Great Witch, the Fire Great Witch, the Ice Deep Great Witch, the Dan Kong Great Witch and the others lived too close. When the flood which just came out of seclusion, the situation was abnormal. Not only was her eyes blind, her cultivation was also intermittent. This frightened the three great shamans. They blocked the news and waited on her day and night. She was the pillar of the Umno alliance. How could she be in such a mess? When the flood which mobilized the soul projection, she didn't take it seriously at all. She was afraid that she wouldn't understand and miss the details. After all, the more people there were, the brighter the eyes. Her brothers were also powerful people. What she couldn't see they could definitely see. So at that time the four of them watched it together. It was because of this that everything was laid out on the table. Big trouble had appeared. When that scene appeared, the flood which wanted to turn off the soul projection, but it was too late. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, Bing Ming, and the others all knew the truth of the matter. They understood everything clearly. Their boss, who was usually invincible, had actually made such a big joke. Such a big blunder. The three great shamans all felt that what the fuck was really memorable. Even though the three of them were forced by the flood which to swear the witch ancestors' oath to keep their mouths shut. But when the four of them were together, how could they keep their mouths shut? Alright, you asked us not to tell anyone and we agreed. Even the other brothers didn't know about it. We'll admit it. But can't we talk about it when we're with our own people? What's the harm in talking about something that everyone already knows? Do you think we can still be happy about it? Are you trying to suffocate me to death? The great shamans didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to do anything about it. In fact, he couldn't do anything about it. What? Because there was a delicate balance here. That was the flood which had only taken in a godson in name. But in fact, it was equivalent to taking in a godson and a godson. And no matter what this godson did, she was extracting the flood witch's luck. This was because of the backlash of the aura observation array. The godson directly put the stars in the sky, the sun, the moon, the universe, and the power of heaven and earth. With the might of the heavens and earth and its unparalleled power, even the great flood shaman could do nothing about it. This also led to Zhuoxianyan's good luck. Everything went smoothly and unimpeded. The flood witch's luck was bad and she occasionally felt weak. This was the destiny-binding array. It couldn't be offset by the mortal dust transformation array alone. As for the godson, Zhuoxiaoduo, he was closely related to the flood witch's luck. The better Zhuoxiaoduo's luck, the higher his achievements, the smoother his luck, and the better his luck, the higher the flood witch's luck. Of course, at the current stage, the great flood shaman would sometimes return his own luck to Zhuoxiaoduo, but this would not affect his own strength. After all, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth, a hair on the other side was like a mountain. But in general, it was the godson and the godson. One was extracting the flood and the other was replenishing the flood. Some people might say that since it was so, why not just kill the one who was extracting the flood witch's luck? This idea was very tempting, but it couldn't be put into action. There was no possibility of success. The reasons were very mysterious. First, the flood witch only knew that she had a godson, but she didn't know that she had a godson who was extracting her luck. Of course, he knew that Zhuoxianglu had a son and a daughter. But in fact, the flood witch had only seen the son, not the daughter. The second, more practical reason was that even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. He even had to take the initiative to avoid this situation. This was because when Zhuoxiaoduo connected Zhuoxianyan's luck with the Phoenix Pulse Soul formation, he also made a connection for himself. He also let himself bear a part of the Phoenix Pulse's karma. This led to a constant result. Zhuoxianyan was extracting the flood witch's luck. After the extraction, Zhuoxianyan and Zhuoxiaoduo benefited. After Zhuoxiaoduo benefited, in addition to his other benefits, the flood witch's luck would be reversed. The stronger the flood, the more Zhuoxianyan could extract and the stronger Zhuoxianyan would be. The stronger Zhuoxianyan was, the more benefits Zhuoxiaoduo who was connected to Zhuoxiaoduo would benefit. The stronger Zhuoxiaoduo was, the more the flood would be fed back to the flood witch and the stronger the flood would be. And the stronger the flood was, the more Zhuoxianyan would be extracted. Cough, cough, cough. This was probably a fixed complete cycle. The 3 cycles were endless. If there was a flaw in any cycle, all 3 would be damaged. Their luck would leak and it would be difficult for them to be perfect. This was a situation that all 3 parties had to avoid. When Zhuoxianglu asked Zhuoxiaoduo to be his godson, he didn't know that Zhuoxiaoduo's formation had such an effect. Well, even now, Zhuoxianglu still didn't know. His original intention was only to restrain this god of plagues. Because their luck was linked, when Zhuoxiaoduo was weak, The luck of the flood would only continuously replenish Zhuoxiao Duo. When they didn't need to replenish each other's luck, Zhuoxiao Duo would basically grow to the level of the left and right heavenly kings. Zhuanglu's plan was naturally very successful, but he really didn't expect that his son would become even more successful on the basis of this success. And this was something that both father and son didn't know. Of course, the flood which didn't lose much. In the future, it was hard to say who would benefit more. There were gains and losses and vice versa. Point two flowers bloomed. Well, one on each side. Over at the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing had finished his routine report. It didn't take long. From start to finish, it only took half an hour to report the situation. Yi Changqing didn't just feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, he was also full of displeasure. The group of youngsters sitting beside the higher-ups actually yawned as they listened. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. Damn it. What kind of upbringing did each and every one of them have? Principal Yi and the few vice principals cursed in their hearts. Each and every one of them looked like dogs, but why were they acting like birds? Why didn't they even have the patience for half an hour? Some of them stretched their long legs and slumped in their chairs as if they were paralyzed. There was also a guy who was telling a joke to the beauty beside him. No one knew what he said, but the beauty burst out laughing. Hence, this guy raised his head and laughed proudly. Was he crazy? What a serious occasion this was. What a serious occasion this was. Just how many big shots were present at this event? Why couldn't they behave themselves? However, Minister Ding turned a blind eye to it. The three marshals also sat upright and still, as if they didn't care. Yi Changqing used his greatest self-control to finally finish the report. During this period of time, the Hidden Dragon High School has indeed achieved great results. As usual, Minister Ding had to give a summary speech. Behind him, a red-haired youngster said lazily, "Minister Ding, it's said that the Hidden Dragon High School is the most awesome of the three martial schools. I wonder how awesome it is?" This voice was lazy, full of ridicule, suspicion, and disdain. Hearing this, Xiang Quangren wanted to jump up and punch him to death. Beside him, a youngster who looked like he was 18 or 19 years old also curled his lips and said, "But we also didn't expect that the Hidden Dragon High School is no different from those normal schools. Report, it's all official stuff. Listening to it makes my butt hurt." Another 18 or 19 years old, who looked very delicate like a girl, but when he opened his mouth, he was not delicate at all. That's right. We came all the way to the Hidden Dragon High School, not to listen to reports. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just pull it out for a walk. Just bragging. Ehe, who doesn't know how to brag? The red-haired youngster laughed loudly and said very arrogantly, "If it's bragging, I also know how to do it. With one order, I can make the entire Umno Alliance come. Ha, millions of troops will come at my command. No one dares to disobey." The thin and delicate youngster also laughed. "That day when I returned home, I saw my wife being looked down upon. With one order, 300 million Umno Alliance experts immediately rushed over and knelt down to call her mistress." The white-clothed youngster who had a female companion beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Lying through your teeth, do you have a wife? You're a single dog." Immediately, another youngster couldn't stand it anymore. He curled his lips and said, "Do you know what bragging is? It's talking about those things that didn't happen, that can't happen. Only you have a wife, you think you're great? You're so awesome after finding a wife? So what if you have a wife? Isn't she just a ba-heir?" The white-clothed youngster's female companion was unhappy. "You want to be a ba-heir, but you don't even have a girlfriend." When the white-clothed youngster saw his companion helping him, he became more and more spirited. He laughed and pointed at them one by one. "A 10,000-year-old single dog, no girlfriend, hugging a pillow at night, crying the whole night. Ah." The red-haired youngster was furious. "I have a wife." The white-clothed youngster laughed. "Then let's go together. They're all single dogs, all envious." The red-haired youngster's anger immediately turned into joy. He said, not bad. They're all single dogs, all envious." He laughed and suddenly said, "This scene, I'm filled with inspiration. I can't help but compose a poem." As he spoke, he shook his head and recited, "Poor single dogs, no girlfriend for 100,000 years. If you want to ask why, it's because they're either poor or ugly." Chapter 665. The white-clothed young man and his female companion laughed so hard that they fell down. They clapped their hands and said, Good poem, good poem. This poem had infuriated the masses. After hearing this poem, several people were furious. They jumped up and looked like they were about to start a fight. However, they didn't care about the high-ranking marshals and ministers here at all. They just let them do whatever they wanted. Minister Ding's face was as dark as water. He shouted, "Stop. Everyone shut up." He was so angry that his face turned pale. What time is this? What place is this? Hey, can you pay attention to your image? This reprimand was said without any momentum. It was better not to say it. Those people seemed to have restrained themselves, but they were still laughing. What image was there to talk about? Bang. There was a loud bang. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw that Xiang Quangren couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. His majestic height of more than 3 meters almost reached the ceiling. Vice Principal Xiang said angrily, "I know you have a great background. However, even if you have a great background, you shouldn't be like this since you've come to our Hidden Dragon High School. As the host, we treat you with courtesy. Don't you even leave the basic respect for the host?" Xiang Quangren was like a lion. He said angrily, "What kind of logic is this?" The white-clothed young man with his female companion laughed and said, "There's nothing wrong with this. You uncivilized barbarians don't know etiquette. Hurry up and apologize to the host." Xiang Quangren said angrily, "Don't stand there and pretend to be a good person. You brought your girlfriend to the Hidden Dragon High School. In such a serious situation you're still flirting. Where are your manners? What face do you have to criticize others?" The white-clothed young man and his female companion were tongue-tied. They were stunned for a while. After a while they said in surprise, "Vice Principal Xiang, we're allies. I've been speaking on your side. Can't you tell that?" However, Xiang Quangren was so angry that he didn't care if they were allies or enemies. He just scolded them. "You should at least know the basic etiquette to your elders, right? You should at least know the basic etiquette to be a guest, right? You should at least have the basic etiquette to be greeted with a smile, right? Don't you have the basic respect for someone else's home?" Xiang Quangren pointed at them one by one and said angrily, "Look at all of you. You're so young yet you're so unruly. Who are you trying to impress?" A drop of cold sweat quietly appeared on Marshal Dongfang's forehead, and he quietly wiped it away. That how ferocious. The Xiang Quangren. Back in the Eastern Army, why didn't I realize that he had such guts? After such an angry scolding, the atmosphere in the conference room fell silent. After a long while, the red-clothed young man suddenly laughed out loud and said, "You're right. We're used to being casual and didn't pay attention to the situation. We didn't pay attention to each other's identities and positions. It's indeed our fault. We apologize to Vice Principal Xiang." Xiang Quangren shouted angrily, "It's you, the red-haired one, who is the most lawless and impolite. Look at your current posture. It's as if you've been paralyzed for a few years. Is this the attitude of an apology?" Xiang Quangren was going all out today. How could he not know that these people were definitely not ordinary people? Their identities were definitely the kind that was very, very awesome. Didn't they see that the marshals and Minister Ding didn't say anything? But he just couldn't take it lying down. No matter what your identity was basic etiquette so unimportant? The red-haired young man's face suddenly became distorted. He looked at one person and then another with an embarrassed expression. Under the gaze of the other young men who were trying hard to hold back their laughter, he quickly sat up straight and said sincerely, "I was wrong." Hearing this, Xiang Quangren's anger subsided a little. He sighed and said, "It's not that I'm short-tempered, but young people really can't be like this red-haired one." The sudden mention of red-haired one made several people's shoulders tremble. They lowered their heads and tried hard to hold back their laughter. The red-haired young man who was called red-haired one had a strange look of confusion on his face. "Fuck, I have a new nickname today?" Xiang Quangren's anger had completely disappeared. He said angrily, "It's great that you can admit your mistakes and change. Since you've admitted your mistakes, you're a good kid. But in the future, whether you're in the martial world or on the battlefield, remember that trouble comes from careless talk. Young people, it's okay to be frivolous, but you're still young and inexperienced. You should at least have some respect." Vice Principal Xiang sighed and said with a little dispirited, "You haven't encountered any setbacks. Maybe you don't want to hear what I'm saying now, but I've expressed my sincerity. That's all I have to say. So, young people nowadays." In the end, he sighed faintly and slowly sat down unhappily. The red-haired young man sat on the chair and slowly felt as if there was a nail on the chair that had coincidentally pierced into his hemorrhoid. His face turned red and white. He was indescribably embarrassed and almost at a loss of what to do. Still young and inexperienced. Is he talking about me? Being able to admit my mistakes and change makes me a good kid. The red-haired young man felt as if he was about to catch fire. Oh my God, after living for so many years, this is the first time I know that I'm actually a good kid. Next to him there were endless sounds of puff, 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 puff. Everyone was trying their best to endure, but it was like farts that the white-clothed young couple, the green-clothed young man and a few others all had distorted faces. Even Marshal Dongfang and the others could not hold it in anymore. Many people laughed until their intestines swelled. This Vice Principal Xiang is really too awesome. Perhaps he himself did not know that he had created history today. This was a great achievement that was absolutely unprecedented in history and would never be surpassed in the future. This experience was probably something that they could brag about for 10 lifetimes. Department Head Ding did not dare to laugh out loud. He secretly wiped his sweat and said, forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Everyone did not mean it. Marshal Dongfang coughed and said, well, why don't we start the exchange? We can also see how good the legendary Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School's genius students are. When these words came out, all of the tender young people felt as if they had been pardoned, and stood up in unison. Good, that's great. They all spoke. The red-haired young man stood up the fastest. He turned around and was about to slip out. Red hair. Xiang Quangren stopped him. The red-haired young man's body stiffened at the door. Puhahaha. The green-clothed young man could not hold it in and finally laughed out loud. He quickly held it in and rushed out of the door. Then the white-clothed young man pulled his wife and walked out, trembling all over. Everyone lowered their heads and slipped out. Their bodies were trembling as if they had epilepsy. Xiang Quangren walked over with a pleasant face and said, my words just now were a bit harsh, but you must keep it in your heart. Young people can be frivolous, but it's better if you have some tolerance. The red-haired young man nodded repeatedly. You're right. Xiang Quangren's face became serious. You child. At your age, you should respectfully address me as you. The red-haired young man was about to cry. He looked at Department Head Ding for help. No matter what, he could not say you, otherwise, he would not be able to survive. Department Head Ding hurried over to help. Vice Principal Xiang. Xiang Quangren patted the red-haired young man's shoulder. You know your mistakes and can change. Good child, what's your surname? The red-haired young man said in despair, my surname is Lai. Xiang Quangren nodded. You're lucky that I'm knowledgeable. Otherwise, no one would know that there are people with the surname Lai. This is an ancient surname. According to the legends, the ancient Yin Emperor was known as Lai Shan. Your surname Lai originated from here. That should be your ancestor, right? But I really didn't expect this surname to still exist. He asked with concern, there aren't many people left in your family now, right? The red-haired young man was speechless. Just me. I didn't even know that there was an ancestor today. Is he older than me? Xiang Quangren sighed and patted his shoulder. He said sympathetically, you're also a poor child. He turned and walked toward Department Head Ding with a smile. Department Head, you were looking for me? Department Head Ding touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He was speechless for a while. It's fine. Thus, Xiang Quangren turned and went to look for the red-haired young man. He had a good impression of the red-haired young man. Before he finished speaking, he was called over by the department head and wanted to give him some more advice. But when he turned around, the red-haired young man had already disappeared without a trace. Xiang Quangren was obviously regretful. Although he was known as the first vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, he rarely had the chance to teach a student face-to-face. Especially this time, he firmly grasped the moral high ground and spoke with vigor. Every word was reasonable. Every word was like the evening drum and morning bell. It had to be said that this feeling was really good. Moreover, it was rare for this student to admit his mistake so quickly. This result made Xiang Quangren's heart itch. But for some reason, the red-haired young man had a female companion not long after he came out. She seemed to be his wife. The two of them were intimate and had been together for a long time. Xiang Quangren could only give up. He couldn't insist on teaching him in front of his wife, right? Before this, Yi Changqing had already sent out a notice. All the teachers and students of the school had already gathered in classes. The 4 grades were arranged neatly on 4 sides. Each class had a row. Each side had 17 to 18 rows. Right in the middle was an arena. The entire arena was made of super hard astral soul stone and forged with alloy steel. Under the sunlight, the fine details could be seen clearly. The light flashed and the view was especially good. What's more, no matter which direction one looked from east, west, north or south, they could see it clearly. For the students of Hidden Dragon High School, this was a grand event. Almost all the students of Hidden Dragon High School were present. They were all here. Except for a few who were training outside or doing missions, the rest were all here. Chapter 666. In the last few rows, everyone had a pair of binoculars in their hands. The most eye-catching ones were the first years in the East. This group of students who had just entered the school were in line with the rising sun, so they were naturally in the East. But on the first year's side, there was a large stage in front of them. It was also flat and tidy, but no one knew what it was for. Everyone seemed very excited at this moment, and their eyes were shining. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. It would also be a big day for the Hidden Dragon High School to shake the world and stir the astral souls. Side, this matter is really... Seeing the excitement on the students' faces, Department Head Ding and Marshal Dongfang shook their heads secretly. Children, today's trial is not going to be easy for you. On the stage there were 4 judges on each side. Not far from the stage were the audience seats. Only people with enough status were qualified to sit there. The stage was 10 meters above the ground. As for the chair, it was at a height of 20 meters. Looking down from above, they could see the entire situation very clearly. It was difficult to miss anything. Yi Changqing said, "Today the leaders are here to inspect." First they introduced the leaders. The appearance of the 3 marshals caused the atmosphere of the Hidden Dragon High School students to reach a climax. 3 marshals and 1 deputy marshal, guarding the borders and protecting the continent. For many years they had been legendary figures. They were publicly recognized as idols of the continent. Marshal Dongfang. "Hello, Marshal." The students' voices were louder than the previous. They were so excited that their faces were flushed red. Marshal Dongfang went up on stage and waved his hand. Instantly, the atmosphere became even more lively. "The sun and moon are glorious, only we the East. For thousands of years, iron walls and bronze walls." The students shouted loudly, their voices shaking the sky. Marshal Shimin appeared. "The god of war for thousands of years, the west gate of the continent, towering mountains, one person for thousands of years." When Marshal Bei Gonghao came out, the students' throats were already hoarse from shouting. "Our Bei Gonghao is at the forefront of the army, our achievements are unparalleled, our might shakes the heavens." The 3 marshals were graceful and at ease, slowly waving their hands with smiles on their faces. The students only felt their blood rushing rapidly. This was the god of war of mankind, this was the protector of mankind, this was the hero of the continent. However, very few people realized that although the 3 marshals were smiling, their faces were more or less heavy. Moreover, he rarely spoke. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Li Chenglong asked softly, "Boss, what did you see?" Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head. She only saw that the 3 handsome men were extremely lucky. As for their facial features, it was the same as when she saw Uncle Nan, Uncle Wu and her parents. They were blessed with endless blessings and a worry-free life. Actually, she couldn't tell anything. At this moment, there was a commotion beside him. It was Gao Qiao'er who quietly walked over. She discussed with a classmate on this side and changed her seat to this side. On the other side, Xiang Bing looked over vigilantly. Why was Gao Qiao'er sitting beside Li Chenglong? Humph, could it be that the leader of the Iron God sect had such a trait of attracting bees and butterflies? So he poked Xiang Chong with his finger. Xiang Chong was shouting at the top of his lungs. He was so excited that his face was flushed red. Feeling the pain from being stabbed by his sister, he turned his head to look at her in dissatisfaction. "Look over there." Xiang Bing pouted. "What's wrong?" Xiang Chong looked over and looked at his sister in confusion. "What do you want me to see?" Xiang Bing was furious. "Get lost. Go shout your name." Xiang Bing was furious. "Oh." Xiang Chong immediately turned his head and couldn't wait to join the shouting. "Hello, Marshal. Marshal, Marshal." Oh. Xiang Bing's nose was crooked from anger. "Brr, brr. Roar until your throat breaks. Why do I have such a stupid brother?" Here. The 3 marshals don't think highly of this competition. Gao Qiao's voice was heavy. Li Qinglong slowly shook his head and said, "Not only that. Not only that." Gao Qiao frowned and observed carefully. Yes, the three marshals have a very helpless feeling, as if they are ashamed of the cheers of the students. "Do you?" Li Qinglong asked cautiously. Gao Qiao frowned and murmured, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. But now it seems that they do have that kind of feeling." "But why?" Li Qinglong shook his head. "I really can't guess. Let's see later." Zuo frowned and said, "It shouldn't be a bad thing. The three marshals are very lucky, righteous, impartial, dignified. They don't look like they have done anything wrong." Li Qinglong snorted and said, "Who said I have a guilty conscience?" Gao Qiao frowned and pondered. What Zuo said just now was somewhat interesting. The three marshals are very lucky, righteous, impartial. Gao Qiao chewed on this sentence and then flipped through Zuo's past information in her mind. She felt that there was something she had overlooked. Luck is very good. Luck. Gao Qiao understood. Aura observation technique. According to the information, Zuo had learned the aura observation technique from He Yuanyue, the former principal of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Although he had always been a fortune teller and had nothing to do with aura observation, he had never shown anything about aura observation warriors. However, from this sentence, it could be seen that Zuo was very proficient in aura observation. Gao Qiao was a little shocked. The three marshals had already taken their seats on the stage. After Yi Changqing spoke passionately, he immediately said, "Next, let's invite Minister Ding to speak." There was a thunderous applause. Minister Ding went up to the high platform and stood tall and straight, looking like a deep pool in a lofty mountain. "Greetings, fellow students. I am here today for two reasons. Firstly, I am here to see all of you. Secondly, there is a reason why I am here. That is, the martial arts of the Star Spirit continent have been developing rapidly recently. So, we have our competitors. Originally, I didn't expect that everyone would come so quickly. However, when they heard that I was leaving the capital, a few hidden sects suddenly came to find me on the way. They want to let their disciples exchange pointers with the martial arts students." Minister Ding spoke very generally, but there was one point that he emphasized. "Because these sects are hidden sects and rarely get involved in the outside world, I can't say their names here. However, I want to tell you something. These hidden sects are very strong." Department Head Ding said loudly, "Every one of their legacy disciples is a rare genius, a top-notch expert. To be honest, I really don't want to bring them here. Because I'm afraid that you will lose face for the Hidden Dragon High School." Minister Ding's voice was heavy. "Even if you are all arrogant geniuses, I'm still afraid that you will lose. I'm even more afraid that it will hurt your confidence." These words caused the blood of the first to fourth years of the Hidden Dragon High School to boil. What did he mean by that? Wasn't he looking down on all of them? The more Zuo listened from below, the more he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that his anger was about to be aroused. "No, I can't be rash. Why don't we not fight? Let's compete in drinking." Zuo hid his head in his pants and changed his voice to shout, "I don't believe that we can't drink to death with more than 5,000 people. Let's kill them." "Oh, oh." Boom. Instantly there was a roar of laughter. Marshal Dongfang and the others had sharp eyesight. They instantly found Zuo, whose head was still in his pants. Among them, the white-clothed, green-clothed Lai and a few others had a feeling. This brat was so cheap he was a bit like that. They couldn't help but smile a little. Zuo had just raised his head when he realized that he was being stared at by more than 100 pairs of eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. His gaze was blank as he turned his head to look around. He muttered to himself, "Who called for drinking? Who called for drinking?" On the VIP stage, a few people didn't mind and smiled. "Ha ha ha." Minister Ding laughed. "It's not embarrassing to lose to them. It's embarrassing if they lose to you. I just don't know if you can embarrass them today." Yes. The crowd below roared. The students were obviously angered. How could they tolerate being looked down upon like this? They were all geniuses from their respective schools. Even when they came to the Hidden Dragon High School, they worked hard to compete and not fall behind. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Zuo might have ruined the atmosphere once, but it didn't seem to matter. Li Qinglong pulled Zuo's sleeve and said telepathically, "There's a conspiracy. Something's wrong." Zuo replied in distress, "I knew it. Do I need you to tell me? But the most important thing now is that we don't know what the problem is. Let's take it one step at a time. Li Chenglong's mind was at a loss. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he really didn't know what it was. Could it be that the young geniuses from the UMNO Alliance were here? But if that was the case, why didn't they tell us directly? This didn't make sense. Under Minister Ding's introduction, the people who came this time were divided into 3 teams. The first team was called Team 1. There were 12 people in the team. The second team was called Team 2. There were 70 people in the team. The third team was called Team 5. 36 people. What kind of title was this? The more than 5,000 students were all surprised. The first team was called Team 1, the second team was called Team 2, so shouldn't the third team be called Team 3? How logical and natural it was. But after Team 1 and Team 2 there was Team 5. What the hell was this? What about Team 3 and Team 4? Were they eaten by you? However, a few people frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Our guess should be right. A thin voice was transmitted. It was Gao Qiao. Li Chenglong was still frowning and thinking. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. He was also thinking about the key points. If I'm not wrong, Team 1 should belong to the new generation of geniuses from the Tao League. According to Taoism, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Gao Qiao are analyzed carefully. The Tao League has the least people here this time. It's very likely that the Tao League has little to do with us, so it should be relatively easy for us to fight against Team 1. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong pondered for a while before nodding their heads to show their approval. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.